Welcome, sir.
So, good morning
Yes.
to you all.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry to disturb you in the morning, sir.
No, not at all. Generally, I wake up early, so it's not at all a problem. How many participants has joined yet?
And joining, sir. Not here. They will be joining in our YouTube channel.
Okay. So they will join through the YouTube.
YouTube, yes, live, sir.
Oh,
Program is
okay,
already live in the YouTube, and they will be in the.
Okay, so they will not be joining through this
Yes, sir.
normal procedure generally where I come to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it will create lot of issue for us because so immediately they will switch on the what mic and video like that. It will be there. So that is.
I understand. Okay.
Krishna.
Good morning, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Ishrat ma'am, yes ma'am, we can start ma'am with the introduction.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all for this Energathon 2023. IGEN, that is Institute of Green Engineers, Energathon 2023 is attempting for a world record of longest conference on SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy towards sustainability. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of IGEN. More about IGEN and what this conference is about, I hand over the session to our beloved president of IGEN, Dr. L. Ramesh, sir. Over to you, Ramesh, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, and very warm and very green good morning to all the people across the globe. It was very happy moment for all us connecting after 3 years, second edition of IGEN Energathon. Yes, the name itself, we call it as a marathon. So why the marathon is very much essential. We thought in the COVID time, we thought of connecting people across the globe through a common forum, and we can back by contribution back to the society. Taken the theme of energy, which is play a very key role. This how we can able to connect energy with the people. That is the concept we called the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 7. So this Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, we taken as the key role, and the Earth Day, which is involved, 50th Earth Day, we celebrated by initiated the first Energathon. So with the successful, we received the Asia Book of Record for 13.36 hours. And finally, we come to the second edition today. And this edition is 18-hour session with connecting 120 speakers across the globe. Not only that, we have 24 different sessions, panel discussion that all connecting together. Let us all welcome together. And so this opening session will be like a discussion session. The discussion session will be with Professor Niladri Chakravarti sir, former Dean, Jadavpur University. And very happy to welcome sir in the morning. Very happy, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. So sir is very top expert in energy, and he done lot of contribution towards energy, towards sustainability. So we want a person to initiate the conference who already contributed for the society. That is the reason we had had a sir with us today. So the plan is like that. I am going to give you the essence of the SDG goals and the SDG index report 2022. What is the SDG index report? Just 5 to 7 minutes. After that, we will have a discussion with Professor Niladri Chakravarti. Okay. Thank you. And so tracking SDG, the Energy Progress Report 2022. So the partners, World Bank, World Health Organization, ARENA, IEA, so they all combine together, and every year there is a SDG index is there. There is a SDG index report will be there, and all the 17 SDG individually we have a connectivity ranking is there. Individual SDG ranking will be there. Last year, all Denmark and Finland play a big role. in the ranking. Maybe sometimes Denmark will come first, sometimes Finland will come first. So this is what the status, the top status of the SDG, and each SDG goals will have a index report. So keeping in that mind only, we have a index report. So just to have a glance on the index report. So for a quick note on people across the globe, those who are already aware, not aware of the sustainable development goal, there is a 17 goal, started with no poverty and ended with partnership for the goals. Each goals will have a icon and each goals will represented with color. So this is the goal and it is subdivided into 5. The first part is the social. Under the social, we have no poverty, that is end poverty in all aspects, all everywhere. So this is the goal number 1. People are across the globe working together to achieve this goal. Goal number 2, zero hunger. The hashtag is end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Goal number 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all stages. Goal number 4, ensure inclusive and quality education for all and promote lifelong learning. Goal number 5, achieve gender equality and empower women and girls. Goal number 6, ensure access to water and sanitation for all. Next, economic related activities. Goal number 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all, which we all are connected together. So this is a key goal which we all are connected together today. Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. Promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, employment and decent work for all. Goal number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization and foster innovations. Goal number 10, reduced inequalities. Goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. Next, come to the environment. Goal number 13, climate action. Yes, take urgent climate action to combat climate change and its impact. So this goal also play very big related to energy. Goal number 14, life below water. Goal number 15, life on land. Very big biodiversity. Always, every time our director Gogul will point out this. He is very much passionate about the biodiversity. Goal number 16 and 17, 16, peace, justice and inclusive societies. 17, partnership for the goal. So the reason is out of all the 16 goals, if you want to achieve, this is very much important, partnering. So that partnering, we are now the truthfulness today because 10 of our organizations, 7 of our organization partner together to start this session today. Not only that, 20 academic institutions are partners. So that is what very happy news. So this is the target and indicators. The goal number 7, 5 targets and 6 indicators are there. Since there is a very short time, we are moving forward. And this is the essence, this is the report. This report states that till 733 million people without electricity, it is not, it is the one, we need to achieve this, make it zero in 2030. 2.4 million people without access to clean cooking. This also we need to make it zero in 2030. Share of total final energy consumption from renewable is 17.7 in 2019. Now it is increased to 24%. That we supposed to increase to 75% in 2030. That is a target. Next, the energy intensity, that is 4.7 MJ per USD primary energy intensity, and the last financial flow 10.9 USD billion. This is very less. We have to go for increase in the financial flow so that we can able to achieve. Or we are on the track. Yes, there is a question mark, or we are on the track. Yeah, because there is a lot of challenges which COVID given us. Because of that, we are not on, practically speaking, we are not on the track. 100% we have to achieve. So, for example, percentage of population with access to electricity, 78% in 2000. It is predicted in 2030, 92% in remaining gap, 2030, we need to achieve 100%. And when you talk about the percentage of global population with access to clean cooking also, In 2000, 50%, and 2020, 69. Now it is 72%. So this is the status. And investment. So investment play a very key role. So this investment will be clean fuel, grid, access to modern energy, energy efficiency, end use renewable and renewable electricity. Investment also when, so people are talking about the net zero emission, N is a D, in 2030 or 2050. 2050, the whole globe has to reach the net zero emission. But keeping that net zero emission, whether the investment is there or not, yes, again, there is a question mark. Investment is very less to achieve that. So this is the average investment in different areas: renewable, end users, energy efficiency, electrification, innovations, carbon removals, capture and storage, circular economy. And this is the recommendations which is given by the SDG 7. Accelerate progress towards achieving SDG 7 to achieve the clean energy and strengthening the policy, improve global energy intensity, increase investment in clean energy by partnership financing, like that. So they given already the recommendation. So we all also connected here for the same. So after our all the program session, the recommendation will be given to the United Nations. So that is what just a glance we had the SDG 7 report, and related to SDG 7 and interconnected goals only today the complete discussion is going to happen. So very happy and welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, our first question, your research experience on affordable and clean energy, because you are the pioneer in energy. You have a lot of experts with you, lot of students completed the research related to energy, sir. Yes, sir. Your research experience on affordable and clean energies.
Okay, Ramesh, basically, when I have started my career, this concept of affordable and clean energy was not that much prominent, because it is now becoming prominent day after day. So I'm bit senior. So I started my career basically on affordable energy, you can say, not the clean, because at that time we were very much fixed about this coal-based generation. So my research scope started with economics of coal-based generation, because at that time there was a huge need of economics, because you need to reduce the price of per unit of power. So which generation or which generator you need to connect to the supply was the prime focus. So also I had this opportunity of starting my career, research career at Imperial College in London, where I did some research on these materials, because you know materials play an important role in every sector of research. So as regards my research was concerned on superconductivity, because that at that time it was very much prominent in our energy sector, whether we were be able to connect superconductors to our energy generators or to our transmission and distribution to reduce losses, because losses was a very prime factor even today, because there are pilferage, there are ice squirrel loss. So we wanted to reduce this loss, and superconductors were thought to be very much useful. So I started my career there with superconductors, keeping in mind of reducing the losses in transmission and distribution and generation. Then, because I came back to India, I didn't stay back in UK. So obviously the scope of my research and my focus of my research got a little bit shifted.
Sir,
and then
sir, can I break here, sir? Actually, you told that you came back to India, but normally, Professor, the people, those who are very crazy about the abroad, and they restricted to be there. But what motivated back you to be the India, sir?
That's you can think of my patriotic feelings for India, because I also got a good jobs there in World Bank and in Stars Class University, but I opted to come back.
Yes,
to India. So okay, so that's we can discuss some other day. For today, as regards clean energy and affordability is concerned, I think we are in the track, because Indian government has set up certain rules and certain earmarks for this affordability and clean energy. Probably many of us are accustomed to or well known to these things, that energy for all. It is all connected to the UN goal of SDG 7. But obviously, you know, our country, you can plan, but in the real ground, these plans gets distorted. Sometimes because our country is a union, so there are political interventions, there are political dilemmas, there are participation of the people may become less. So there are hundreds of issues which hinders this goal-reaching activity. But I think India, as a very big and very huge country with a huge amount of population, the task is enormous. And in my opinion, and what I have observed from different states government papers and publications from the Ministry of Power, we are close to the track. We are close to our goal for this affordable and clean energy. We have developed a very huge solar mission. Then this hydrogen energy is coming up into our concepts, and we are now planning to go for this hydrogen-based energy, which is a very much clean energy. Solar is also a clean energy. So I think we're in the track. But main problem, as I can see from right now when I look back, is the huge amount of population that we need to cater. So obviously, every SDG goals are connected to the population India has. Like SDG 1, you know, poverty, means removal of poverty, then giving education to all, is all connected to the huge number of people that we need to cater. That is the main important. So obviously, as regards SDGs as concerned, we have to concentrate again, because India is now the highest populate country in the world. So the task is enormous. The pressure on the government is enormous. But obviously, to my opinion, we are in the right track. We are planning good for our energy sector by giving thrust on solar energy, then energy from hydrogen. And obviously, we have this huge wind generation that is in your state. In Tamil Nadu, we have a very good, and Gujarat, we have very good, huge base. And obviously, India being a very strong country as regards food production is concerned. So residues from the plants, residues from the food production can be utilized as a bioenergy. So obviously, we have a very long coastline which can be utilized for generation from tides, and also inside the country. It's a very beautiful country.
Yes, sir.
You know, we have springs. We are also thinking, and we are planning, and also we have achieved some targets of getting power, hydropower from our rivers and from our mountain-based rivers. So we are in the track. Obviously, we have to concentrate on the number of people that should be there in our SDGs. SDGs, yes. Because for India, it's very, very true. Not for all the country in the world, it is true, but for India, it is very, very true. We have to parallelly concentrate to minimize this growth,
yes, sir.
taking consideration from all aspects, from societal aspect, from political aspect, from every aspect we have to concentrate. But this is the prime focus. If you just go for SDG 1 to 17, keeping the growth rate of birth rate is high, you cannot match. Your goal will always be not in the right track. So that should be also considered and planned.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And so very nicely you represented very happy news that we are in the track. But the whole globe also need to become into the track so that we can able to collectively make our environment green. And sir, actually the sustainable development goal, how the academic institutions support implementing clean energy. The question here is maybe we have around 700, 800 universities, but very few universities, academic institution concentrating on these SDG goals. So they are doing a lot of work, but not connected with the goals. So what is your plan? How these universities or academic institutions can integrate this SDG goal in their curriculum or in their?
I think University Grants Commission and Ministry, Minister of Higher Education, that is MHRD's name has changed, Minister of Education. They has a very pivotal role here because our country, I have told you, two important features are there: education and energy. Both are in the concurrent list. It's the responsibility of the state government and union government to promote education and to promote energy. We are happy that we like you and me, we are both an energy specialist. At the same time, we are professors. So we are connected not to our state only, but we are connected to the center, to the union and the center. So obviously, IGEN can write to the UGC and IGEN can write to MHRD for directives from them. I think that will be a very essential part, because you cannot avoid, like NGOs or different IITs or ISCs or NITs or renowned institutions can be connected to these deliberations. But what about the other universities who are not that much prominent? Huge number of students are there, huge numbers of professors are there, but once you can connect UGC and MHRD for this activity regarding SDG 7 and SDG 13, obviously, these two are very, very important for India's perspective. I think to get them connected, and also you can write to the very big industrial houses like houses from Ambani, houses from Tata. There are big houses also whom you can approach for this type of activities, supporting this type of activity inside the country. That will be helpful. But if the government can be connected, you can connect all the universities, all the colleges in one go. So that will be excellent. If you can write and you can talk to.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So that with respect to the recommendation given by sir, IGEN can play a role in implementing SDG 7 or SDG related clubs in universities. So with the support of UGC, once we will get some recognition from UGC and we can integrate this SDG. Sir, regarding this point, in MGR, we already started 4 months back a project called SDG for MGR. So the idea for this SDG for MGR is to create awareness of SDG goals with all the 25,000 students within a period of 6 months and connect all in the Facebook group. Second part is to integrate these SDG goals in their project. Then integrate the SDG goals in the academic.
That is a very nice approach, because you are there, then you are championing the issue in MGR, but not L. Ramesh is available everywhere.
Yes.
So that's the problem. So in that dimension, in that direction, government has to play. Like if you approach the government of Tamil Nadu, obviously they can put directives through the school education ministry. Like ministries, you need to. We Indians are dependent on ministers and the directives for ministry. So UGC, MHRD, state governments, education departments, state governments, energy departments. Every government has education and energy in state sector also. So that is required.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice comments. And IGEN will take this as the one of the recommendation. So we thought of having each session with one recommendation, sir, so that we will have some 18 recommendation in the end of the day. So that is what the idea. So we will take your command and communicate with UGC and state government and come out with a plan to integrate.
You also write to the industrial house also.
Yes, sir.
For this support activity across the schools and the universities.
Yes, sir.
They have this CSR facility. Corporate social responsibility. That fund can be utilized for activities of schools and universities connected to the SDG 7 and 13.
Yes, sir. Sir, next my question is, sir, can you, because a lot of research scholars are there, a lot of young students are here, sir. Can you suggest research ideas on energy for student community, sir?
Energy for students communities, obviously there are plenty of research. You concentrate on UG, PG or PhD or all.
Because most of the people, those who are connected here on
I'm telling you, like NEP has come up in our education system. Obviously now the education system is a 4-year based system. So for the UG students, you can connect the third year and fourth year for the research purpose. Now, it is sure not all of the students will go for the energy research,
Yes.
because then the country will be paralyzed in other sectors. It is not the right planning. But in the energy sector research, you can concentrate on, for UG students, like the energy conservation is a very prime issue. Like the energy we produce and that get lost when it is transmitted or distributed, or there are thefts, that can be thought of as a research topic, how the conservations can be made proper. That is one issue. Then our voltage profile, our frequency deviations can be considered as another issue for the UG students, because they are just starting the research. For to the NEP, there is a huge what I'll say directive of connecting UG students particularly to the research domain, because many of our bright students go to outside India, they don't come back. But if you can utilize these students in your third year and fourth year for research purposes, then you can utilize their brain, because otherwise there is no scope. They will go for GRE and they'll go to US. They will send money, but their brain cannot be utilized for the development of India. So it is the high time that you can connect your third year and fourth year students to the research motivations. That will give the country a huge outcome, as I can understand, because they can leave you. For the PhD purposes, microgrid is coming up very fast. Hydrogen-based researches is coming up very fast. And obviously, these energy economics is major issues, and energy mix is another issue. How to mix, what type of percentage of mixes are good for a particular state, because each state of the India is a diversified activity-oriented state. What Bengal thinks, Tamil Nadu never thinks like that. So you have to plan for your particular state. The union ministries and union power and education ministry can think of like that. So depending upon the need of your state, you can plan, you can talk to your state departments. Particularly microgrid is a very major issue, and I think solar and hydrogen-based energy should be given prime focus for energy students entering into the energy research domain.
Thank you, sir. Sir, from your idea, I taken as another one request and recommendation, stating that we already in planning to start some research center activities like that in IGEN. So we will be proposing the concept of sustainable power and energy research center, and we call it as SuperSun. So IGEN SuperSun, yeah, SuperSun, we can take it as a second recommendation, and through that, whatever you suggested, student research, we will make it like a form, like a team, like we have Young Green Innovators Army, some team like the team which consists of different academic people. So, for example,
what I suggest, Ramesh, like Institute of Engineers, they can provide degrees through AMI.
Okay.
So you plan in that way that your Institute of Green Engineers should be allowed to provide PhDs. Okay. So think in that way, like you must get the approval from the ministry, from higher education ministry, that you will be able to provide PhDs in energy and environment or something like that. In the NEP, there are certain scopes are there. So if your IGEN activities is acclaimed and it is praised throughout the gold, I think providing energy, like TEDI, we have Tata Energy Research Institute.
Yes, sir.
IGEN in times can come up like that. Means if you can plan accordingly, you cannot reach TEDI within 5-10 years. But if you can plan, you can work parallelly like TEDI. IGEN can be like TEDI. They can provide PhD. TEDI can provide PhD. If you plan accordingly, that can be good. And at the same time, you can attract that patenting processes. Like you can talk to the industries and you can find out their problems. And if you can think of resolving their problems, then you can go for patent processes. IGEN can also think that way.
Thank you, sir. So thank you so much, sir. So the morning itself started with very good 2 recommendations from you, and we will try implement the recommendation. And our next Energathon 2024, we will give initiate the start again with you, and we will give you the result of that.
Okay, so I have to think for 1 year then.
Sir, I think already 1 or 2 questions we received from YouTube. Krishna or anyone, you can just have the questions.
Yeah, you can tell me the questions. What is the question?
Sir, actually, one of the student requested presently there is no focus for UG students related to research. So all the students keen in going for job, and they are not ready to take up for masters. They are not ready to take up for PhD, and so this is a big scenario. How to get out of that? There is
no. It is not that everyone should go for research. That is a very bad approach. Why everyone should go for research? It's not like that. If you are intelligent enough, if you think that you like research, you love research, then only come for research. Okay, because research is a focused situation. In job, once you join, then your focus becomes important. So in the UG curriculum, in your project, every UG curriculum has projects now. You have to do projects. Projects has to be done with focus. Like in our university, I am championing this issue of getting the project, a single project done throughout 2 years. Then after 2 years, you can see some output. I have told you now, these intelligent and very smart youngsters, if they are allowed to do projects for continuous 2 years on a 1 and 2 topic, then a publication, a patent is possible. If you do projects just for 6 months, it will just be a report-based projects, no output-based projects. Now the academics in NEP is more or less output-based. So you plan accordingly, you get the brightest students connected to the projects. Like every student will go for the projects, but all projects should not be research oriented projects. You understand? So,
yes, sir.
So connect the best one to the research.
Yes, sir.
I am co-host.
Okay. Yes, sir. So thank you so much, sir. And I am very happy that I also your student, and I learned lot of things with you, sir, because I would like to keep note in the open forum here, because there is a 2 things, sir. Before you, I taken my life as before you and after you. The reason is, before you, I was not very serious in quality, sir. That is a single word. Not quality means I will go for more number of publication. Don't bother about the quality of publication. But after you, I bother about the quality of publication and reduce the number of publication. And I make it sure that all my publication has to be quality, and all my publication should have certain citation index like that. Not only
That's
that,
good.
Not only that, I learned lot of things from you, how to plan a program or like that. Even a single kind of a plan, no, you can come out with lot of ideas. What will happen if maybe if it is not happen, then what to do, like that. Lot of things I learned from you, sir. Thank you so much for your mentoring, sir. Till after the PhD also, you will be like a friend with us, and not only with me, most of the team also already connected with you, like Beno, Ishrat ma'am, all already known about you. Thank you so much, sir, to kickstart the.
Yes, yeah, sir. Thank you all. I found these 2 ladies only hearing; they are not talking. But you want to empower ladies, so allow them to talk then.
Yes, Ishrat ma'am.
They have any questions?
Yes.
Like Ishrat and Kavita, you have any question?
You are an inspiration, sir. As of now, we are taking inspiration rather than questioning.
That's
because
fine.
It's a connection which we try to establish right now, and we are the channel. We want to be a channel between our students and you, and ourselves also to learn a lot further, sir.
Okay,
And
nice
sir,
talk.
we'll just
Yeah.
connect our third and fourth year students for the research so that there will be brain drain only in India.
No, don't
not
connect all
outside
the
India.
students. Don't connect all the students to research.
No,
You-
not all the
because-
students. Yes, sir.
Because
we
that
are
is
taking
not the goal. The goal, the best students should go for the research.
Yes.
Others
yes.
one should go for the project. You understand? Like one is project-based research, another is project. But our intention is to get output from them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you,
Thank you,
Now
thank
it
you.
is over to Dr. Ishrat Mira.
Okay, thank you.
Impressive that between you and Ramesh sir and yourself. We are thankful for that, sir. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, you are muted, ma'am.
Mute.
Sorry. Thank you, sir, Ramesh sir and Niladri sir, for this wonderful morning discussion, dialogue discussion. Now I request the session 1, that is panel discussion, role of battery energy storage system. The organizing head for this is Selvakumar sir. Over to you, Selvakumar sir, for the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, very warm good morning to everyone, and probably 80 odd people, those who are watching in YouTube, plus 20 odd people, those who are in Zoom. It's my pleasure and privilege to be part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2023. We have started in 2020 during COVID. When there is a challenge, there is always an opportunity. I always believe this opportunity came because of the disaster called COVID. And we are talking about a real important, interesting topic: clean and affordable energy as a sustainable development goal number 7. And the next 45 minutes, we are going to talk about role of PV, that is photovoltaic, and the battery energy storage systems on creating clean and affordable energy. And of course, like some energy is clean and some energy is affordable. But do we have any energy which is clean as well as affordable? And more importantly, like beyond, like I can add personally to my note to that goal, on time, right? Like it is important to achieve whatever the goal which you are setting on time is more important. So when we look at clean energy, affordable energy, is it 2,500 or 3,000 or is it 2024 is an important milestone. So are we going to achieve clean, sustainable, reliable, affordable, quality power? How quickly? And this panel discussion comes with like really beautiful experts. They are not really just doing some, presentations and probably in the Zooms and YouTube. They are into the field. They have installed, implemented quite a lot of such a projects which provides clean energy at an affordable cost. And they have made amazing career with clean and sustainable energy also. So for this section, we have 3 speakers, and it's my pleasure to invite the first speaker, Ponraj Thangamani, and he's personally close to my heart because he's the man with a mission. He has written a book called How or What is Climate Change? Like that book is in Tamil, but like if I translate in English, it is What is Climate Change? An amazing book. If you are probably know how to read Tamil, that's the document which you should not really miss. Connect with him on LinkedIn, connect with him on Facebook, and don't miss this to read this book as well. But if you translate that to English, it is What is Climate Change? And he has probably talked in many forums about this topic. And I invite him as a first speaker and asking him to look at how the world is looking at this clean energy, and more specific to Australia, what are the actions, initiatives which you are taking to take this clean and affordable energy to the next level? Pundrash?
Thank you, Selva. Ellarkum vanakkam. Thank you for this opportunity, IGEN. I know people from different countries are gathered today, and I don't know whether it is morning or afternoon or evening at different parts of the world. Whoever, our salutations to you and vanakkam, nandri. I'll take this opportunity to give a bit of understanding. I know people here are already exposed to sustainable energy, renewable, clean energy, affordable, and all these kind of in various sectors. What I thought I was having a chat with Selva is that, since because I've been, a bit of note, like I'm here in Australia for the last 11 years and running my own company for the last 3-4 years now. So I'll give a bit more exposure and information about the Australian perspective of solar PV deployment here. That will give a bit of a broader view for an engineer in India to see how people in Australia is handling things, or people in UAE or United States. What is the difference, or what is the ways people are looking at, or what we could do here cannot be implemented in India, or what is done in India cannot be implemented here in Australia. So that learning is more important, is my perspective, because you can't live in different places of the world at the same time, but that's where these kind of knowledge transfer sessions do help. So when I hear from Selva or Subramani or Niranjan or Dr. Ishrat, we know different aspects, and that's where the mutual learning come from. So the speakers, so I'm not going to touch the world view here, what is the solar thing, which my next speaker is going to cover on the proportion of solar and sustainability. So let me share my screen, just let me know when it is right. Selva, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, screen I'm able to see, not the slides, but screen I'm able to see.
Okay. Or if possible, just try, if you could just share it from your side that I sent through via WhatsApp.
Yeah, we'll do that. Just give me a second, like I will.
Or it's probably come up already, I think, by now.
Yeah, it's already there, so you can go ahead. Or if you want, I can also take it.
No, all good, that's fine. So today I want to touch upon the goal 7, which is ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. This sustainable goal development itself is a kind of a ambitious target, because given the fact, even though we are going solar on various aspects, even all these fancy numbers are popping up, even today as we speak, there are millions and millions of houses who do not have proper access to electricity. And we cannot go and preach to them, you go green or you go clean, another thing, when they don't have a light to just look upon to read and book, another thing. Back in 2018, India said, for example, all the villages in India is electrified. And I was very happy with that news. The entire India is electrified now. But when again I jumped in and dived into and looked at the source, what does that electrification mean? The moment when 10% of the homes in a village is electrified, that means the village is called electrified. Okay, so even today there are millions of houses, like I think if you go by numbers or something, that nearly 900 million houses are out of electricity across the world, and most proportion that comes from India. So like the professor or the previously mentioned, firstly, it is important to take the electricity to their home first, which is very important. And then we work on the source and other stuff. Okay, that's critical. And when we say we need to transition from fossil fuel to solar energy, another thing, one thing we need to understand is that.
Pankaj, can you just go to slideshow mode so that it will be a big screen when the audience are watching in YouTube? Yeah.
Sure, mate. Okay, so when you say energy from fossil fuels, again, it's not from something, a dirty fuel or something. It is, even though it is dirty, dust, carbon emission and thing, it is also a form of solar energy, because solar sun has, due to the process of photosynthesis, the solar rays fall on the plants or trees or the animals, whatever it is, it's absorbed, it get decayed, it turned into a fossil. And it took about thousands or millions of years to become a fossil fuel, whether it is, you call it as a coal or petrol or diesel, whatever it is nothing but sun's energy, which is stored in a different form. So that is still called as solar energy. But the problem is that the amount of emissions that puts out is a kind of a problem for the entire climate change that we are facing today. So how to do that is like, we might have learned in engineering or, in our school space, the best way to transform energy from one place to another is that we need to reduce the transition mode. In fossil fuel case, it's solar is converting into plants and then plants into fossil, and the fossil is stored as a chemical, and then it comes as a solar energy. In this transition, there is a lot of loss of energy. But whereas when you put a solar panels, you just put a couple of plates around to receive, absorb the sunlight, you transition it, change it instantly through an inverter or a converter, or depending on whatever we do, the technology we apply. So that's where we need to transition. So what we are technically doing is we are not transitioning from fossil fuel to solar. It's still a solar energy to another solar, but we're getting more efficient. And when we have this technology, it is important that we need to transition this. If not, we get into trouble. And that's what the whole session, the IGEN session, is all we're talking about. And taking a bit of look of how Australia is changing, probably people may be aware. If not, Australia is a very good resource-rich country. It's it's a very big country in terms of landscape, like almost 2.5 times the size of India. But in terms of population, it's nothing but 2 districts put together. Like, for example, if you take the population of Chennai district and Kanjipuram or Vellore put together, that is a whole population of Australia as a whole. Okay, it's only 2.5 crore, okay, or 24 million, okay, or 24 to 25 million. That's a whole population. But the resource which is underneath Australian ground is phenomenal, whether you call it as coal or lithium or whatever resource you name it, you have it here. So that is the resource here in Australia. But even in this, and the economy is built upon these resources. But even in this Australia, the energy transition is changing at a rapid pace. That's what you see in the graph. Where you see the renewable energies back in 1995 to 96 to now 2021. You see the renewable proportion is increasing considerably, and the coal is going down. Despite the fact that there is millions of people, those are still living on coal or the sector which is related to resource, the transition is happening. So if Australia is doing that, obviously any country in the world can do that in terms of this transition. That's the point which you need to take from that screen. And secondly, in terms of Australian solar story, currently 29% of the total energy generation is coming from renewable as per last year 2021 data. Okay, this stands very close to 28% of the total renewable energy generation that is happening on a world average scale. I know India is even much more better in this context, with more than 40 or nearly, we are going towards 50%. All credits goes to way back. India was the first country to start a new renewable arms back in 1980s, like under Indira Gandhi period, and that's where our renewable energy started. But other countries started a bit slow. That's a reality. So, but Australia jumped in late and doing it much better in the recent days. And of this 29%, 12% was generated by solar. That's a topic which we're touching on here. The role of solar in sustainable development. It's currently only around 12%, but this has to improve a lot here in Australia as well, which is happening on day by day. And then adding on, here about 3.3 million households got solar PV rooftop. So when I say solar PV rooftop, like on their individual houses, they got the solar panel. So nearly 1 in 3 houses got solar on their rooftop. So that's approximately about 33% people here got solar. And these contributions, say, for example, when I say 29%, 12% is generated by solar overall, it is not happening through megawatt or gigawatt scale projects. It's happening through each and every individual's contributing to it. It's not the massive government or big conglomerates doing these things. Every individual is driving this change. And secondly, I want to touch upon the problem with solutions here. So the coin, the yellow coin that you see there is an Australian dollar. So when we see the problem, it is important to see the other phase of the thing as well, coin, which we call problem is solution. So here is the 2 important fact about Australia. One is a disturbing and another is a proud thing. So with the disturbing fact, Australia does emit a lot of carbon emissions. So in terms of the highest greenhouse emission from coal power, Australia got the highest in the world, overtaking China by almost like 2 times. Okay, so that is a disturbing fact, which is what the entire government, the policymakers are currently working on. But on the other side, if you look at it, as I mentioned about every rooftop got a solar in their hand, in their houses, on a per capita solar panel deployment, every person got nearly 1 kilowatt system on their head. So this is number 1 in the world. So if you consider with other countries in the world, many may be having 100 watts or 40 watts or 10 watts or something like that. But whereas in Australia, it's like almost 1,000 watts. So this as a this is a people-driven change. The citizens, the common citizens are driving the change here in Australia. Despite all those factors of resource rich or the big scale projects, it is a common man who is very concerned about the environment. They're spending their own money, getting some government rebates, and driving this change. This kind of people awareness is very important in countries across the world, which others can adopt from Australia. And on the other side, at the bad side, so obviously still as a small, country with a small population, the Australians are consuming more and more. Every individual house is spread into 400 or 500 square meter, where they got 2 cars, and their consumption is more. They keep on buying things. That's adding. So that minimalism concept has to be adopted by Australia, which Australia has to learn from other countries like Asia or India or other places of the world. That minimalism will be the trend in the next 2 to 3 decades, is my opinion. Okay, and going to the next slide. So when we are going towards this solar, there is a lot of challenges that Australia is facing, which I think India will be facing in the near future as well, or any of the developed countries in the world as well. Reason is that when solar is employed installed in each and every houses, the solar is feeding back the electricity back to the grid. The grid is not actually designed for such purpose. So the grid flow is that it's something like a water is generated in one place and the water flows to different places. But what happens when you create a solar in each and individual houses, the water is fed back to the main pipeline. So the same thing is happening in electricity. So there is a bit of solar traffic happening and solar congestion happening, which is spoiling the grid. It's causing a grid instability as well. And then on the other side, night, there is no solar generation. So the grid is like very calm. So this kind of solar traffic is happening here right now in Australia as I speak. And this is one of the biggest problems that we are facing here. And there are, again, to upgrade this grid issues, the government is allocate millions or probably close to billions of dollars to get this solar traffic sorted. So, and when India is moving towards rooftop or other countries moving towards, this is something, an important thing need to be looked at. And the network engineers have a greater role to play by looking and learnings from other countries, what they have learned, and try not to imitate the same mistakes, same thing happening here. And the Australian government has also previously introduced something called as feed-in tariff. So for every unit of electricity that we manufacture, the government gives some kind of subsidies, like per unit we pay something. That was a great tool for many people to take solar. Okay, and now what's happening? Like many people have taken, now they're talking about something called as a solar tax, meaning for every unit of electricity that we generate and give back to the grid, the government want to lay a tax because they're taking it in the grid. There is expense involved, so they want to charge back to it. So that kind of transition happened, but because of activism and a lot of things, that's not been come into practice, but it's already in the government paper. So in next 5 years or 4 years down the line, if there is something called a solar tax comes into picture, that will be nothing surprising. Okay, but on the other side, we also operate in Tamil Nadu, and I face some challenges, particularly when we install solar in houses of 1 kilowatt. Another thing, there is not some attractive schemes or rupee to feed-in tariff. Another thing, so that is something required in Tamil Nadu or other parts of India. So people could take solar seriously and jump in, because in a country like Australia, the return on investment is around 4 years to 5 years maximum for a solar thing. But whereas the same in Tamil Nadu, in a village in Tuticorin district, which we are currently working on, it's around 10 to 14 years. That's not attractive. So things need to change there, which the Tamil Nadu regulatory bodies or any other Indian state government bodies have to learn from other countries. Because once you subsidize certain things for the first 3 or 4 years, the people uptake will be good, because there is a lot of awareness happening. Otherwise, we won't be sitting on a Saturday morning in front of computer, learning to do all these things. Another thing which always disturbing me is about the battery disposal thing. Every time I buy a toy for my little kids, when I throw the battery out, I feel highly painful. The same thing happens for big solar projects as well. So we can't keep on dumping the batteries down the ground. That's not going to be a sustainable thing. There is something, again, Australia is not good at it. And the whole country the entire world needs to look at opportunities of doing these things. Okay. So again, if you are just concerning about time, I'm just rushing up. The way forward is that it's a known fact that we all know, that many people in the energy industry, in 1 hour, the Earth's atmosphere receives about enough sunlight to cover the electricity needs of every human being on Earth for a year. So if that's the case, what is important? We are getting energy, there is energy. The only thing what we need to know is we need to learn to harness that energy either by storing or by improving our efficiency, and that needs to be done. And even today, the panels efficiency that are operated is only around 20% or 18%. So if this percentage of the efficiency of the panels increase from 20 to 30, that itself is a significant improvement. So material science have to improve in that context. And then the battery technology is still like we need massive batteries to store even some few kilowatt hours of energy. That needs to change. So these are the challenges and the solutions that we need to look at as we move forward in the near future. And in terms of new policy implementation, the government needs to make it mandatory for any new green buildings to install solar as a mandatory thing. That would be a good start and a good proposition, which is currently happening in Australia in certain suburbs. When they're giving new suburb development, they're saying you need to have solar. That's happening. And then one more thing that we need to do is about international carbon trading. So when governments are implementing energy initiatives in different countries of the world, we could trade the energy certificates. That will be a good positive things to do. Okay. And look, last but not least, if you're not part of this solution, we are definitely the problem. That's the thing I always reiterate in my slides and presentation. Either we need to be a part of the solution. If you're not part of the solution, we are the problem. So let's not be a problem. Let's be a tiny part of the solution. Thank you for this opportunity and happy to take your questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ponraj, for your great presentation. I guess like the audience in the YouTube also probably having some questions. And if they have any questions, like they can post it in the chat in YouTube. I can probably pick it up and I can post it probably after the other speakers' presentation. Thank you so much, Ponraj, for your nice presentation. And just to add, probably Ponraj, what he has talked about, like from Indian perspective, I just want to add maybe only one quick information for the benefit of the audience. That is like where India stands, because he has given like the global picture. So hope they're able to see my presentation. Like you visit CA website, Central Electricity Authority website, that will give you the data of April 2023, how much energy supplied and how much renewable energy generation. So that's, we are almost in the range of about like 13% renewable energy, like means total energy, like we are met like about 13% of energy from the renewables. Though the installed capacity, like you can pick it up from the same website, ca.nic.in, like report, monthly report, which you can pick up. So till April 2023, that is 30th April 2023, you can like download this report for the benefit of audience, which I'm just talking about. Out of 416 gigawatt installed capacity, there is about like 125 gigawatt installed capacity comes from the renewables. Like when it comes to the installed capacity, we are already 30%, but I mean, when it comes to the energy perspective, still we are in the range of about like 12%, 13%. And again, probably it depends upon the season to seasons and stuffs. So with that, like, let me go to the third speaker. I mean, so say Akash Patel. I will probably quickly introduce him from the LinkedIn itself, so that the audience, those who are connected in YouTube, probably can pick up this people's and stay connected with the speakers as well. Akash, presently he's a manager for solar development and engineering at IGEN, and he was ex-Adani. So stay connected with him, probably to get more on the personal network. And now I invite Akash to throw some light on like how this renewables is going to provide maybe clean, affordable, and of course, on-time energy without any interruptions. Akash?
Yep. Good morning to all. It's my pleasure here today to and thank you, Selva Kumar, for providing me such a great opportunity to talk on. Selva, can you confirm? Are you able to see my screen?
It's coming, not completely yet. Otherwise, I'll do one thing. Like I can probably share the slides, and you can go ahead if that's fine for you.
Okay, I'm fine for it.
Yeah, because like I couldn't. Just give me a second. I will share the screen. Yep. So hope you're able to see the screen. You can go ahead. Akash, hope you're able to see the screen.
No, Silva, I'm not able to see the screen so far.
From my end also?
I think so. Anyone else able to see the screen?
Your screen share is loading. I guess like there is some issues. Yeah, now?
Yes, Silva, yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here today. We are here today to explore explores and discuss some aspects on the sustainable future with the Sustainable Development Goal 7. But I would like to make you understand that why we are over here, and the main reason is the climate change. So yes, I would like to go through the half minute of the video of how the temperature anomalies are playing significant roles with the increasing of the carbon emissions. So yeah, we can see over here the temperature anomalies from the year 1880 to 1880 to the 2022. So till 1930, 1940, 1950, it's everything all okay. But when we are moving from the 1970, the carbon footprints over that times is approximate 12 gigaton of global carbon emission. And right now, the data of the year 2022, which is showing the significance increasing in the carbon emissions of approximate 36.1 gigaton. So it's alarming to us and wake up call for all of us, which requires the immediate and bold actions to make our carbon emissions near to zero. Yes, as per the NOI data, the interesting fact that interesting hard truth is that the last 10 warmest year occurs since 2010. So in last 13 years, in the last 13 years, the 10 years ours comes from the last 13 years. Yeah. For that, many global agencies have paths to make our future sustainable and become a net zero by 2050. So here is some interesting figures of the current situations and what we have to achieve to make our future more sustainable. So integrations of the renewable energies in the current power sectors are more important. Right now, there is 28% of the energy generations are there globally, but for make net zero by 2050, the milestone or at the 2030 would be the 67% of the renewable generation within our grid, which seems like the more than doubles we have to achieve in next 6 to 7 years compared to what we have achieved till now cumulatively. If you see the renewable power capacity addition on your year, so right now we have reached approximately 295 gigawatt per year last year, but we have to increase the renewable energy additions up to 975 gigawatt per year to achieve this 67% of the renewable energy. And if we talk about the portion of the solar in the renewable energy, then we have added 191 gigawatt per year solar in year 2022, but for making it more acceleration, giving them acceleration to that, we need to add a 551 gigawatt per year. So it's a tremendous amount of the solar energy requirements. So, but adding of this huge amount of energy within the of the globally, we need a tremendous amount of the investment needs. So in the last year, the investment was 486 US billion dollar, but we need the significant amount of investments to achieve our goal, which is approximate 2.5 times of the what we have did last year. And this goal, this figure should be continuous till the 2030, and after 2030 it might require to more than 1300 billion. So let's have a small light. Everybody knows what is the solar PV, but let's have a light on the solar PV and how it is helpful us to become one of the transformative energy solutions. So yes, solar PV has a potential to replace the traditional energy storage. We can see here our scientists are able to achieve more than 25% of the commercial solar cell technologies. So day by day, we are improving our technologies. In the meantime, with the improvement of the technologies, the efficiency of the solar cell will be increases, which and the cost of the solar will be decreasing. Ultimately, we are getting a reduced levelized cost of the electricity. So it can be affordable. If we are talking the per unit cost, it's a 6.8 cents. Globally average, but it can be expected to reduce 50% by 2030. So with the addition of the 550 gigawatt per year, and the technology is prominent because it is having a design life of the 40 years, and it is having a potential to reduce the carbon footprint by 4.8 billion metric tons by 2030. So which plays a significant amount of roles to reduce our carbon footprint by 2030. The growth, the projected growth and the energy generation figures over here. And yes, as the SDG goals, we need a clean and affordable energy for all. That means by this technology, we can give energy to the more than 600 million peoples, and let them have a clean energy access to that. Yep, with the increasing the technology adoptions and making life more sustainable. So this will create a huge amount of the works to be executed on the sites, which further creates the job opportunity of the approximate 18 million people by 2030. So with the significant transformations in the job creations. And investment potential is 1.3 trillion by 2030. So it's very good for the investment houses like the Tata, Adani's, or Reliance, or the globally the KKRs, Black and Beach, and all. And the battery energy storage, so for this technology, I would say we have seen rapid growth of this technology, because what the general understanding of the higher we can charging the batteries on the peak time on the off-peak time with the less unit cost, and the discharge it on the peak time where the unit cost is higher. So it can make a significant difference and increase our IRR for the investors. Also, the integrating of this battery with the renewable resources will make our systems more strengthened. But before speaking on that hybridization, let's speak the potential of the batteries. So it's having a capability for easily integrate it within our existing grid. So the features of the coal power plant or gas-based power plant is, so as we all know that both the power plants may work as a base load generation, but with the battery energy storage, we can also utilize that kind of application. Similarly, like the frequency regulation, voltage control, we can use also it as a reactive power control at the off peak on the demand side, the load side demands, load management, peak saving. So these are the fundamental applications of the base load power plant, which can be served by the batteries. It's more flexible to integrate it the any grids, because it is having a capability to charging the battery anytime and discharge of the anytime. So it's a flexible technology for the time of use. It can also serve as a backup power or as a black start. So when the grid was down, it is having a capability to run your instruments or electrical instruments with the batteries and back up the powers. Right, and right now nowadays, if we are seeking the sustainable futures, then the hybridization of the solar plus base will play a significant roles, because the energy generated from the coals or gas or the fossil power plants are dispatchable. The dispatchable terms means as and when required, it can have a capability to meet a demands. But we by integrating of the PV and the BESS cumulatively, we are the technology of the hybridization is having a potential to replace the coal-based power plants. Because we have a plenty amount of the land, and as Ponda says, for one day of sunlight can serve electricity requirements of every human for a year. So we can harness that energy during the sun hours. We can store it in the battery energy storage, and we can discharge that energy at the off-peak time, and with the certain applications. So we can able to achieve round to clock energy similarly by the coal and the gas-based power plants. The technology will increase our energy security, and it can be easily adaptable by the existing grid flexibility, although we have to need a modern power evacuation system and modern grid infrastructure. But it's having a pure scalability to meet the demands. And yes, it's not a commodity base. The PV is not a commodity base. So we are having a surety on the price that yes, this amount of we have upfront capex, but there is no fluctuations in the price. So for the investor, it is very prominent technologies to the play around. By these all resilience features of this board technology, it's having very tremendous potentials to reduce the carbon footprints. With the note of that, the last part of my slides, the empowering a brighter future tomorrow with the sustainable energy that doesn't cost the earth. Thank you all for hearing me and listening my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you so much, Akash, for the nice presentation. And the participants, those who are there on the YouTube, probably the link for the certificate is already there in your YouTube chat. Kindly ensure that like you are using it and probably fill the data to collect the certificate. And if you have any questions, post there in the YouTube chat itself, so that questions will be picked to us in the Zoom room. So we will be able to, answer the question. I guess like then and there, like there are some questions which are there, which has been answered in the chat. So when you have questions, feel free to post it. Like we will try to take as maximum as question possible. Yeah, thanks Akash for your nice presentation. And let me go to the last speaker. Obviously, we have a time constraint. And of course, like Punraj has talked about solar, and Akash has also talked about solar. Let me introduce the final speaker as well. He's Mr. Subramani. Let me go to, yeah, that's his LinkedIn profile. So Subramani Ravichandran, he's heading the engineering division at one of the very famous microgrids and battery energy storage systems in UAE, Dubai. So that's Enerware. So like whatever we probably means what say talking about like that he's implementing as a solution. And Subbu, like you have seen only solar in 2010 and then probably microgrids maybe in Europe regions. Then now you are probably looking at C&I segment in like Middle East countries. How do you see the growth of battery energy storage systems along with the sustainable energy like wind or solar is going to provide affordable energy? That is most important. Like for a commercial buildings or the industry segment or a mines, commercial is slightly different meaning. But when it comes to the domestic, how do you see this solar plus storage? Of course, clean energy is important, but at what cost is most important for the peoples, those who are living in the rural part of the world, and they may not even have an access to the electricity. But like, how do you see the future with solar plus battery energy storage?
Yeah. First of all, thanks for everyone who's presenting over here in this forum, and thanks Selva for inviting me to present in this forum, and thanks for Pemraj and Akash as well. And yeah, going back to two things. Am I audible, Selva?
Yeah, good to go.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. So talking about like renewables, separate and renewables plus energy storage system, that itself makes a big difference, I believe, right? So yeah. So everyone, I mean, even our country, like India, is targeting towards renewables. Where I am presenting, and I'm presenting currently from Dubai and UAE region, all the GCC, Middle East region, everyone is targeting about renewables. Means it is like solar or renewable energy resources, right? So whenever the penetration level is getting increased, right? So whenever, I mean, Ponraj have touched upon few points like network stability, all those stuffs, right? Whenever like those points are like raised up, then the policy level decision is coming up, and then people are slowly adapting the latest technologies like energy storage. Okay, talking about the sustainability and affordability, right? Sustainability, everyone knows like renewable is providing, right? How much affordable it is, right? So I can split up the segments into three, right? First is utility scale, and then C&I scale, and then residential scale, of course, right? So we have reached affordability up to C&I scale. I mean, for everyone, I would say, right? There are, because our company is a living example for that particular business model, because we are, I would share
so
a slide.
C&I audience may not aware of that abbreviation, so you can probably
commercial and industrial scale. Okay, commercial and industrial scale. Okay, utility scale is majorly like a transmission distribution. I mean, gigawatt scale or megawatt, multi-megawatt scale, I would say. And C&I scale is something like a megawatt scale or 2 to 5 megawatt scale. I would say up to 5 megawatt. I would scale it like that. And residential is like it's in the terms of 30 or 50 kilowatts, right? So less than 30, 50 kilowatts. So affordability has reached up to C&I scale. Only thing is like we have to find the business case with energy storage systems. That's what the current situation is. Slowly, people will. I mean, see, in India, I'm seeing it very visibly. Okay, slowly more C&I customers are adapting to energy storage systems, and they are like making a business case out of it, which is a very good thing, right? So the technology is slowly getting affordable. The other, I mean, similar to solar, battery cost is going down and down, and then mostly the battery technology which we are dependent right now is lithium ion, and now more competitors coming into the picture in technology wise as well. Sodium ion and other battery stuffs are coming into pictures. So we further expect the cost to go down. So affordability slowly will reach to the residential scale as well. Okay. So what we do, I mean, I'm coming from Enerwave Sustainable Energy, what we do, and we are doing this for past 10 years, how we do, right? So I'm going to touch only one slide or two slides, okay, in my company presentation, right? So how we are increasing the solar share from like a certain percentage to like a higher percentage level with the help of batteries alone, right? So that's what I am going to touch. Selva, may I present the screen?
Yeah, please go ahead.
One of those slides.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
And in the meantime, audience, probably in the YouTube, if you have any questions to any one of the presenters, like post it in the chat, like we'll pick up one question. Go ahead, Subbu.
Yeah, so this is the slide I want to touch upon, okay? And so my slide is visible, right? So
Yeah,
currently what we
perfectly
do is like, currently as a company, what we do is like temporary power. We target off-grid customers and we target temporary power segment, okay? So there is a huge potential for this in the Middle East region as well as in Africa, wherever the grid reliability is not there and the grid connection is not reached up to like all the 100% or 80% of the industries or commercial areas, right? So how we target is like, you can see, right? There are two types of microgrid we are operating right now. So solar diesel hybrid, I mean, we are right now operating like 50 plus microgrids across the regions, which is mainly like, I would say like 95% is like solar and diesel based hybrid system, okay? So you can see here, okay, by just incorporating or adding a solar to a temporary power market, like we are reaching up to 30 to 50% share during the daytime market, okay? So where most of the mines or quarries which operate on a daytime or construction sites which operate on daytime, we can reach up to 30 to 50% share only with solar, okay? And if I add battery, what it is adding, okay? So batteries, I can go up to like, ideally I can go up to 100% share, but that is not like, will come under the affordable category, okay? So obviously, just I can switch off the diesel generators during the daytime itself by having a battery inverter, which is having a grid forming capability. That is what like proving to be affordable to us most of the time, like as a business. Okay, so adding a battery storage system is just increasing like 10 to 20%. Of course, if you have more money and in a bigger scale, if you're doing it, you have you can ideally reach up to like a 100% market share. That is what I want to stress upon. So battery storage segments have a different applications in different segments. So in utility scale, for example, right now, various discoms, distribution companies, I would say, like distribution companies, like in northern part of in Tamil Nadu, we are not having the distribution companies concept. Like if you go to like slightly north, okay, Delhi, wherever you have the distribution companies are adapting to energy storage technologies in the utility scale segments just to cut down their costs, operating costs, and also some of the penalties to align with the grid code compliances. Many of the stuffs they are doing it. So in C&I scale, I see these 3-4 applications, like a grid forming application, grid forming capacity of the battery inverters. Then you can reduce the curtailment, even though if you have more solar in certain sites, you can reduce the curtailment and you can maximize your renewable penetration, I would say. And then the shifting the energy from like daytime to nighttime. There are you can avoid peak tariffs, and also you can do the peak shaving during the daytime, and you can reduce your maximum demand. Okay, so these are certain applications, I would say, which we are targeting in C&I segments, and we are making a business out of it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Subbu. Like it's like a great explanation, and just to convey the key points from what is Subramani's talk is, already we have reached commercially attractive business cases when you're going for large scale battery energy storage systems in the utility level, grid level. And Subbu's company is a living example of solar plus battery energy storage system is cheaper than running gas turbine generators or a diesel generators, or even sometimes getting the power supply from the weak grids. And still, one question still needs to be answered is the affordable energy in terms of solar plus battery energy storage. Is it at the domestic audience like us when we are receiving a power supply? Is a question mark. I always love to have the challenge, because always the opportunity comes with a challenge. So when we have started Energathon in mid of the COVID, like we do not know like what's the way forward, but like today, like it has reached to the next height, with probably reaching out to more countries. So I guess with the researchers, those who are available here, along with maybe industries, or probably the academicians or the researchers, will take this to the next level way forward. Why not? When we have Energathon maybe 2024 or 25, there could be like an affordability of solar plus battery energy storage systems could be for a residential level as well. So like if there is one question which I am probably picking up, can community-based renewable hybrid systems increase electricity access in developing countries? That's a question from Seema. Can community-based renewable hybrid systems, more or less like what you are doing in C&I space,
Yes,
like the same thing they are asking for probably
yes, definitely.
the domestic level.
Definitely. If you see, like one of our powering segments is like islands. We are powering islands and communities, okay, with the temporary power. I mean, hybrid power. You can. I can show one of the slide as well.
Yeah, we have 1 more or 2 more minutes, Subbu. Like.
Yeah. I can show just this slide. Right. So you can see this. This is one of the example of like we are powering with a hybrid power island. So this is a community-based system, hybrid system. Okay. So there are systems there, and it will definitely increase the access. Yes.
Yeah, just to answer in a nutshell to Seema, I guess like that's a question which she might have picked up from YouTube. So community-based renewable hybrid systems are comparatively workable, like means rather than remote going to the remote villages, community-based or islanded-based systems with the solar plus battery energy storage systems or hybrid energy storage systems are slowly becoming commercially viable. Case to case, like probably as a head of design, Subramani's day-to-day role is to identify and convert such a business opportunities to the commercially available scenario, and I guess like more and more to come. And it's that's pretty much because of the time constraint. We are winding up our panel discussions, and the key takeaway from these sessions is solar alone, if you keep increasing, you will be having the challenge of quite a lot of constraints from the grid. And in order to overcome from that, like you have to go for a battery energy storage systems. But if you're going for a battery energy storage system, you have to make that affordable. And also you need to take care of the battery disposal, which could be like some other panel discussion, which is coming in the second half. They will discuss about it. And thanks for joining. And the people, those who have joined in YouTube, I guess like you have filled the form and collected the certificate. And I'm handing over to Israt Madam back for the next session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Selva sir. I thank Selva sir, Ponaraj Tyagamani sir, Akash Kumar Patel ji, and Subramani Chandran ji. Thank you so much. You have a lot to discuss and lot to convey to us. But due to the time constraint, we have restricted the knowledge transfer. But definitely this is not the end, but this is a beginning for us for the knowledge transfer. Thank you, sir. Looking forward in whatever way we can work on the projects of SDG. We'll be collaborating with you all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have our next session is about sustainable energy, a bane or a boon, a debate competition for the school students. I'm as an organizing head for the same. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Ishrat Mira Mirzana, professor in mechanical engineering from Mufkamja College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. Along with me, the other organizing head is Dr. E. Kavita, madam. Madam, can you please introduce yourself?
Myself, Dr. Kavita, head of Young Green Innovators Army. Happy to be the part of this IGEN.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me introduce what exactly is this is about. I welcome you all, the viewers in the YouTube and also the panelists and the other attendees on the Zoom platform to the sustainable energy, a boon or a bane, a debate competition for the school students. As we are aware that SDG 7 is about ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. Why we need to focus on SDG 7 is there has been impressive progress in electrification, but even that has slowed down. And there has to be a progress in energy efficiency. So that needs to speed up to achieve global climate goals can be achieved. Because around the globe, 2.4 billion people are still using inefficient and polluting cooking systems. So we need to focus what are the renewable and sustainable energy ones are. Because total renewable energy consumption has increased by a quarter between 2010 to 2019 as per the US stats. But the share of this renewables in total final energy consumption is only 17.7%. So to achieve this H3G 7, we need to increase the consumption also and utilization in effectiveness of renewables, so that we'll have the international financial flows should be increased, because the international financial flows to the developing countries for renewables have declined. So that's the reason we need to make ourselves self-sufficient and developed country. So we need to focus on the sustainable energies. So before we go ahead with the discussion with our students, I request the student members who have joined us to introduce themselves. Over to you, students. Yes.
Hi. Hi everyone. I'm Swati from Dance Academy, studying on 5F.
Welcome, Swati.
Good morning. I'm Shimata Singh from 10th Standard Learners Academy School, Telangana.
Welcome, Shima.
Good morning, everyone. I am Azim Nisa from grade 10 from Enara High School, Hyderabad.
Welcome, Azimanisa. I request whenever you're talking to switch on your cameras. Yeah. Next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fariha Khan from grade 9 and I study in Enara High School, Telangana.
Good morning, I'm Kanshika. I'm from Dance Academy. I'm studying 8th standard. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Saida Hurain, studying in grade 10 at Enara High School. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aksa Fatima from grade 9, studying at Enara High School, Telangana.
Yeah. Anybody else is there?
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Uruj. I am from grade 10 in Enara High School.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tanish from Dance Academy, studying 10th standard.
Good morning, everyone.
Ma'am,
I'm from Dance Academy, studying 8th standard.
Ma'am, may I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Okay. I welcome
Hi,
you.
everyone.
Yes.
Saiba Fatima from grade 10 in our high school, Telangana.
Okay. Saida Huren, you have introduced yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, fine. So as you have seen, we have students from Tamil Nadu and Telangana joining us for this debate competition. Rather than saying debate, I'll say it's a discussion that we want to have it with respect to sustainable energies. So let us start our discussion. Let me make sure, does renewable energy and sustainable energy mean the same? Anyone wants to put across the point with respect to the query that I have posted? Do you think renewable energy and sustainable energy mean the same? I hope I'm audible. A little louder, Swati. Azimani sir, you can unmute and you can talk. Please unmute yourself whenever you're talking.
Swati?
Renewable energy can be sustainable if the rate at which we harvest the resource remains below the rate at which the resource can naturally replenish itself. When we begin harvesting faster than they can be replenished, renewable energy becomes unsustainable. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to say something with respect to the query that I posted? Does renewable energy and sustainable energy mean the same? Azimanisa, you can unmute. Okay. Anybody else who wants to
Ma'am,
talk?
can I?
Yes.
Sustainable energy is the
Switch on
generation
your
of
video.
energy from sources that can replenish themselves faster than they deplete. Renewable energy can be sustainable if the rate of at which the hardest
Yeah, as you're saying
the
that
harvest the resource remain below the rate at which the resource can naturally replenish itself. When we begin harvesting resource faster than they can replenish, renewable energy becomes unsustainable. Thank you.
okay. So as discussed, renewable energy can be is sometimes misunderstood as sustainable energy, and we have it as an opposite to this fossil fuels, because we have the renewable energy from wind power and solar energy. But at the same time, as the answer given by Swati and Azimanisa, renewable energy can be sustainable only when we have to harvest the resource remains below the rate at which the resource was naturally replenished. So that's the reason actually the sustainability is a different factor compared to renewability. So we need to focus how it can be a renewable as well as sustainable energy. Can any one of you discuss some of the examples of sustainable energies and their sources?
Yes, sure. Renewable energy sources such as biomass, geothermal resources, sunlight, water, and wind are natural resources that can be converted into these types of clean and usable energy. For example, bioenergy, geothermal energy, hydrogen, hydropower, marine energy, solar energy, and wind energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Faria.
I disagree with you, as all energies represented by you are not sustainable energies, but they are renewable energies. Biomass is renewable and can be burned to use for heat or fuel. But while biomass is auto-replenishing, consuming biofuel emits greenhouse gases, which can negatively impact the environment and in turn future generations. Therefore, this particular form of renewable energy is not sustainable unless it is carefully controlled, maximizing energy output while minimizing harmful byproducts.
Yeah, thank you, Shima. So from your discussion, what I can make it out is renewable energy sources can be natural resources like sunlight, water, and wind. But when it comes to changing this energy into sustainable energies, or when they are being utilized, they may not be the sustainable energy source, because we want the energy source of sustainable which will not harm the environment or does not cause any climate change. So it's not just about the source, but also about how we are utilizing them, how we are using them. Okay. Thank you for the answer. So now, when can we say this renewable energy source as a sustainable energy? Can anyone wants to put across the points? When can I say that a renewable energy source as a sustainable energy? I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah. Kanshika, you want to put across your points? You can unmute yourself. Click on unmute the mic which is there, and you can talk.
Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible, ma.
Ma'am,
Yes, you are audible, Kanshika. You can talk.
Yes. The sources of renewable for sustainable energy preserve the natural environment, allows the societies and cultures to thrive, help the economical growth.
You are not so clear. My query was how a renewable energy source can be considered as a sustainable energy.
Yes, ma'am. Preserve the natural environment, allows the societies and culture to travel, help the economical growth.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that points that saying that this renewable energy can be a sustainable energy if we preserve the natural environment, allow the societies and cultures to thrive and help the economy to grow. So when we are saying this are the factors, can somebody elaborate how by preserving the natural environment can be a sustainable energy? Because already renewable energy sources are natural only. Yes, somebody wants to put across the point? Janvi or Shima?
Yes, ma'am. Sustainable energy maintains the natural environment. It installed and made out of environment-friendly materials. The use of hazardous materials is minimized, if not completely avoided. Sustainable energy installations are also resources efficient. As a result, they are produced minimal amount of waste and emissions. Moreover, they are generate energy without harming biodiversity.
Thank you. Thank you for that input. Further, anybody wants to put across any example with respect to
Solar
what Janvi has
panels.
expressed? Yes.
Solar panel product renewable energy, but there are questions. Solar panel manufactured.
Your voice is not audible. Can you come near your phone or something?
Solar panel contain rare earth metal such as platinum, neodymium, and europium. Ma'am, may I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Go ahead.
The mining and processing of a rare earth metal result is soil and water pollution. This can lead a resource depletion, a public health problems which can undermine business, profits, worker, and productivity. Thank you.
Yeah. So when we are talking about being natural, it's not just about the source, but also the production of the materials, how we are having for the setup of converting renewable energy into useful energy. Even that has to be taken care of, right? Similarly, please elaborate how sustainable energies allow societies and cultures to thrive. Shima, can you put across your point?
Yes, ma'am. Sustainable energy allows societies and cultures to thrive. Its installations and facilities are built and operated in accordance with existing laws and regulations. Sustainable energy installations meet product safety standards. Workers at sustainable energy facilities are provided with fair wages and safe working conditions. And most importantly, sustainable energy does not disrupt a community's way of life. The normal course of a community should not be interrupted so that an installation or facility can be accommodated.
Yeah, whatever Shima has said, like when we are talking about sustainable energy, its installations and facilities should not be disrupting the community. So can somebody come up with an example of what she has expressed?
Yes, hydroelectric power is regarded as the biggest source of electricity globally. The construction of hydroelectric dams, however, can lead to the displacement of local communities. The dams which are constructed by that, the rivers, plants and animals of that place may get destroyed or even killed. Local communities that are displaced by the construction of hydroelectric dams are forced to abandon their homes, livelihoods, and cultural traditions. With no homes and livelihoods, the members of these communities may experience poverty and unemployment. Despite a lack of combustible fuel, dams still offer dangers of their own. Construction accidents, as well as dam failure, can result in injury or loss of a life. Thank you.
Thank you. So as you have said, like when we are talking about sustainable energies, we should allow the societies and cultures to thrive. So it's not just about the renewable energy and its construction, converting into the useful energy, but how the source should be without disturbing that is what is representing the sustainable energy. Thank you. Now let me get the points as to how sustainable energy can contribute for economic growth. Can any one of you put across? Aksa Fatima? Yeah. Please unmute yourself, Aksa. I'm not able to hear you.
Ma'am, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, now you're audible. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Sustainable energy contributes to local economies. The owners of sustainable energy companies pay the correct amount of taxes and do not engage in unethical business practices. Sustainable energy also helps our society become economically productive, from creating jobs to developing innovations that will improve how people work and live. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else wants to come up with the example of what Aksa has said?
Battery technology can help transform renewable energy into sustainable energy. Battery technology can do this by providing distant and low income communities access to energy as well as ensuring energy security. Many distant and low income communities cannot afford traditional.
Your voice has broken. Can you repeat?
Many distant and low income communities cannot afford traditional power lines. Therefore, they have to spend hours on connecting firewood and animal dung for heat and fuel source, which will leave them with little time for more productive activities. In some communities, and sustainable energy supply can disrupt business operations, resulting in lower bottom line. Thank you.
Yeah. So as Aksa has said, like sustainable energy should contribute to the local economies. But if there are power disrupts, in that case, it will not be contributing for it, and people have to get disturbed with the work, and thereby they'll not be able to carry out their regular task also. That's the reason battery technology is one of the forms which can be utilized. Further, can anybody focus on this point?
Yes, ma'am. With battery technology, distant and low-income communities can have access to energy without having to spend their money on traditional power lines and infrastructure. Consequently, the residents of these communities will be able to pursue more productive activities such as study or entrepreneurship. Furthermore, battery technology will provide businesses in communities with unstable energy supply with additional energy for future use. As a result, they can operate smoothly despite power outage, increasing their profit in the process.
Yeah, thank you, Tanish. So as you have said, like the alternative sustainable energies can pave way for you, the students, to carry out their studies, or for the youngsters to become entrepreneurs, then employees. So thank you for that input. So now when we are clear with what exactly is sustainable energy, so they are not just the renewable energy, but there are many more sustainable energies which can be utilized. So can some of you come up with unconventional sustainable energy technology examples?
Yes, ma'am. Pedal powered generator is a device that uses human energy to produce electricity for charging a battery. An alternator is used as the electricity generator. The alternator is coupled to a pulley, which is rotated by a belt and a chain socket system of a bicycle structure. Further, pedaling the bicycle for some time is going to burn calories and make the individual healthy if done regularly, as well as produce electricity and use for household purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Janvi. That's an impressive example, that pedal power generator. And using the pedal power, we can generate the energy, and that can be utilized for charging a battery, which can be further utilized for other purposes. And I'm glad to inform you all that IGEN has also a project known as cycle project, IGEN Cycle for project, wherein Krishna is working as the team head for that project. So by doing cycling, we can not only burn the calories, but also generate power. This is what you have put across a very good example. Thank you, Janvi. Yeah, any other example? Somebody else can come up with it. Saida Huren, you want to put across any other example?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. The footstep power generation system is to capture the typically wasted energy surrounding a system and transform it into electrical energy. The technique used in gaining the energy is via piezoelectric materials. Example of the technique is Nagpur railway station. The entrance to Nagpur railway station has a footboard that generates electricity each time someone steps on it. The footboard is attached to a device that converts kinetic energy generated when pressure is applied on it to electrical energy that can be used to run electrical devices in the railway station. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Saida has said, the foot power is another. Pedaling is the first example. Next example that is put across by the student is the foot power generation. That is by stepping on a piezoelectric, piezoelectric system. That is, you're changing the pressure into an electrical energy. And this system, whatever has been discussed, is being experimented with the Nagpur railway station, wherein the platform 1 is completely the electricity requirements are met with this foot power generation. So at our homes also, we can have at the entrance a mat made up of piezoelectric system, so that it can be utilized for the charging of the batteries or at least one light. Very good example. Thank you. Yeah. Can I have any other example?
Ma'am?
Yes, Kanishka.
Ma'am, when we use bullock carts, there will be shaft connected with the wheel.
Taiba, can you mute yourself? Kanishka is talking. Yeah, Kanishka, please go ahead a little loudly.
Ma'am, when we use bullock carts, there will be wheel connected with shafts, ma'am. We get energy from that too, ma'am, with the connecting a battery on it, ma'am.
Okay. So the example which you are putting across is with respect to the rural India. So in rural India, it is driven by the power that is from the bullock carts. Bullock carts are the ones which we see in most of our rural India. And if this bullock cart movement can also be utilized, that is known as the animal driven electricity generator. The motion of the animal is used as the productive source of power generation. And this, whatever you have given example, that is being executed in Chota Udaipur region of Vadodara district in Gujarat, wherein the power is being produced with the animal power, and the unit cost of the power is not more than ₹4 compared to the other renewable energy sources like solar energy panels or windmills. So for the rural India, you have given a good example, Kanishka. Thank you. Any other examples you want to put across?
Yes, ma'am. The gravity light converts potential energy that is stored in a weight into light. The principles involved in this design are very similar to the principles involved in a cocoa clock. The potential energy, with the potential energy of weight being converted into solar energy rather than kinetic energy.
Thank you, Swati. So you have paved way to one more right example, wherein in the rural India, if they don't have bullock carts also, the other way of lightning is to the gravity light, wherein the weight, like a stone, can be utilized, which can be converting the potential energy into the electrical energy, and having a small lamp lit in the household for carrying out the study or small household chores in the night time is possible. So gravity light is another example of the sustainable energy. Thank you, Swati. Anybody else wants to talk about any other example?
Yes, sure. A solar bottle light bulb, an innovation introduced in the Philippines by Lag Jazz of My Shelter Foundation as a cheap alternative to other light sources. It was an ingenious invention by an engineer in Brazil. It is called bottle bulb because it is made of an empty 1.5-liter soda bottle, and in it is liquid bleach and purified water that can be used as an alternative electric powered light bulb. However, it is only useful during daytime, but its luminance was tested and shown to produce as much light as a 50-volt incandescent bulb. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Faria Khan. So you have focused on a sustainable energy of lightning bulb, that is a water bulb. Okay, so wherein we are having we want to conserve the planet Earth. The plastic waste is another problem. So the plastic bottles filled with chlorinated water can also act as the bulb in the roofs. So that's a good example. So as you can see, as per the discussion from the students, we could make it out that it's not just the renewable energy from the natural resources that can be utilized for the renewable energy source. Okay, but for sustainable energy, there are many more factors that need to be taken into account, and there are many modes and means by which we can have them. So that is how it has been presented by the students with the various examples and with their discussion. So I can conclude by saying that renewable energy is widely regarded as one of the keys to sustainable development. But renewable energy can only contribute to sustainable development if it is sustainable as well. That is, companies can transform renewable energy into sustainable energy by ensuring that its benefits go beyond producing energy naturally. All aspects of a renewable energy installation or facility, from development to operation, must also be sustainable. When a renewable energy installation or facility is sustainable in all of its aspects, it manages to address other sustainability issues aside from the need for the clean energy. Achieving this goal will then render renewable energy sustainable and a key component of sustainable development. Thus, we can achieve this SDG 7 without impacting the climate. That is, SDG 13 also can be taken into account if we focus on sustainable energies. Thank you all. And before we go with the next session, let me introduce that as you can see, these are our school students. Similarly, Institution of Green Engineers, that is IGEN, also focuses about developing the young minds into young innovators. And that's how we have the emergence of IGEN Young Innovators Army. More about it will be expressed by Kavita Madam and her students. Over to you, Kavita Ma'am.
A very good morning to all of you. Today, here with us, the two innovators, Ms. Lakshita and Ms. Srinidhi, are going to explain about the Young Green Innovators Army. The Young Green Innovators Army, the main objective is to make the patentable product. And I hope our innovators will explain briefly about our IGEN Green Innovators Army. Over to you, Lakshita.
Yeah. Sustainable and green morning wishes to all. I'm Lakshita and I'm part of the Waste to Wealth group in IGEN Young Green Innovators Army.
I'm Srinidhi and I'm part of the Clean Air and Water group in IGEN Young Green Innovators Army. We are very excited to introduce you all to a green innovative army called as the IGEN Young Green Innovators Army. Have you all heard of the saying, innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought?
The Institution of Green Engineers, IGEN, had started the Young Green Innovators Army for the young children across the globe in a sincere effort to build ignited minds with high appreciation for science and technology, develop innovative products, and to file patents.
The objectives of the Innovators Army are to develop patentable product by innovators team, to create awareness on innovation with the school children, to implement lively green projects to the society. This army is headed by Dr. Kavita and Dr. Geeta, and we have the hardworking volunteers Ms. Janashri and Ms. Ashwini. They are the pillars of our army, which was created on 31st March 2020.
This project was started during the COVID-19 lockdown, and around 40 innovators enrolled themselves in the army. They completed 10 challenges, which were named as the quarantine challenges. The action of the army started with a series of challenges related to technology and innovation. By completion of each challenge, innovators were credited and allotted with coins in their IGEN piggy bank. By the receipt of 100 coins in the Innovators Piggy Bank, they have received Challenge Completion Certificate from IGEN.
Once we completed those 10 challenges successfully, out of 40 innovators, 16 were finalized and all the 16 were divided into 4 teams, each allotted with a head, and they were given one title each, namely Clean Air and Water, Waste to Wealth, Sustainable Energy and Smart Transport, and Sustainable Green Agriculture. Out of these 4 teams, 2 teams have filed and applied their patent. Those teams are the Clean Air and Water team and the Waste to Wealth team. The other 2 teams have completed the patent, but they are yet to file it.
Ultimately, leadership is not about glorious crowning acts. It's about keeping your team focused on a goal and motivated to do their best to achieve it, especially when the stakes are high and the consequences really matter.
IGEN has led the Innovators Army in such a great way by motivating them and empowering them towards our environment, and will continue the same. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lakshita and Srinidhi, for what Young Innovators Army is about. So how would you suggest, or what is your way to the young school students who have joined, that being a part of Young Innovators Army, how it helped you to transform yourself?
We really learned so much about innovation, and we thought about so much ideas. We made a patent, so it's really a very good opportunity, and I would advise every student to take part in it.
It made us think in a very different way in which we usually don't, and it's also very inspiring and motivating for us to learn about our environment and to work on it. And IGEN has made us to work a lot about our environment, and also we have filed our patent, as Lakshita said, and it's very motivating to us, and very happy that we are part of IGEN. So yeah, I would request everyone to take part in it. Thank you.
What I could see is the main part is you have developed the leadership quality and the self-confidence, and moreover the communication skills. These are very much required for the school students as they pass on. And I'm glad to say that the Institute of Green Engineers, IGEN, Young Innovators Army, provides a platform wherein your innovations, creative ideas get patented. Getting a patent is not an easy task. Okay, so the documentation, what are the requirements, how to proceed about, because having a creative thought and channelizing it is also an important aspect when we are talking about it. So how was your journey towards patent filing?
Firstly, we were asked to give problems, and then we were asked to give solutions for it. So there were continuously, we were keeping meetings, and from that we finalized one problem and one solution for it. And from our side, from our team, we designed a smart waste bin. So that's our team. It is named as garbage indicator.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, as Lakshita said, we had a lot of meetings continuously with our head and our coordinator, Ms. Janashri. Everyone helped us and we were guided throughout the journey. And at last, we came through a product for pollution control from my team, Clean Air and Water. And we were given a lot of ideas about how to do our patent and everything. We kept on finding problems and solutions for basic problems we have in our society. Like for in my team, I we did problems and solutions for water purifier, air conditioner, and etc. So we were guided throughout our journey, and it's all because of our head and coordinators who guided us.
Yeah, that's an impressive answer. Now, I would like to, because you have come up with some product and thought process, can you put light, like how we can work towards as academics, as school students, towards especially SDG 7, that is renewable energy, or I can say sustainable energy. Can you put some light on that?
Can you repeat?
Like you have already come up with the products, right? So now when you're talking about, this is one stage. What we are focusing on SDGs, right? So how we can have this SDG 7, that is the sustainable energies as a focus, how the students can develop projects related to these. Any suggestions for them? Or about the thought process they need to develop with respect to this?
Ma'am, I think so. Like you have to connect your product with like a sustainable development goal. Like our product is connected with SDG goal number 12, that's responsible consumption and production. So it's better to connect each of our ideas and make a product with it and connect that with each goal. So we have to think ideas related to SDG 7 and make products with it. So
yeah. I think the product that you are coming up with, the waste collection, right? So the same thing, the sustainable energy can be with respect to generation of power through the waste. There are power plants which are generating power through waste. So that's the reason, not to harm the environment, better we avoid plastic. And that's how, by avoiding plastic and utilizing the green waste. Green waste can also be used as a biocompost. At the same time, it can also be used for generation of power. So that is how we can work for the SDG 7. Yes, any other point you would like to add, Srinidhi?
Ma'am, as a school student, I would request everyone to think out of box, which can make them create more solutions for simple problems in our society. It doesn't mean that we should think very a big solutions and all. It's simple and yet it's very knowledgeable. So it's better to think out of box and create simple solutions for simple problems in our society.
Yeah. Any of the school students who have joined us want to put across your points, how we can contribute? Or what are your points for your co-fellows so that we can work for the SDGs? You can unmute yourself. Because why I'm asking this is, along with this, today we have come together for creating this world record of SDG 7. But at the same time, Institute of Green Engineers, IGEN, focuses on creating awareness about SDGs. And one such project is Talk for SDG project, wherein you people are the change makers and you can contribute for the same by presenting a video about what are the SDGs, creating an awareness, working on the projects that will be contributing for the same. So I hope everyone will come together, and as the future generation, you will be the torch bearers to carry out the task and carry forward about this SDGs. Okay, thank you all for joining for this session. Thank you one and all for this wonderful discussion and session. Anybody would like to add anything to this? Kavita madam, you want to add something to what our students have discussed?
Pardon, ma'am? Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You want to add something to what our students have discussed so far?
No, ma'am, I didn't have fun. Already you have discussed everything. I hope we all work together to achieve this goal.
Madam, you can open call for the second session of our IGEN Army, so that those who are watching also later they can contact with your team. Because most of the school participated in the YouTube, so that they can able to know. And I am happy that IGEN Army initiated, and presently we are with 4 patentable product. So Srinidhi, so you have a journey, but you are be the leader, Srinidhi, Lakshita, and you have big teams are there, around 10 to 15 members are there. So you are the first IGEN Army. You have different army in your life, right? Yes, Srinidhi? You have different army with like BTS army is there, and some other kind of local, let we call about big boss is there. There some person name, some army will be created. See, some film star name army will be created. So this is the concept of army concept. What is the concept of army concept? So people will join in a forum and working together, and or we can able to celebrate some person. It is a good concept, army. Keeping that mind only, actually we made particularly this Young Green Innovator Army. We made like that. So this army has to be like if this army will be very strong in our country, yes, we has to be the pioneer in that. So the idea behind that, the name particularly I made it army. The reason is because the army is the favorite for all the kids in different style, but we want to motivate that all kids to this army, right? And hope those who a lot of another members also participated here. Your startup was very nice, and you all joined together to create a sustainable green world, because the Mother Earth has to be green. Presently, Mother Earth is not green. You all know that how the temperature issues are there, when unexpected rains are there, unexpected temperature change is there. How the kids can support, that is what the particularly we all connected together. So you feel proud when your patent got published. Maybe another 3 months or 4 months, your patent got published. Once it is published, we will be going for a press meet and going to inform to the globe that IGEN Army come out with 4 patent and 4 patentable product. So that is actually the end. So the particularly we made it not only to receive patent for you. So this is an example for all the kids. So people have a lot of mindset stating that school students can't able to do anything, and only innovation patent college students or research person only can able to possible to do. This is the mindset. So we want to break that mindset. That is the reason we started. So thank you all. Thank you so much. And I hope, Madam Ishrat ma'am, you can give little more view on the SDG projects, ma'am, so that till that inaugural guest will join, then we can go further.
Yes, sir.
Any other sessions are there, ma'am? It is a concluding session.
This is the concluding session.
And I think you can have little brief on that SDG projects. If you want, you can share that link also. Maybe another 5 minutes, all members will join, so that we can start the session.
Yeah, no problems.
Thank you, Lakshita. Thank you, Srinidhi.
Yeah, thank you all. As sir has said, most of us who have joined us in the YouTube, you can see that Institute of Green Engineers, IGEN encourages the young minds for the innovation also, which are based on SDG projects. So that's the reason the students can will be floating, be connected with the Institute of Green Engineers, IGEN, through, I hope all of you have joined our WhatsApp group, wherein we'll be posting our events. In a similar way, will be also posting the information about how to join the Young Innovators Army. Those who are interested can join it. And when we are talking about the projects, it's not that you should come up with always an idea. We'll provide you the guidance and platform. There are mentors who will be grooming you to join for the same. So you can it will be helping you for your intra and interpersonal transformation, because you learn to know how to interact with your teammates, and it also helps you in your self development. So for that focus, please be connected with IGEN. So this is for the school students. Along with it, not only this, all the students across the globe, not just the students, but every individual, because it's our responsibility to create the awareness about UN SDG goals. You can be connected to the project known as Talk for SDG project, wherein we create an awareness about these projects. And if you are an institution, you can also start a project. Inform us that you want to start a project. We'll be giving you a letter, and thereby you can create an awareness. And this talk for SDG awareness can be possible if every individual, not like you have to impress the complete community or inform them. If one person informs and gets 5% aware about what are SDGs, thereby if they create awareness for the next 5 persons, so like that we can create a complete chain, and thereby whatever UN SDG goals are there can be achieved by 2030. So that's how we have to work for it. And there are, as I said, one of the examples of sustainable energy which was given was the pedal power. So the pedal power, for the ones who are not comfortable about cycling, if you are in the cities, we have the pollution problem and traffic problem. So thereby you can have a standing cycle which you can do the pedaling power, and you can be a part of our cycle project. And at the same time, that energy, you can have an alternator, and you can utilize it for the generation of energy for your other purposes. So that's how you can work upon it. So you have to think about innovation, as it's not just the responsibility of the persons who are involved. Okay. But if we want to be a part of the solution, everyone should thrive to work towards it. So as we are part of solution, come up with innovative solutions that can be helpful for everyone. So that's how I convey my message to everyone. Please focus on solutions. Okay. And it is important as a person to identify what is the problem or requirement of various people. So once we know the requirements, then only we can come up with solutions. Thank you all for joining us today for this sustainable energy, say boon or a bane debate competition.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very happy. Welcome, Dr. Sivadhan Pillai, sir. Very happy. Welcome, John, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, madam, we can start, ma'am, as per the proceedings. Sir, welcome and good morning. Vasakam, sir. Madam, please unmute, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry. I welcome all the distinguished dignitaries for our IGEN ENERGATHON-2023, a marathon that is being executed to achieve the SDG 7. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us in this early morning session. Thank you for giving your valuable time to be a part of this. Now I request Hudson Egbert, sir, the General Secretary of IGEN, to present his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from all over the world. It's my pleasure to welcome the distinguished guests, Dr. Padmashri Padmabhushan Dr. Sandana Pillai, and Dr. Padmashri is Dr. Vasagam, and also Padmashri Dr. John. It's our pleasure to have such an internationally recognized guest for our inauguration, and also thanking our Dr. Zaira for the organizing secretary for organizing this event from the day one, and of course our president Dr. Ramesh sir also. And this event is for SDC 7, but if you look at it for this day and of age, that affordable and clean energy is every man's mind, from the regular person to the government heads of each country nowadays. Therefore, having this kind of a long discussion regarding the SDG 7 goals is such a important for IGEN to promoting this to around the world, around the clock for 18 hours. So such a valuable uh, valuable thing we are doing to our world community. Again, I welcome all of you for just such a another world record occasion, and having the very internationally recognizing heads, scientists, and everyone here. Thanks for the opportunity, and will thank all the organizers and directors of IGEN to pull off another exciting event. Again, it's 11:30 p.m. in Canada. I welcome. It's always morning for me when it's the morning in India. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Hudson, sir. So, though it's a late time for you, it's like without you, we cannot have the rise of our session. So that's the reason we always disturb you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving you the welcome address. Now invite our energetic president of IGEN, Dr. L. Ramesh, to present his opening remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. So very green, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the members across the globe, connecting together through the Sustainable Development Goal 17, Partnership for the Goals. We all are connected here to do the contribution from SDG goal number 1 to goal number 16. Very happy that the Institution of Green Engineers taken initiative to the second edition IGEN ENERGATHON 2023, setting new world record for sustainable clean energy. It is a very happy note, the initiative which started during the COVID in 2020. After that, it traveled in a good way, and we all are connected here. And on this occasion, I would like to have a happy note to Light Millennium Foundation, Energy Swaraj Foundation, Smiles for Millennium Foundation, Abdul Kalam, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam International Foundation, and Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute for partnering with us and executing the program. So I will have the essence of the IGEN, how it traveled last 3-4 years, and what are the achievements which we received through the activities. So we actually seriously focus on SDG goals related to green action, but very keen on the energy. So keeping that in mind, we initiated the IGEN Energy Saving Club. We call it as NSAVE Club. And at present in India, we have 29 energy saving clubs in engineering colleges. So through this club, we created the energy conservation action. We call it as the Green 9 Mantra. So 9 Mantra, which is the trademark of IGEN. If any residential home, they can able to implement this 9 Mantra, they can able to save 1 unit per day. So this concept was promoted through this energy saving club. It was a very successful one. It came out with a project called IGEN Energy 99 Challenge project. So through this, we have 3,500 students which is connected through this club, and 150 faculty members connected through this club, working for a common cause, that is energy conservation. The second part, IGEN is taking care of the SDG projects. So Sustainable Development Goal projects. IGEN initiated the project Energy 99 Challenge project. So it was a very successful one, completed the version 1. 300 winners are there, and this version 2 we are going to start. Second project is IGEN Talk for SDG project. Ishrat ma'am clearly pointed about that project. This project is to create awareness for SDG. We had done a IGEN Talk for SDG project. The third one, IGEN Cycle for Green project. So this project also a initiative for green action. So any person has to drive a cycle, on the way he has to create a awareness for green. Next project is about that is the SDG for institution. Like that one project we initiated, that is the SDG for institution. The first project initiated in MGR, we call it as SDG for MGR. So the objective of this project is to create SDG awareness to all the 25,000 in MGR, both medical, engineering, dental, physio, nursing, like that. So this is all the projects which is interlinked with United Nations goals, and we have a recognition from the UN. We are executing through all the students community and the faculty community. And next part is the Young Green Innovators Army. Just now we pointed out. So this Young Green Innovators Army is particularly for the school students. So through the school students, we are trying to come out with the innovation to patent. For that, we are now successful. That presently we are with 4 patentable. We applied, school kids applied 4 patent filed, and another 3 months it is going to publish. Next come out with the, so we done lot of activities. Because of that activities, we got a recognition from United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs for the project IGEN Energy 99 Challenge project. So the version 2 of the project is now the global project. The project ID is SDG Action 38555. So this is the ID which we received from UN. It is a global project now. The next, we received a award, SDG Ambassador Award from Journalist and Writer Foundation from United States. Third, we received an award from Avoid Minimize Generate Award from Energy Swaraj Foundation. Hope you all know about our Professor Chetan Solanki. He is doing very good contribution. Next, we received the Energy 99 Challenge project, received the recognition as Changemaker project from Connecting Dreams Foundations. These all the actions, and we done contribution, and we had achieved Asia Book of Record for Energathon 2020 and in World Book of Record for 2020 Environthon. And on this occasion, we are planning for an official launch. On this occasion, I am like to give you a happy note. We also received 2 days back Limca Book of Record for Environthon 2020. And now this Energathon 2023, we are setting for a new world record. After the program, we are planning to apply, and then we can able to go for that. So this is the complete essence. So what is the outcome? Today outcome is from morning session started till night 12 o'clock, it is going to end. We are having 23 sessions. So we are coming out with 23 recommendations to United Nations. So already the morning session recommendation was given by the session speakers. Like that it will go. So after the session, within a week, the recommendation was finalized and get approved from all of your board of governors. I'm happy that all of board of governors are here now. So after approved, we are planning to send it to United Nations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ramesh sir, for your opening remarks and a briefing about what are the various achievements so far have been achieved through the projects and through the activities by the IGEN. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the marvelous lady who has knitted all the different sessions as an organizing secretary, Dr. Zahira ma'am, to present about what is this IGEN Energathon 2023 is all about. Over to you, Zahira ma'am.
Thank you, Shetman, for inviting me. Good morning, good afternoon, and a wonderful good evening to everyone. I am delighted to brief about this IGEN Energathon 2023 marathon, which is focused on green energy. This IGEN story started with Institute of Green Engineers, connected green professionals worldwide working towards SDG goals and providing solution for a sustainable greener future through the 9-color WIBGR Society. The IGEN is now the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs partner and working on the actions to help the environmental green. The IGEN, the birth of IGEN, is to contribute to energy action and support SDG Goal 7, affordable and clean energy. The Institute of Green Engineers conceived the concept of an energy action marathon titled Energathon during the COVID crisis with the index from 50th Earth Day. So this Energathon is a birth of Earth Day. The first world record attempted with Energython 2020 was launched and completed with the award from Asian Book of Records, Indian Book of Records with a duration of 13.36 hours non-stop virtual conference with 40 speakers and 10 partners. In accordance with that, the second world record is planned by 2023. So we are here today with the 53rd Earth Day. So this marathon is planned with the featuring VIP star talks, expert panel discussion, partner conclaves, live industrial innovation, college student presentation, school student debates, scholar research pitches, innovation meets, entrepreneur meet, sharing best practices from academic institutions and industries, public feedback suggestions, and recommendation to United Nations data. All these programs will contribute to achievements of SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, and its interconnected goals. And today we are in IGEN ENERGATHON 2023, an Earth Day, partnering non-stop 16 hours marathon on energy towards sustainable in analysis and recommendation for SDG 7 and United Nations goals. The goal is to bring together the scholars, scientists, experts, researchers, decision makers, and other stakeholders from all sectors as a single platform to discuss issues related to energy and environmental protection and sustainable development, as well as to provide green solution for implementation. So tagline for this EnergyThon 2023 is setting a new world record for a largest conference on SDG 7 affordable and clean energy towards sustainability. So this marathon we are planned for 18 hours with 23 sessions and participants and organizers from different countries like 20 countries we are having a participants and organizers, and we are having 10 partners, 10 superstar speakers, 75 energy experts, 50 organizers, 20 academic partners and 20 industrial partners joining together through SDG 17 hosting IGEN 2023 via this online platform today. So we are gathered here today. I remembered the words of Margaret Mead, who said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever we have. We are here together and believe in the power of coming together to effect change and have no doubt that this conference meet will help us together to do that and achieve the green energy." So this marathon will be a platform to us to brainstorm, collaborate, create actionable plans for a greener and more sustainable futures. So this marathon, here we are by conducting 15 continuous meeting with our organizers who are working hard to in the backstage, and also we are having 20 student organizers who are technically working back day and night to achieve this today, and we will be achieving this by today. Okay, so I thank all for joining hands together, and let's start the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahira Madam, for giving the complete overview of what this Energathon 2023 program is about. As you said, we have come across with various sessions from school students to the expert speakers, VVIP speakers we have in our session. And though this is a marathon to achieve SDG 7, it is being carried out in collaboration with various partner organizations. So in a way, we are also achieving SDG 17. Thank you, madam, for putting across that all that briefing about what is Energython 2023. Now we'll be having the inauguration of IGEN Energython inaugural video. Krishna, can you play the video, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Please check the audio, Krishna.
Google, some sound is coming. Google, you can mute it.
Thank you, Krishna and the technical team and the design team for that impressive inaugural video. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request the energetic, innovative thinker and always available for us, Dr. Engineer Dr. D. Gokul sir, Director IGEN, to introduce our chief guest, Padma Bhushan and Padmashri, Dr. A. Shivatanu Pillai sir. Over to you, Gokul sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all IGEN volunteers and organizers. So definitely, it's IGEN ENERGATHON Part 2 of 2023. So definitely, with having an eminent guest here like Padmashri Padma Bhushan Yeshwadhanu Pillai sir and Padmashri R.M. Vasagam sir and Padmashri John sir. Definitely, IGEN has taken a big initiative in creating this World Health Day celebration in a bigger way. I also thank the organizers that given an opportunity to introduce my own mentor, guru, and we can say like he's one of the personalities in India. Definitely, we have Dr. Shivadanu Pillai sir. Dr. Shivadanu Pillai sir is an electrical engineer by profession. Dr. Pillai has 50 years of experience in ISRO and DRDO under the great visionary leader of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Professor Satish Dhawan, and 40 years with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. His expertise in the field of satellite launch vehicle, guided missile, aerospace system, propulsion engineering of rocket system, and engineering and program management. Dr. Pillai's contribution to the successful development of India's first satellite launch vehicle is nothing but SLV-3. As a core team member and the evolution of PSLV configuration for ISRO have been remarkable. The skills in networking multiple institutions for the development of critical missile technology, overcoming technology denial regimes imposed by developing nation, and innovative program management techniques enable realization of Agni, Prithvi, Nag, and Akash missile under the missile program as its program director and chief controller R&D of DRDO. He also contributed for societal missions such as a lightweight caliper for polio-affected children, as a spin-off from missile technology, which is one of the favorable program of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And BrahMos Aerospace is a unique joint venture, first of its kind between India and Russia, to design, develop, produce, and market the most advanced supersonic cruise missile. His outstanding leadership quality as a founder of CEO and MD of BrahMos Aerospace made India proud to possess the fastest, high precise, and the most potent missile, BrahMos, which is now inducted in multiple platforms. In all the three services of Indian Armed Forces, BrahMos is the world leader in the family of cruise missile, surprising those in the developing nation. As architect and founder of CEO and MD of the joint venture, Dr. Pillai is regarded as father of BrahMos, which has become a role model for establishing joint venture between India and any other country in the world. Well-known and an aerospace technologists in the world, Professor Pillai has been recognized by many prestigious engineering and management institutions with fellowship. He received honorary doctorates from 15 reputed universities in India and Russia. The Moscow University of Security, Defense, and Law Enforcement honored Professor Pillai with the Order of Peter the Great and the academicians of the university. Professor Pillai has published more than 100 papers in the international national journals and conference proceedings, gave a keynote address, citations, orations, and chaired many technical and strategic management sessions. He was associated with IAC in building up hypersonic technology for next version of BrahMos. Professor Pillai has written more than 10 books, including 40 Years with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, An Untold Story, The Path Unexplored, Success Mantra of BrahMos, Revolution in Leadership, co-authored Nanoscience and Nanotechnology for Engineering and Ocean Warfare. He co-authored with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam the book Envisioning an Empowering Nation and Thoughts for Change, We Can Do It. Dr. Pillai is a recipient of various prestigious awards, including Technology Leadership Award, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai Research Award, and OSCO Organization for Industrial and Spiritual Cultural Advancement International Award from Japan, Russia, and Ramon. He is also a recipient of Padmashri in 2002 and a Padma Bhushan in 2013 by the Government of India for his contribution to space, missile, and defense technology. Government of Russia has honored Dr. Pillai with Order of Friendship as the highest award of Russia for foreign nation. Dr. Pillai is also instrumental in creating one of the important tasks which we are going in a couple of years. It's nothing but rocket science. Definitely, he thought why we couldn't be able to take this technology of rocket science to the children who are being brought up in government school. So he initiated in 2021, the Republic Day of 26th January. Today, the 500 students we have shortlisted and is ready to take 75 students to Russia. This is the first ever happening in India, in Tamil Nadu, that government school students are going to travel to Russia on the rocket science. Thank you so much, sir, for joining here. And definitely, I think the speech is going to create today Energathon much more energy, and definitely we will reach to the higher level in reaching the goal number 7 of HPG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gokul sir, for the impressive introduction about Shivtanu Pillai sir. So an inaugural session, which has to be ignited, is being ignited by the founder BrahMos missile. Over to you, sir, for your address to our gathering, sir.
So you have to unmute, sir. Please, sir. Unmute pannu, sir.
Sir, Sivadana, please, sir. Unmute, sir. Unmute and sir, unmute panunga, sir.
Our host has to give some.
No, host is not it.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's fine. Sir.
Okay, sir.
Share my screen. Share. Not coming. WhatsApp is coming. Window. Okay, window. Entire screen. Screen. Share. Are you getting my slides? Are you getting my slides?
No, sir.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Host, please give me the host.
Already you are in co-host, sir. Co-host only.
Okay. Window, share, entire screen, window.
Use the share screen option, sir.
Share.
After that, whatever your PPT window is there, you click on that.
That all I know, but
it's not coming, sir, right now.
Share screen, I have pressed it.
Okay.
It is not sharing. Share screen. Then select the tab to share. Because I joined from WhatsApp, that's a problem. I think I should have taken from computer.
I think it's coming, sir. We can see your WhatsApp window.
Yeah.
Oh, now it is coming.
WhatsApp is coming, but from that I can share my slides. Is it coming? Slides are coming?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, I should not do that from WhatsApp, I think. I should close WhatsApp. Because you are given the connection from the WhatsApp, Mail is always better.
Fine.
I'm not able to.
Yes, sir, rejoin. Sir, play, sir. இப்போ கோஹோஸ்ட் இல்ல அதுல அவர் கோஹோஸ்டா இல்ல கொடு கோஹோஸ்ட் இருக்கா சார் பிள்ளை சார்
Till sir joins back and we have the event going on, I request everyone who are there in the YouTube watching our sessions, please keep a watch on the chat because the feedback form.
Ma'am, I think is net connectivity.
Yes. The feedback will be there. Yes, sir, you can talk. Sorry.
Sir is in the session only, but he can't able to. Sir, Pillai sir. I think some connectivity. I will check it with just a minute. Sir, enna sir?
Till we have the continuity, I request the participants who have joined us on YouTube to please check the chat because the feedback form for every session will be posted in the in the chat box, and that feedback for that particular session will be open for only 10 minutes. So that's the reason you are supposed to check in, fill in the feedback form for every session. So for every session, it is different. Okay. So those who will be joining us will be also getting the certificate for every session that they watch.
Ma'am, you can have the Vasagam sir to continue, ma'am, so that within that I am getting that so that we will get ready, ma'am. Sir, some net connectivity, he will be back.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. J. Balamurgan, sir, the director of IGEN, who is always energetic and enthusiastic in having the various events conducted. So I request you, sir, to introduce our chief guest, Padmashri R.M. Vasagam, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So good morning, good evening, and good night to all the people present around the globe. So it's a great day today that we are about to propagate SDG goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. So which is the need of the hour. So I also pride to welcome our Padmashri Bhushan Shivadana Pillai sir, Padmashri Vasagam sir, and Padmashri John sir. So and all the members who are there. So it's my pride and privilege to introduce our speaker of the day. And he has a lot of credits, and he is the mentor for all the people, and he's a polite person. So I take the pride in introducing our Padmashri Professor R.M. Vasan sir. So he is presently working as a chancellor in Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, Chennai, and he is also the chancellor of Karpagam University, Coimbatore, and he is also the vice president administration for Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, Madurai. And he has also served in various entity, and he is also served as a pro chancellor in during the period 2006 to 2008 in Dr. MGR Educational and Research Institute, and he is also served as a vice chancellor in Dr. MGR Educational Institute during the period, and he was also the director of information technology in Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore, and he has also served as a chairman in Tamil Nadu Institute of Information Technology, Chennai, during the period 1999 to October 2001, and he has also served as a vice chancellor in Anna University, so as an outstanding scientist from ISRO, and he has also served as a directorate of advanced technology planning, ISRO headquarters, Bangalore. And he has served as a project director for Apple, India's first experimental geostationary communication and satellite project during the year 1977 to 83 during the time frame. So he also been awarded with a lot of awards, and the award itself takes its pride. So he was awarded with Vikram Sarabhai Award in 1981, Padmashri Award in 1982, Distinguished Alumnus Award, PSG College of Technology 1982, IEEE Sentinel Award from in the year 1984, and Byron Roy Award for Space 1988, Om Prakash Bhushan Award in 1988, and CDAC Param Award in 1991, and Distinguished Alumnus Award, IIT Madras, Systems Gold Medal, System Society of India, Vivekananda National Award for Excellence in Science and Technology related to education on the occasion of Platinum Jubilee of Ramakrishna Mission Vidyalaya, Coimbatore. And he also served as a visiting scientist in Institute of Space and Aeronautic Sciences, University of Tokyo in 1967, Center for Space Research, Lincoln Laboratory, MIT Boston, NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, Maryland, USA, and he also had been accredited with a Fellow of International Academy of Astronautics, Paris, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, Allahabad, Fellow of Aeronautical Society of India, Fellow of Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, Fellow Member of Astronautical Society of India, Senior Member of IEEE, Fellow Institution of Engineers India, Fellow of IIP, Institution of Plant Engineers, Honorary Fellow in Institution of Engineers, Mauritius. And he has also been a member and convener in the steering committee on Science and Technology State Planning Commission, Tamil Nadu, member in Standing Committee of Department of Ocean Development, Government of India, member of Natural Sciences Subcommission of Indian National Commission for UNESCO, Ministry of Science and Technology, New Delhi, and he is also the member of 10th 5-year plan working group for Department of Space. And he was the past immediate chairman, National Design and Research Forum of Institution of Engineers India. He is currently the national chairman of Indian Institute of Production Engineers, council member for IEI Aerospace Engineering Division, member Education, Examination and Accreditation Committee, chairman Aerospace Engineering Division Board, IEI member, and he is also a member of Academic Council, CMR University. So I welcome you, sir, for the greater delivery of these SDG goals, affordable and clean energy. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Bala, sir, for expressing the impressive profile of our chief guest, Vasagam, sir. Welcome, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night for all the participants across 20 countries and the young brigade, IGEN, Institution of Green Engineers. I am very happy that the school level, college level, and also the industry level people are all associated with this most critical resource that mankind needs. That is the energy. That is the most important thing. As you all know, the whole thing started, the limits to growth. That was a study done by Club of Rome, funded by the Fiat Industries. The president of yacht industry organized that in Rome. That is why it was called Club of Rome Studies. And limits to growth, they forecast nearly about 9 billion people as the stabilized population of the world, and also the needs of the people, the resources, how they have to be mobilized, how they have to be managed, and then finally leading to the goal of sustainability. And the Brundtland Commission, which was followed later on, I think that was the most important thing that laid the foundation for all these sustainable development goals. And the United Nations pursued it further. And we all are now, one of the key areas is the SDG 7 for the energy. And as you all know, I think we have got the people who are familiar with the thermal powers, hydroelectric, thermal, and also the solar and wind and many other areas. But what I would say, some resources are concentrated in one single place or two places it can be done, and that has to be transported to the end user. The other is decentralized energy sources like the solar or the wind or the tidal or even the geothermal energy and sometimes the ocean thermal energy also. So these are things that have to be now kept in mind when we say the Paris Convention for mitigating the effect of the pollution of the greenhouse gases and especially the carbon dioxide to be limited back to the pre-industrial revolution by 1.5 degrees centigrade and below. So this was the most important thing agreed upon by everybody, and it calls for moving towards the renewable resource of energy. And this is where I think we are now standing and then promoting, propagating, and practicing the use of renewable energy. And this is on one side. The other is the frontier technologies which are coming up in the areas like nuclear. We are also having the fusion energy projects, international level cooperation. It will be talked by Professor John. And then the others, we are also having the wind energy in a big way, including siting the wind farms on the ocean. And many other things are happening. But the one, because coming from Space Department, I know that the very early pioneering studies done by Peter Glasser of the Arthur D. Little for the solar power station, solar power satellites in geostationary orbit with 5,000 megawatt capacity, and converting the solar energy from the DC to microwave to receiving in antennas on the ground, and then converting back to the grid compatible power. That is still a dream. And I think only the experiments are just being attempted from the space frontier, but that is only one aspect. The other side is the desert areas now are hosting the solar farms. Basically in Rajasthan, in India, we are going to have maybe megawatts of power being generated at a single place in a desert. And same thing maybe in Gulf region and many other places in Australia and many other places. But the thing is, ultimately, when you have the low intensity power being captured and then useful to the grid and then transferring that power to the other end, the grid efficiency comes into picture. So if the end user is sited very close to the source of the power, that is the best option that you can think of. And the other is the decentralized option for the power. For agriculture, the farmers are the best users of solar energy, as you all know. Whether they are drying the grain on the asphalted road, also you can see that is also a good use of solar energy. So there are a variety of things like that. And in one pioneering experiment in Gujarat, they covered the Narmada Canal with the solar panels on the along the canal surface. Instead of wasting the land area, they covered it with on the canal itself. So the water is below and then the solar power is coming on top, and there is no evaporative loss of the water also to minimized. So there are solutions and innovative ideas always cropping up. But one interesting thing that you will see, the solar energy for satellites when it was being harnessed, NASA did some studies. The solar cell it takes almost, it gives back the power to produce the solar cell after, the energy consumed in making a solar cell is returned only after 15 years. Okay, this is the state of affairs in the material science, the technology, and also the efficiency levels which are coming out. The other extreme end is the photosynthesis, which is leading to the biomass-based energy and the vegetation. So the photosynthesis is not more than 1.5% efficiency to capture solar energy, and or at the most it will be going to 1.8 or so. But this is requiring, but the carbon dioxide is captured in the process by the plant. So this is one way of, we can say the compensatory forests which are being accepted by as part of the green energy. These are all technologies and ideas which are coming up in various categories like this. So in all this, what we find, the solutions are piecemeal. The achievements are also not that laudatory. And still we have to depend on the coal-fired power stations. I think that is inevitable, and oil-based for the transportation. And then we are talking of the hydrogen economy, that is oxygen, hydrogen. From water you split it into hydrogen and then oxygen separately. The hydrogen has to be transported for the end user. So the green hydrogen projects and variety of things which are all talked of in advanced technology areas, and also in the developed countries especially, technologies are getting developed. But in all this we find the major problem that we find is no renewable source of power is continuously available 24 hours into 7, 24 into 7. So that is one big handicap, and you need the storage systems to handle this. And the battery technology is again one of the electrochemical marvels, but at the same time, the efficiency levels are very poor, and lifetime is also very less, and material cost is very high, and end use at the end of the life cycle, again, recycling is also a big problem. So this is one more area where I think the research and many activities are going on. Even the conducting polymers-based solutions are coming. Even the Nobel Prize was given for some people who made effort in the conducting polymer. So I think some of these things require $1 trillion kind of funding. That is where I think, and who these 20 countries who are partners in this program today, I think you must understand that to have your piece of things in the pie, I think that is what I think the $1 trillion or 1.5 to $1.8 trillion money that has been mobilized by United Nations efforts, how we are going to harness that money for productive solutions, implementable solutions, and immediate solutions. If not for 1 year, 2 years, at least for a decade. So 2030 is not very far away. The goals set for the SDG 7, they are all already, looking at us, how are we going to achieve them at the given time frame. So this is one area. Then one of the important things, societal problem is the tropical region, especially the African continent and many other places, the affordability for the firewood itself is one of the big problems. You have to travel distances to collect the firewood for cooking, and that is also polluting things, and the health of women is affected. Variety of problems are talked of. So this is again another thing which we'll have to see. But then I would say that where we have to pitch in, the young brigade, the IGEN, Institution of Green Engineers, especially the people in the school level and the college level, and they have to look far beyond the current level of technology. I think that is what I think you have to think of. Innovation comes out of doing things faster, cheaper, better, and how we are going to attempt that kind of activity through this Energathon is one of the means of doing that kind of thing. Then we also have the electric vehicles is a big revolution which is coming, but we are only shifting the pollution to some other part of the place. The thermal power stations are giving the energy for charging your electric vehicles. So it is only a replacement of gasoline or the petroleum products, but not necessarily overall energy is saved in that process or the pollution is overall mitigated. So this is where I think you have to think of. And the overall thing I have heard from Dr. Kakotkar, former chairman of Atomic Commission of India, talking about nuclear heat for the steel industry. This has been practiced as a study by Nippon Steel. I remember 25 years back, we have talked of all these things. High temperature reactors directly feeding for steel making. So I think things of that kind are to an extreme end. Then I also feel that our fusion energy program, where we are a partner, we are also originator of some ideas in our own way. I think Professor John is deeply involved in that. And I hope that someday that solution will come. The star power will be realized on the ground, on the earth. So I wish all the participants a fruitful interaction, and also maybe the marathon will continue. It is not just a last stop, the last person getting the medal or anything like that. It has to be a continuing race against time, against the inequity in access. Inequity in access has to be broken, and I hope that this will lead to that kind of solutions to be practical and implementable solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vasagan sir. It was really interesting to hear you because it's not just about utilizing the renewable energies, but sustainable energies and solutions which are practical, sustainable, and implementable solutions. So affordability is another point which we need to focus upon when we are talking about this SDG 7. Thank you, sir. We look forward for providing much more better solution for our community so that we can have a green home. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Shivatanu Pillai, sir, to give the address to our attendees, sir. Over to you, sir.
Share.
Sir, I will share, sir.
Let me see whether it is coming.
Okay.
Is it coming?
No, sir. Your video only again it is coming, sir. Not the screen.
Okay. Right. Okay. So good morning to all of you. President Dr. Ramesh, General Secretary Mr. Hudson Egbert, organizers, IGEN community, young innovators, students and friends. I'm indeed delighted to participate in this Energathon, which is a very important mission. You're able to hear?
Yes, sir. Sir, I will share, sir. I will share. That is comfortable, sir.
Okay, right.
Because,
Next slide, you can go to next slide.
Yes, sir.
Next slide.
Just a minute.
Is it coming?
Yes, just a minute, sir.
No, I will share it. Now it's coming. My thing is coming.
Okay, sir. You can share, sir.
You are able to see the slide?
No, sir. That is what I am telling.
Okay. Then
you share பண்ணும்போது only the உங்களோட photos மட்டும் தான் வருது.
சரி, okay. Then you put that.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Yes, sir. You can continue.
Okay. Which slide you are putting?
First slide, sir. It is.
Second slide?
Yes.
Shall I close my slides?
Yes, sir. You can close, sir.
Okay. Now your slide is there.
Yes, sir.
I am happy to be with you, with the young innovators. Mr. Vasam has given a very elaborative ideas to you to innovate new things so that the IGEN contribution is more visible and the young minds work better. That's our experience. So what I would like to tell you is the sustainable development, when you talk about, that has got two components. One component is competitiveness. Competitiveness means you are generating your prosperity increases. So your products are sold internationally and you become rich. that is necessary for living, and that is necessary for innovation, for funding research institutions and all those things. And at the same time, you need better environment. These two only can make sustainable development. For that, you need technology. So technological innovations can affect the most fundamental changes in the ground rules of economic competitiveness and environment, resulting sustainable development to the society. Next slide. So you go on pressing. So what is sustainable development? There, what is to be sustained? You have to protect the Mother Earth with biodiversity and ecosystem. Life support system should be, along with the nature, and the community should have the culture and whatever we had earlier, that should remain. Ultimately, what you need is good climate, clean air, drinking water, hygiene, green energy, herbs, native medicine, and biodiversity to live long without any disease. So what is to be developed? People, life expectancy, education, opportunities, economic wealth, and society should be happy. So education, employment, health, housing, security, stabilized population, sustained GDP growth, higher prosperity index, all these things are required for a sustainable development. Next, sir. So India is progressing very much. We are having green revolution has yielded 300 million tons of food grains. Nobody should starve, but starving is due to the societal system. Otherwise, food is sufficient for feeding all the 1.37 billion people. White revolution, we are the largest producer of milk in the world. Power, we are doing very well. Solar going in a big way, as we discussed. Hydrogen energy coming up. A lot of funding has come for hydrogen. And then the nuclear power target is 22,000 megawatt with 12 reactors. Then precision farming is coming up in a big way for increasing the productivity and also to reach 400 million tons per annum food grains. Supercomputers, we are now working on the petaflop computers and quantum computing. We have developed a new processor, Shakti, which is the indigenous processor with open, is available now for implementing in the IoT systems. And IT and ITS, last year we got $290 billion. Pharma doing very well, 40 billion. And we are one of the leaders in the pharma industries, though we are called fourth in production, but our products are internationally acclaimed to be the best products, pharma industries. Then we have done a lot of things in the defense, strategic systems, space, and we are now working on the hypersonic systems and also new space missions. So if you look at that, these missions have yielded good results. So anything we take on mission mode with good leadership, definitely you will get the result. Next. But at the same time, the world has become a problem for us. Man-planet conflict has resulted global warming, climate change, and mass extinction of species. So pollution everywhere, air pollution, water pollution, and all melting of the ice, all those things are happening, which men and women are still busy in accelerating death of life on earth. Still they are busy. So 60% increase is there. Though people overall talk about green and net zero, there is a consistent increase in the production of the carbon dioxide. Next, sir. So you go on quickly turn, otherwise time will be problem. So carbon dioxide concept, no. Carbon dioxide concentration has yielded problems. We are now reaching 430 ppm, and the humans are generating 51 billion tons of carbon dioxide every year. And one tree absorbs 22 kg of carbon dioxide per year and gives only 20 kg, one gives 20 kg of the oxygen, but we are cutting the trees and we need to protect forests and plant 40 billion trees to save Earth immediately. And if you see the global warming, now we are heading for nearly 4-degree increase by 2100, which will lead to a lot of problems, and the Earth by 2100 will look like this. Next. So these are the contributors for the problem. You see the United States is now started reducing, but they are big carbon dioxide increase, billions of tons they have contributed. Europe, China, these are the main contributors. India is not much, but this is the major problem we have, but they have to take action to reduce the carbon dioxide emission. Sir, next, sir. So if we look at it, the effect of all these things is depletion, ocean depletion over Antarctica, and water rise in the ocean. And by 2100, cities like Chennai, Bombay, New York, and all will be in trouble because the seawater will get into the cities. So we need to go act very fast. That's why we have the IGEN. Oh, so sorry. Sir. So the application for green technology in food production, that precision farming will help us. Climate engineering, CO2 reduce, capture the carbon and use it for other products. Clean energy generation, biofuel, synthetic natural gas, power through municipal solid waste, solar, wind, ocean energy, green hydrogen. Then clean environment, plastic, tar roads, e-waste management, green computing, liquid waste management, bioremediation of floating oil, green buildings, and then herbs for health. Next. So the attempt is to increase the solar and wind energy in a big way and getting into hydrogen and fuel cells and deploying the ocean. Next. Next, sir. So India's ambitious climate action plan, that 5 plans are there. They have announced for CO2 reduction, 500 gigawatt non-fuel installed energy capacity by 2030, 50% energy requirements using the renewable by 2030, reduce total projected carbon emissions by 1 gigaton from the 2.6 gigaton now, reduce carbon intensity by 45%, and achieve net zero emission by 2070. This is the plan by the government. Next. So we have moved to electric vehicles. Things are now taking shape, but still there are problems to be solved, but it will come in a big way. Next, sir. So we are now working on the taking away the lithium. Sir, can you go to previous slide? So we are working on lithium polymer battery as well as solid state batteries, which will be better for use. And a lot of effort has been made to make the sodium ion battery by ARC as well as ISRO going in a big way. ISRO and NSTL developed indigenous lithium ion batteries. They are now in use. So the solid state batteries are going to be very important, and we have to recycle lithium and get it fast. So a lot of effort is on in some of the universities to capture back the lithium. Next. So the energy storage is a very important requirement. Mr. Vasam also talked about storage requirement because energy has to be stored now. So there are many methods are being talked about the storage, the magnetic energy storage. There is some superconducting magnetic energy storage, then compressed air energy storage. These are all being talked. And also the storage of energy in seawater is one of the very attractive option for storing for long duration. Next. So one point which Mr. Vasam said that we should increase the efficiency of the solar cell. So one attempt has been made in a lab with the silica and then with the carbon nanotube aligned over it and encapsulated with P3OT is giving an energy efficiency of 52%. Today we are achieving something like 15 to 21%. 21 has been achieved maximum, but we have to find a way to increase this efficiency of the solar cell. Then the cost will come down further. So this is one experiment successfully done. At least we will be getting about 40%. We'll be able to make it when it goes for production. Similarly, storage, the storage means using the mono technology is also coming up in a big way. Next slide. So the important thing is we have to live with coal. 70% of our energy is coming from thermal, and we are the largest. We have got coal storage. We have we have to use. We have got number of thermal plants. We cannot shut down everything. So we have to live with coal, but we have to make it green coal as well as the decarbonization in a big way. We have to do that carbon dioxide capture and then use. There's a lot of new thinking is coming up. Next, next. So the major thing is that how do you get that carbon dioxide separation done? So these are the plants which are coming up for the thermal plants. The carbon dioxide separation and CO2 is taken out and then converted into use, and the refineries, the hydrogen separation is linked with that. This is the zero emission power plants which is proposed now. Next. So the another important thing is the fusion energy, which Mr. John is going to talk about it. So ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, which is going to generate 500 megawatt by 2025, is a joint program of 7 nations. So we contributed in making the cryostat as well as the vacuum vessels and contributing in many ways. So the idea is all the 7 nations should have the IPR, total technology for the fusion energy. So we are doing at our IPR, Institute of Plasma Research. We are got a small tokamak, but the bigger reactor you need to get expertise because fusion energy is the future requirement. Why fusion energy is very important? Next step is important. I will come to that later. Hydrogen, another hydrogen energy. This many industries are working. L&T, then Ashok Leyland, they are all working on hydrogen, but they are emitting carbon dioxide. But what we did is to have clean energy power introduced into generating the hydrogen, separating out the oxygen. That green hydrogen is very important, but the cost-wise, green hydrogen is not today very attractive. It is $2 per kg. So the cost reduction is a very important thing. So there are many attempts on that. Next. So the hydrogen is a very important requirement for ammonia production, petroleum refining, methanol production. All these things are required. So we are now trying to see that green hydrogen is produced using the clean energy to be used for producing the hydrogen. So this next. So India has launched a major mission called National Green Hydrogen Mission with 19,744 crore outlay. So there are many values are being created. Kerala has come out with a very good idea. They are leading actually, and Maharashtra and other states are coming up. They are now concentrating on values, green values. So there are a number of projects have been initiated. Maharashtra has initiated a number of projects. Kerala has initiated projects. So this idea is that we should ultimately in another 10 years, we should be able to kind of go into a green hydrogen production through the valleys. Another important energy source is the ocean. Ocean is a big energy source because it has got energy equivalent to 250 billion barrels of oil each day. So that much energy is there with the 71% of Earth being covered with the ocean. Ocean also has got uranium. Uranium, which is to be used. We are struggling to get uranium through the supply group, but the ocean has got 4 billion tons of uranium in seawater. It will fuel thousand megawatt nuclear plants for 100,000 years. That much is there, and it is replenished also. Uranium gets replenished in the ocean. So it is a very endless like solar and wind. So we must use in a big way the ocean. And there's a thermal energy that because of the thermal gradient, the energy generation from the ocean is also very attractive. Next. So the concept is to go for an island, hexagonal energy island. with our wind energy, because offshore wind is very good in ocean, and you can put the solar panels, and also you can have the use this to produce hydrogen and from the seawater, and also use the storage. The storage of the energy in sea is very good attractive proposal. So all these things linked to the hexagonal energy island. Very important concept which is coming up for energy production, clean energy production, and also storage. Next. So since we are getting into the human space program in a year, and with the years pass, another 10 years, we'll be landing on the moon to have our own station. Like before that, the America will be having in 2026, and China and Russia planning 2029. And we will be somewhere around 2035, we'll be able to have our man landed on the moon. Next. So why moon? Next. So moon has got millions of, back. Next. Moon has got billions of tons of helium-3. Helium-3 is 100 times superior to uranium, and it is non-radioactive. So the future reactors will be the fusion reactors with helium-3. And this helium-3 to be extracted from the moon, and the plans, so many ideas have come on the helium-3 extraction and bottling like this, and bringing it back to the earth and have a launch pad there. Launching from moon is easier compared to the earth, because its gravity is only 1/6. So the lot of ideas are coming up for the future energy, which can be very powerful energy we'll be having once the helium-3 is tapped from the moon. That is why fusion energy is important. Another important idea, which Mr. Vasam also talked about, the solar power satellite. The solar power satellite, you see, near 24 hours it is available because it is in the geostationary orbit. So you have the energy generated in DC form and microwave form. It can be brought to the island and then convert it into the electrical energy and use it. This will also do the desalination and drinking water you can generate using that, and also it will give a good power. 5 gigawatt power each satellite. You put 20 satellites, your all energy requirements will be met. This is not a difficult project. People though say it is difficult. It is not difficult project. The project organization in US, where Dr. Kalam also participated, they are coming up with their plan to go for the satellite launched. And we know repeatedly you have launched, so that's why we are talking about hypersonic reusable system, which can put the load into the orbit, and you can assemble the whole satellite in the low Earth orbit and tug it to the geostationary orbit. We have got all the space assets to do that. So this will also come in another 10 years time. So the path to energy security is, one is solar power technology to increase the efficiency, decarbonization, carbon capture, and green coal solutions. Then large scale grid integration of renewable energy. Develop energy storage solutions for enhanced reliability. This is very important. These are urgent requirements. Next, green hydrogen and tap ocean energy, uranium from ocean. All these things are medium level, maybe after 10 years. Next, sir. Hello, don't do that, sir. See, this is the problem of another person operating. Then futuristic long-term solution, helium-3, which I just now talked, and then solar power satellite. Next. So India's prosperity, if you see, we were great people earlier, 2000 years before, and now we are picking up with the thrust for industrial setup, energy requirement, and with the 800 billion youth, who have got the assets we have got. So IGEN has got youth power, so you will be able to make good innovations to see that India becomes, this red India should become green India. That is the responsibility of this youth which should, of course, increase the GDP as well as industry making products for the world. The future, that is India. I want to tell you, the future is only India. All other countries are crashing now. America is crashing. Europe is crashing. So we are having the potential for becoming the leaders in the world. So you can transform India, a global leader, to save the earth, because the earth is getting into problem. Saving the earth is the responsibility of the youth, and IGEN contribution is very, very significant in this direction. You have done a lot of work. From the president's report, we have understood that the immense contribution has been made by IGEN, and you should also encourage the young people to contribute more, and we would see that IGEN comes into the United Nations. Thank you.
So you want to add something to it?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. We will take forward all your suggestions, and maybe IGEN will play a very key role in the global sustainable development goal action, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, welcome Siddharth, sir. Very happy to welcome Siddharth, sir. Ishrat ma'am, you can continue. Ishrat ma'am, unmute ma'am.
Sorry,
Is it okay?
Yeah. Now I request our Vice President of IGEN, Dr. Marceline Benosa, to introduce our chief guest, Padmashri Dr. John, to our attendees. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, respected dignitaries, IGEN family, and all the participants, audience, ladies and gentlemen. On this pleasant green morning of Energathon 2023, setting a new world record for the largest conference on SDG 7. In this inaugural function, it is my privilege to introduce P.A. John, our inaugural chief guest. Pukadil Itu John is a leading and influential Indian plasma physicist and scientist from the state of Kerala. He is one of the senior scientists at the Institute for Plasma Research in Bhat, Gandhinagar. He currently serves as Meghnad Saga Chair in Plasma Science and Technology at the Institute for Plasma Research, Ahmedabad. He was the chairman of Plasma Physics Group at PRL until 1982. Also known for his steps to initiate India's fusion research program. For his contributions towards the field of science, Government of India honored him with the 4th highest civilian honor, Padmashri, in 2010. P.A. John hails from Kottayam, Kerala. He completed his doctoral studies at Aligarh Muslim University, started his professional career at Physical Research Laboratory in early 1970s. Also, he established an experimental plasma physics program in 1972. He served as its chairman until 1982. He initiated plasma physics program in India, which led to the founding of Institute for Plasma Research in 1986, an autonomous physics research institute for theoretical and applied research. He started a plasma processing program at IPR in early 90s. He served as the head of physics section at the International Atomic Energy Agency during 2002 to 2003. Currently, he serves as a chairman of Board of Research in Fusion Science and Technology. It's known as National Fusion Program. Apart from his research work, he also taught many students and guided them in doctoral studies. He also published numerous articles in reputed journals, and he also published a book in Tata McGraw-Hill publication on the subject plasma physics, plasma sciences and creation of wealth. He holds 12 patents. Definitely, he is a very good eminent researcher, also motivator, His interests include writing poetry. He also having own personal poetry blog. He also a good supporter for this sustainable world. So we are honored by your presence on this occasion, sir. On behalf of IGEN family, I extend a hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Benu sir. Thank you for the introduction of Dr. John. Over to you, sir.
So can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to share my presentation. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me say at the beginning that I am very honored to be here. I thank Dr. Ramesh and the organizers of IGEN for inviting me to give this talk at the conference. And I thank the person who introduced me, except I want to make a correction that I've retired from the Institute for Plasma Research in 2012. I am living now in Kottayam, although I am, of course, officially associated with the Institute and its programs. IGEN sustainability and environmental issues. And I've been associated with the IGEN for the last few years, and I'm very honored to be connected with that. I have chosen to talk about the contribution of plasma technology to green energy. Some reference has already been made in the way plasma technology can contribute to green energy in terms of fusion research and so on. I shall talk about that and a few other topics if time permits. The green energy imperative came about because of the phenomenon we call the global warming. The cause of this phenomenon is that sunlight falling on Earth gets scattered back as infrared light, and there's a layer of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases like methane, which absorbs this infrared and gets heated. There's a resonance absorption for infrared for these molecules. And so this hot layer of CO2 and methane and other gases radiates. And effectively, that is a global temperature. And we refer to global warming because of the increase or decrease of this temperature. So this is the issue. And people have been concerned about this for quite some time now. Because this is correlated with the burning of carbon containing fuels, and that produces carbon dioxide. That produces the carbon dioxide, and we have observed this steady temperature rise from the time of the Industrial Revolution, which happened in 1850s. And that's the time when large-scale use of carbon-containing fuels like coal came into existence. And the result of this is that the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere increases. Now it's about 422 in terms of the relative concentration. And this is to be stopped if you want to stop further increases of global temperature. There is a body called the International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which monitors all these changes and advises the governments related to the issues of carbon pollution. And they say that beyond 1.5 degree rise in temperature, the risks of extreme climatic events would be very large, and we do not even know what would happen, except that it will be all very dangerous. So IPCC recommends that we must reduce the global use of carbon-containing fuels, and we have to bring it down to a level of something like half by 2030 and should be made zero by 2055. That means no further use of coal and oil and so on beyond 2055. And India is increasing its share of reliable renewable energy to support the net zero plan, with a target to meet 50% of the country's electricity requirements through renewables by 2030, which is already now we have crossed that target. So I am going to talk about the role of plasma technology in green energy. And there are many ways in which plasma-based technologies are contributing to green energy. The primary among all of these is the promise of sustained thermonuclear fusion reactions, giving out energy in the form of energetic neutrons. This is the reaction which happens in the sun and other stars, and they power the sun and the stars. And if we can recreate that in the laboratory, it will be a great thing for clean green energy. The second application is what is called plasma-enhanced chemical vapor deposition using silane that deposit thin films of silicon, which can then be doped and converted to solar cells. This saves a lot of silicon because silicon is a rare material. Refined silicon is a rare material, and if we can save on silicon, it will be a great thing. So instead of using bulk silicon, we can use thin films of silicon. And the third application is where in the case of hydrogen energy, hydrogen economy, the idea of producing a carbon-free hydrogen, that the process must be carbon-free. So that is where, again, plasma pyrolysis, methane pyrolysis in a thermal plasma breaks down the methane, which contains 4 atoms of hydrogen. And the process is carbon-free in the sense that the product containing carbon is in the solid carbon form. It's like nanopowders of carbon. So they have industrial use. So it doesn't produce carbon dioxide, and so it's carbon-free. And especially if the plasma arc is run using green energy, this is a totally carbon-free option for producing hydrogen. I'm going to talk about fusion today because I don't have time to talk about other applications, although I mentioned it only for your information. Now, thermonuclear fusion reactions happen in the sun, as I said. That's because the core of the sun is at a temperature of 15 million degrees and at a pressure of 340 billion atmospheres. 340 billion atmospheres. We live in 1 atmosphere, so you can imagine the enormous increase in pressure at the core of the sun. And there, by a process which is called the helium cycle, hydrogen is converted to helium through a 6-step process, which was predicted by explained by Professor Arthur Eddington in 1920. And this is called the thermonuclear fusion reactions because this happens at extremely high temperatures. And instead of hydrogen, we can take hydrogen isotopes and convert them to heavier elements, and the fusion reactions give out energy, clean energy, because there's no carbon involved. Now the question is, could we build a miniature sun on Earth? Has been posed since 1950s. And the answer at that time was yes, because that is how a hydrogen bomb works. In a hydrogen bomb, the isotopes of hydrogen like deuterium and tritium fuse together at the temperature about 200 million degrees. 20 keV is equivalent to 200 million degrees, and produces helium and energetic neutrons. The neutrons can be stopped in appropriate matrices, and then the energy can be converted to heat, and then a steam cycle can run generators, and this is how fusion reactions would eventually run. In hydrogen, this is energy of the resultant neutrons and alpha particles, which gives it a tremendous energy, the destructive energy of hydrogen bomb. So the question, whether we can have sun on Earth is like asking, can we tame the hydrogen bomb? And that's why fusion is called controlled thermonuclear reactions. The thermonuclear reactions happen in the hydrogen bomb. Can we control it and make it helpful to us? Now, there are two approaches to replicating the sun on Earth. In one, which is called the inertial fusion, everything happens in a nanosecond. That's why it's called inertial, because in that time frame, matter is stationary. So in inertial confinement fusion, very powerful lasers fall on a pellet of deuterium tritium, ice, solid deuterium tritium, and the pellet falls on the surface and then reflects back, and the surface is ablated and a plasma is formed, which expands out, and is like a rocket action. The expanding out of the plasma creates a shock wave in the reverse direction towards the center of the pellet. So the matter, the pellet is compressed to the center at extremely high temperature and pressure, and once it crosses the required fusion gate, it burns, and a thermonuclear, a microscopic mini hydrogen bomb is exploded out of the pellet. And that is how the fusion energy is released. And this is an idea which came about through Professor Nichols, and it's been pursued in the United States essentially continuously over the last 30 years or so. And now we have success there because recently in 2021, August, at the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California, they did this experiment in the following way. So the laser comes through 192 laser beams. 192 laser beams carrying megajoules of energy enter a cavity made of gold. And in the cavity, the laser beams fall on the inner surface of the cavity, and the gold evaporates and becomes a very hot plasma radiating X-rays. At the temperature, X-rays would be radiated by the plasma, and this X-ray flux is like a bath of X-rays fall on the pellet, which is at the center, and the pellet, as I said earlier, ablates, shock-driven central compression, and the pellet explodes and releases, in this case, energy of something like less than about a megajoule of energy, which means that whatever energy was input through the laser beams was recreated in the fusion reactions. So it is sustainable because we are producing more energy than was put in. So it is a reactor. Except that this kind of reactor has a long way to go before it becomes really something that you can plug in to get electricity out. But this is a great achievement for fusion. And we will now talk about the other approach, which is called the magnetic confinement fusion, where plasma at a temperature of 100 million degree is kept in a container. And at 100 million degrees, everything moves so fast that within few microseconds, the plasma should disappear. But we cannot afford to do that because we have to confine the plasma. And how do we confine plasma in 100 million degrees? Not by material means, because everything will evaporate at this temperature. So we have, people have thought about very clever magnetic traps, where magnetic fields would trap the plasma, the particles, electrons and ions of plasma will be trapped in a magnetic field. And the idea is that ultimately a criterion called Lawson criterion, enunciated by Professor John Lawson, that the number density, the density of particles times the temperature times the energy confinement time should be greater than 10 to the 21 for sustained fusion reactions to happen. And so that is the goal in magnetic fusion. And let's see how that happens. And one of the most successful magnetic traps is called the tokamak. The tokamak is a name coined by the Russian scientists Sakharov and Igor Tam, who invented this. It actually is here. A toroidal chamber with magnetic field in Russian becomes tokamak. The tokamak is basically a transformer. Transformer has a magnetic core and a primary winding and a secondary loop. So if the primary is excited, current can run in the secondary. In the secondary, in this case, happens to be a loop of plasma in the ring form. So this plasma can drive currents up to millions of amperes. And that process, the plasma gets heated to extremely high temperature. And how does it get trapped in a magnetic field? That we will explain in the next slide. So this is how the magnetic confinement works. The same picture, the pink thing is the plasma loop. And we have what is called the toroidal field coils here, which creates a magnetic field along the axis of the ring. So in this direction, this arrow. Current running through the plasma creates a poloidal field in this direction. So poloidal field creates it's around the current loop. So if you combine the toroidal magnetic field and the poloidal magnetic field, the net is a spiraling magnetic field which goes around and around the torus in both the minor radius and the major radius. So this helical magnetic field moving round and round the torus creates what is called a magnetic surface. The particles stick to magnetic field lines, so they stick to the magnetic surface. And so they are trapped. They cannot escape. So this is how a non-physical, non-material entity called magnetic field can trap a plasma and keep it from escaping into to the walls. So then there is a question of heating the plasma. Primarily, there is ohmic heating, that is a resistive heating because of the current in the plasma. As I said, the currents can be as high as few megaamperes, tens of megaamperes, and the current can be used to heat the plasma. But the plasma, when it's heated, becomes a good conductor. So there is no further ohmic heating possible because it's a conductor. So then you use other means to increase the temperature of plasma. And one idea is to use very energetic neutral particles to be shot into the plasma. The neutral particles charge transfer and becomes ions. And so the energetic neutral particles become the energetic ions. And hence a very hot plasma. The second idea is to use very powerful radio frequency waves to resonate with the characteristic waves in the plasma and then heat up. It's like microwave cooking. The microwaves heat up food material. Here, radio frequency power can heat up the plasma to the required fusion temperature. Both of these ideas are actually operational and they work. And that's how we get 100 million degree temperature in a plasma. Now let's look at what has happened over the last 70 years. The first tokamak in Russia was T3, a device called tokamak 3 in 1950s, 70 years ago. And they, in a conference, they claimed that they achieved 3 million degree plasma. And everyone was aghast because all the other devices all over the world were not working because there's not effective confinement of energy. I mean, they were heating plasma, but the energy is being lost. So they could not get enough temperature. So I'm sorry, how much time do I have?
Sir, I think already we are running short of time only.
Running short. Okay, then let me just conclude by saying what is happening in this thing. So effectively, we are in the process of building ITER, and ITER, India is a partner in ITER, and this tokamak is being built in France, and we are contributing various components to this. And the work is being done at the Institute of Plasma Research in Gandhinagar, where the support to ITER is happening. And we hope that within, by the time projected about 2025, ITER would become operational, and fusion would be proven that it is feasible to achieve thermonuclear fusion on Earth. So let me thank all of you and conclude here. I was not aware that I was running out of time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Though there is so much to be learned from you, because of the time constraint, we had to ask you to conclude, sir. Thank you so much, but definitely we'll have a separate webinar with you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have our next session, Mr. K. Siddhartha, Earth scientist, strategic thinker, and advisor. Let me take the privilege of introducing our speaker. He is an advisor to several international and state governments, knowledge and perception management consultant. He is a distinguished earth scientist, educationist, mentor of 16,000 civil servants, film personalities, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and is an author of 48 books and 116 research articles. As an international speaker, he has attended international seminars in Frankfurt, London, on paleogeography, neo-colonialism, branding India, hazard perception, advertisement trends, and thought leadership. He has been an academician who has been pursuing research around the world. As an educationist, presently working on establishing a repository of online knowledge by conversion of his 2,500 plus articles and converting it into multimedia chapters with the use of virtual reality and documentary stories. Your profile goes on and on, sir. Sorry that I'm cut shouting and asking you to present your talk. Over to you, Siddharth, sir. It's a kind privilege that you have accepted our invitation. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this honor. Thank you so much to all the organizers, Deepak particularly, Dr. Ramesh particularly, who have been kind enough to see me, any amount of work in me, so that I can go on to deliver something on the topic desired with IGEN. I have been listening to some of those Padmashri Awardee recipients, and it has been an eye-opening of me being a student of physics myself some 40 years back. It has been a privilege of sorts to listen to Professor John and everyone in this case with respect to fusion technology and whatnot. Well, I'm fusing science, civilization, culture, as well as psych, all four of them in a topic that is there anything called as green energy? Is there anything called And is there anything that exists in the form of a green energy of such, or is it a misnomer? Is it that green energy is a product of some type of an identity conflict, some type of a civilizational conflict, some type of a cultural difference? That is a question that we are trying to answer in this case. Now, we're going to go with this assumption that the whole of human history and the civilization of human history has been long enough to the tune of 15,000 years when some of the first civilizations emerged in and around Varahamir Lake, presently called as Baramulla Lake. And of course, this lake doesn't exist anymore because it has got itself drained since then. That has been one part. Now, since then and up to 2nd century and 8th century AD of sorts, India had been one of the most developed countries. The amount of development, the type of development that India has seen, gobbling almost 70% of the world's GDP, is not going to be seen anywhere in the world, at least not for now, even in the future as well. This has been the prowess of the country. Now, we are not talking about that is India has been the greatest country of sorts. It has been proven beyond doubt. And this couldn't have happened without a use of energy. Energy was a prime factor. But then, in order to become a knowledge power, in order to become a superpower at that point of a time, it required a different form of energy. It required a different form of thinking. It required a different form of a management of energy, all three of them. Since then, and of course, after the British invasion of India and its plunder, the concepts of energy has got itself completely changed. Now, it is a known fact that Industrial Revolution was one of the greatest frauds. It is one of the best narratives that have been ever seeded into the minds and psyche of the people, because it was a means and method to camouflage the looting of the Indian wealth by the British and giving it a name of Industrial Revolution. But then they did something. They allowed the use of some type of energy resources which has not been used before at all, like coal. This was going to be one of these. Of course, they redefined the paradigm of industrialization. Industrialization in a more civilized world. I repeat, civilized world, largely because civilization is all about respecting your environment. If you're not respecting your environment, you're not civilized. You may be having a culture, but you are not civilized at all. So in a civilized world, the psyche that people always go on to have a lateral thinking, a design thinking. That means what will be the repercussions of whatever that is being used, whatever that is being talked about. But in all of those uncivilized worlds, it's a linear thinking. That is, you keep on using certain things, keep on using unmindful of the fact that it will affect people, it will affect environment, it will affect nature, it will affect climate, or it will go to affect anything. But then it was a known fact that it was going to be affecting water body, affecting the atmosphere. That is the so-called industrial revolution. I keep on using the word so-called industrial revolution because it was not. It was not as per the meaning of industrialization, which was essentially a concept of value addition. So the use of energy in that form went on to become more an exercise of an identity assertion. Identity assertion means that is because they wanted to, all of those invaders, they wanted to portray themselves differently, and that's why they said that this is the only form, one and the only form of taking the world to a different level. So energy was used or misused in every form possible, whether it was chemical fertilizer, of course, that is stored chemical energy, whether it was going to be animate form, whether it was going to be electricity, whether it was going to be heat energy or in any form. And they said that that is the only way. Now, it is known fact even now that chemicals that we use in agriculture, all of them, that is so disastrous to all of us. In sense, that is, this has been a major cause of all of the type of diseases that the human beings are suffering from. So, energy use or energy part has been associated more with something like a culture, something like civilization, something like a identity. That is, a civilized world will never go on to use energy that affects the nature and the reasons around nature. Cultures, of course, culture is a way of life, so you can go on to follow anything. And that when you go on to follow, and mindful of the fact that you're affecting the environment, like what it did in Industrial Revolution, then the world had changed since then, and it has been changing. Before Industrial Revolution, it was a different world, clean world, the rivers were clean, everything was. After that, when there was the imposition of the Western paradigm of so-called development, I repeat, so-called development, because development is all about how happy you are, how aware you are, how independent you are. But then that was one paradigm of development, and that is why I keep on saying that it was more an identity war with the developed countries. They said that this is the only way that development can be defined, and we had known development in a completely different world altogether. So what this Industrial Revolution did was that it was a product of a linear thinking, that it created every type of a conceivable problem. That is, it was a human problem in the sense because it was all associated with so much amount of overcrowding, a loss of human values. It was also associated with environmental problems, that was disposal of waste, disposal of coal. It was associated with a climatic problem because you were emitting a lot of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, causing it. Some of the cities were completely black, and it was a mindless movement and a so-called progress towards creating certain type of products that will go on to ease a human being, as if the human beings were never at ease before that amount of a time. So this went on for almost 300 years, and every conceivable source of energy at that point of a time, particularly coal, was used. And even if it is that they wanted to convert it into electricity, they did it with the help of a major, that is big idle power projects. Now, they called it electricity, as if electricity was known only to the West, which is again completely false. This is largely because when there is a word that has been used in Sanskrit, vidyut, it means that electricity was there. When there is a word that is gurutva that was used, that means gravitation was also going to be there. So because it created a variety of type of problems, and we have all talked about it, that is the emission of some of these type of gases emanating out of burning of coal, burning out of fossil fuel, and they converted the whole of the society into an energy intensive society. It was a consumerist approach, an energy intensive society. Now, whether an energy-intensive society can sustain itself or not, it's a moot point. Whether a consumerist society can exist interminably or not, that is also a moot point. But since then, it has been essentially to create as many problems as it was possible. Green energy is essentially a product of all the problems that has been created by the West. And they were the one who again coined this word. And this was one of the forms of energy that we already knew. It was already existing. So green energy was a ploy. It was a ploy. I mean, we have to understand that. Is it that green energy is a form of civilization that is respecting the environment? Consider one part. Is it a part of a culture, that is lifestyle, that is will have to be living with it? Or is it a part of politics? Largely because is it that the West doesn't want to emphasize too much on the Middle East, and consequently what they want is they want that all the energy must go on to shift towards technology, and Middle East should not go on to be part of any type of a significance related to energy use, energy utilization, or whatever it can be. So is it a part of politics? Now, it has to be seen through all the three angles. And when we say it is civilization, civilization will go on to mean that we will not create an energy-intensive society, whatever come, whatever may be. And why we say it so? Because there actually cannot be any form of a green energy unless you merge it with civilization. That means respecting your environment. Of course, it is good economics, because whenever you change the form of energy, maybe from petroleum, maybe from coal, maybe from fossil fuel, then there is a technology, and then you start selling that technology. So is it that because the West wants to sell one type of a technology, that's why they're shifting this entire emphasis from the places like what we're going to be calling it as a Middle East to the present one? Is it so? And that is what exactly needs to be assessed. Now take a look at it. We have forms of renewable energy. Of course, we are leaving coal and fossil fuels behind, largely because we want to move on renewable forms of energy. Solar energy, one form of renewable energy. Wave energy, tidal energy, it can be wind energy, and of course, it is going to be nuclear as well. Now consider, nuclear energy is green, largely because it doesn't go on to make the environment dirty. But is it so? The byproduct of nuclear energy, that is take an example of all of those type of fissile products that are produced out of nuclear energy, is it not that they are toxic, lethal? Where do you dump them? Where do you dump them? Either follow concentration or containment method, you dump it in the soil. When you go to follow dilution dispersion method, then you spread it out into the atmosphere. And even while you go to follow dilution and concentration containment, you contaminate the land. That is one. It's not clean. It's not clean. So ultimately, you pass this problem on to future generation. It's clean for us, but it's not clean for the future. Pick up the case of solar energy. Now we are building solar photovoltaic cells. Now I'm just going to give you an idea, you will understand it. That is, all the solar cells and all the solar panels that the United States are using, they have made it certain that they will go on to dump it back to China from where they have bought it. And why so? Because it's a toxic material. It's a real toxic material. Again, we may be using solar energy right now, but we are passing this problem on to the next generation. And that is not all. When you manufacture SPVs, it requires more than 1 ton of a coal. Other than that, understand it. Whenever you use solar photovoltaic cells, then some of these liquids that pass through the pipes, they are really very toxic, and any leakage can go on to have a disastrous effect. Consider the third part. That is, whenever you have done with solar energy, decommission it, where exactly are you going to be dumping all of them? Is it clean? Is it green? Or is it that you are only passing it from one generation to another generation? And that is not all. Pick up the case of wave energy. Is it not that while using wave energy, you're going to stir the entire of the water? And is it going to be beneficial for the fishes in the aquatic life? No. Pick up the case of tidal energy. Whenever you go on to build a dam across an estuary, is it not that you change the complete composition of the estuarine ecosystem? And is it not that it is antithetical to all of those creatures who have been living in those areas? It is. Whether you go on to go for OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion, or any one of them, it is going to be the same case. And when you go on to convert a land completely into wind farms, you'll see the same thing. That is visual pollution. You again pollute the environment in a more than one way. And why is it that you pollute it? Because you want energy. You are a part of a consumerist society. Now, understand that this is what also solar energy goes on to do. What it does is that it takes a huge chunk of a land, whether you go on to follow a heliocentric approach, or whether you go on to follow a solar photovoltaic cell approach, or whether you're going to convert into a solar pond, the problem remains the same, the byproduct. The byproduct, whether you are passing it from one generation to another generation or doing something different in this case. Supposing, even though that we suppose that we are going to be generating energy, and we have generated it in an urban areas are clean, but then we have made the other areas where we generate it that is going to be completely dirty. I understand it. Is it not going to be, ultimately you will have to store it. And storage will go on to mean that you are going to be, at least at present level of technology, you're using lithium. Now, lithium mining itself is going to be disastrous for the environment. Ask the people who are in Salar de Uyuni, ask the type of a fight that is going on for Afghanistan. Is it not a price that we are paying? In Salar de Uyuni, all the water bodies are completely contaminated beyond use. All of the lithium that is going to be mined, even in China, that is in the Tibetan region, that is going to be with a variety of problems. Not only that, you are mining lithium, and then of course you are going to be converting into it. You will have to ultimately dispose these lithium cells. Is it not going to be an electronic waste, which is going to be again fit with all of those type of problems? That's one aspect of it. So, and lithium means that you're converting energy. So what you will have to do ultimately is that you will have to generate electricity in some place, either hydel method or by thermal power, and then you have to store it, because lithium allows you to store it. And whenever there is going to be a conversion from thermal to chemical, or conversion from thermal to electric, or thermal to chemical to electric, or in any form possible, whenever there is an energy movement, a transformation, there is going to be a huge loss of energy. So in order just to pacify ourselves, just to get it, we allow a lot of energy to be lost, because we are following a consumerist approach in this case. Of course, we understand that it will go on to prevent emission. Only one problem it will go to solve, maybe prevent emission. But whenever you are using let's say energy storage, then this energy storage will mean that you are storing it in a chemical form. Ultimately, you will pollute the land. You are passing it to next generation. Not exactly that you are preventing any type of a pollution. So how it can be green at all? So you are only going to be preventing emission. You may be preventing some amount of a pollution as well, and a degradation as well. But pollution of what? Pollution of air. Is it not going to pollute the forest? Is it not going to pollute the land? Is it not going to create a good amount of a heat in this case? Degradation will take its toll, and then pollution will going to take its toll, and ultimately you will have to clean it. Even to clean the environment, you need energy. You keep on bumping into energy. Take an example. Assume that you have a limitless form of energy, as has been talked about by Professor John as well, and it's also known that is you can go on to generate a limitless amount of energy through fusion technology, either by DD method, deuterium, or deuterium-tritium, and you are finally you have a breakthrough in reaching that temperature where fusion process can go to take place. Do you have any idea as to how much amount of toxicity will be there inside a fusion reactor? Either it is going to be inside a tokamak reactor, either one of them, or even it is going to be in Princeton University Shiva reactor, any one of them. Any of these approaches that you're going to follow, ultimately, you may go on to think that deuterium is going to be abundant in sea, and that is going to be there, and you will generate a limitless amount of energy. But then you do have some toxic, real lethal material which you will have to dispose. Agreed that you have done even this much as well. Now, is it not that the more energy that you're going to generate, the greater is the amount of degraded heat that you emit into the atmosphere, into the environment. And when you emit so much amount of degraded heat, you ultimately cause the temperatures to rise. So what global warming control that we are going to be talking about? Whenever there is a limitless amount of energy that is going to be used and that is being converted from one farm to another farm to another farm to another farm, then you emit a lot of degraded heat into the environment, and that is ultimately going to change. That is ultimately going to warm the atmosphere. So you'll again have to control that part. In order to generate energy, you require energy. In order to clean pollution, you require energy. In order to have a limitless part of it, you require energy. Now, is it a right perspective? Is it not that we have lived in this world, even without this type of a paradigm, even without this type of a concept? Is it that we do require it? Is it not? It's a product of our folly. Our product of folly is that we create a concrete building. And then in order to cool this concrete building, we require an energy-intensive atmosphere. And in order to do that, we generate so much amount of energy. And in order to generate it, we again pollute it. It's an endless cycle. Consider that. It's a part of our flawed thinking. It's a part of our thinking that is a linear thinking. It is barefoot of any type of a culture. It is barefoot of any type of a civilizational symbolism. It is barefoot of being human. Green energy is actually a misnomer. It's a misnomer. We have to ultimately wean ourselves away from this type of a concept and move into an atmosphere where the amount of energy usage that we're going to do is going to be actually minimized. Humanity if the role of science is to find solutions. It is one way to find a solution. And one to find solution is a scientific bend. A scientific bend is going to be one which is going to be a society that will not be energy intensive, a thinking that will not go to think about energy. And also a lifestyle that is not going to be usable, using so much amount of energy. And of course, a policy of a country and scientists as well who can think in this manner that a clean atmosphere, a clean environment, a clean land, a clean water body, a clean earth is what you require. Because ultimately, when you go to fall sick, you run into energy as the limiting factor. So whatever you do, you keep running into energy as a limiting factor in trying to deal with this world, you're living, your lifestyle. This is a time we must go on to think about the lifestyle that we are leading, and we must go on to think of making ourselves a bit civilized. And civilized means civilization is all about respecting your environment. We have a culture, we all have a culture, but we require to be civilized. And this is a civilization that has been taught only in one place, and that is in Sanatan. That is ancient India has taught it. They have known it. Otherwise, had it not been so, Princeton University wouldn't have named the reactor after God Shiva. That wouldn't have happened. They know that. And that is the approach that we need to look for. We can generate electricity. We have illustrious group of scientists who will talk about plasma physics and whatnot to generate it. But for a change, let's think about how is it that as a human being, we can go on to contribute to making the life better, and we can be civilized. We can go on to become more of a lateral thinker rather than a linear thinker. That was a concept that I wanted to see. And I thank you so much, IGEN, for allowing me, giving me this opportunity to do it so. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So very happy, sir, to be part of you. So we will travel with IGEN for a lot of future activities also, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You have been focusing on the storage and reduction of pollution. At the same time, though, we use the natural resources. How to use the natural resources should also have a sustainability. So thank you, sir, for that impressive talk. I thank everyone who have joined us for this inaugural session, especially our distinguished guests, that is Padma Bhushan and Padmashri Dr. A. Shivatanu Pillai, sir, Padmashri R.M. Vasagam, sir, Padmashri Dr. John, and Mr. Siddharth, the Earth Scientist. Thank you, sir, for gracing our inaugural session for this Energathon 2023. I'm thankful to all my IGEN family who have been a part of this inaugural session and all the participants across the globe who have joined us for this inaugural session. Sir, do you want to add anything to this, Ramesh sir, or shall we go to the next?
No, ma'am. We can conclude and go for the first session, ma'am. So thank you all. Thank you, Sivadhanapalli sir. Thank you, Vasagam sir, John sir, Siddharth sir. Very happy, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Now we have our next session is about decarbonization power sector conclave. This session is being headed by Dr. Senthil Kumar sir, Director IGEN. Over to you, sir. Vanakkam, sir. Over to you.
Vanakkam, madam. Vanakkam. Very good morning to all. I am happy to participate in this IGEN 2023. And today we are going to present about the decarbonization power sector 2030 conclave. Right now, each and everyone discuss about this environment, how to save the energy, how to save our earth, mother earth. That thing only we have discussed each and everything in the global sector. So before on that, very short time is running fast. So that's why first I want to share who are the speakers in the event. First, I welcome the speakers. So I'm happy to welcome you, sir. Dr. S. Anand sir, Dr. R. Ramesh sir, Dr. Mailvel Vihanathan sir, and Mr. M.K. Ramesh sir, and Dr. Engineer B.P. Mehta sir. Also, B.P. Mehta sir is due to some urgency from government call, so that's why just now only he left out from that meeting. So if time permits, he will come to join in between the time, sir. So before that, I introduce Mr. M.K. Ramesh sir is a Chief General Manager in SRLDC, Grid Controller of India, Bangalore, and he is expert in the integration of renewable energy, grid operation, and SCADA, communication systems, real-time management, and grid operation. Here he is having a vast experience in 21 years of grid operation, grid control of India, previously POSOCO and Power Grid also. Sir, madam.
Slideshow mode, sir.
Oh, sorry, yes, madam. Yes, madam. Madam, is it okay?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, madam. Right.
Yes, perfect, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. And then I welcome, sir, Dr. Engineer M.K. Ramesh, sir. Happy to welcome you to our IGEN family, IGEN Enerathon team, sir, meeting. And I welcome, sir, Dr. S. Anand, sir. He is a present Director, Transmission System Operation, Planning and Executing all the load dispatch activities. He is expert in load dispatch activities, load generation balance, generation scheduling, and water management, electricity market operation, and commercial matters of energy accounting and regulatory matters. So happy to welcome you, sir, our IGEN Enerathon 2023, sir. And then I welcome Dr. R. Ramesh, sir, Professor in CEG, College of Engineering, Gindi campus, Anna University, Chennai. He is expert in integration of renewable energy, smart grid, IoT, and embedded systems. Sir, I'm happy to welcome you, sir, for participating in this decarbonization of power sector conclave 2023. Thank you, sir. And then Dr. Mailvel Vihanathan, sir, I'm happy to welcome you. He is a Vice President, Hild Electric Private Limited, Chennai. He is expert in research, planning, and operation and implementation of green hydrogen projects in lot of globally. India, right now we have a lot of projects also doing in India and abroad also. So I'm happy to welcome you, sir. And service also from this event for Dr. Mailvel is going to be moderator about this event. So I'm happy to welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar Kumar, sir. Happy morning, everyone. Okay, blood organizer. Thanks for having me here actually today. So, fellow advocates for a sustainable future. Then, as an expert speaker in green energy, I am honored to address you today on the topic of decarbonization in power sector in India, particularly using green hydrogen. Okay, so because of we are the country, the forefront in clean energy transformation. So in this talk, we will explore the current status, challenges, and opportunities for decarbonization in India. So let us deliver into this important subject and understand the path towards a greener and a more sustainable power sector in India. So the urgency of addressing climate change has never been greater. Actually, India is one of the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases, as you know. So crucial role to play in a global decarbonization efforts. Today we'll focus on power sector, which is a significant contributor to the emissions. So the challenges faced and a potential solution for the decarbonization in India for the next power generations. So for escalating that, or it may be decreasing the climate crisis. So immediate action would be needed. Okay. So rising temperatures, then extreme weather events, and depletion of natural resources, then demand and transition. So these are we are going away from the fossil fuels. Okay. So decarbonization is the power. Particularly in decarbonization in the power sector is a pivotal in actually mitigating climate changes. So how to mitigate and reduce that? Okay. To achieve the target set, so based on the Paris Agreement and other things and all. So we are proposing the green hydrogen. Okay. It is a game-changing solution for the decarbonization. Okay. So the produced through electrolysis process. So electrolysis of water, okay, you can split the water into oxygen and hydrogen. So when used in the energy sources, hydrogen emit only water vapor. It's not a carbon dioxide or anything. So, okay. So it is a versatile energy carrier that can be stored, it can be transported, or it may be across the various sectors. So the hydrogen is the only solution because I am planning to build energy. So we are number one EPC partner for NTPC, so National Thermal Power Corporation. So recently we got an order of 600 megawatt electrolyzer EPC for the NTPC, the first time in India. So we are into that. We are making electrolyzers like alkaline electrolyzers. So the alkaline electrolyzer is actually it isn't very cost wise and other things and all. Okay, very less in comparison with other technologies. So we are having the factory in Chennai, Ponneri. We are going to make, I think our capacity is going to be within 2024, we are going to be to 1 gigawatt plant. Okay, so 1 gigawatt capacity of hydrogen electrolyzer, we are going to be there. So what is the advantage of hydrogen? Actually, hydrogen not only for only 20% of energy used for to produce the energy for electrification. Sorry, remaining 80% for energy sector, particularly for industries, the hard to abate sectors like refinery, or it may be steel making, or it may be ammonia, fertilizer. So lots of things are there. So only solution for 100, we can cover all those things. Okay, so this only is in hydrogen. So the hydrogen is not only energy carrier, it can be transport, it can be give the power to marine. Nowadays the marine application also we are using hydrogen, but not only marine application, it's in aviation also the hydrogens are used. So these kind of things, these are some advantages of using hydrogen into the decarbonization, particularly India having that huge potential. Okay, actually 3 verticals are there in hydrogen utilization. One is an energy input to the electrolyzer. The energy isn't particularly for green energy. It is like solar or wind, like that. Already, we are having the huge capacity of renewables energy in that, particularly in India. So we have a potential of making of green energy. So within so we can make a 100 megawatt of we have a capability to make 100 megawatt in 1.5 months. Okay, so solar that kind of capability we are having. Okay, so then we will go for a electrolyzer making. We are having the huge number of R&D units, particularly for R&D research institutes like IIT and NIT and CSIR. Lots of institutes are there. Okay, we are into that making of electrolyzer in a cost-effective way and more efficiency. Okay, so we are on that. So another one, this is another sector we are having a huge potential. Another thing, the government also, central government also support us to make an electrolyzer for a subsidized scheme. Okay, recently in Parliament budget session, they are announcing 19 crore thousand, more than 19,000 crores for the subsidized program for the hydrogen. Okay, so these are the support given by the government. So we are having the potential in electrolyzer making also. Then we can go for a offtake. Okay, this is an offtake, it will be end use at all. Okay, so in end use part of view, we are having already 9 million metric ton of hydrogen needed in our country. No need to for export or anything. So already we are using nearly 46% are used in refinery sector and 44% used in fertilizer sector. Then 5% in steel sector. Already we are using the hydrogen. Okay, so that hydrogen already produced. Normally, we are that hydrogen produced by gray hydrogen only. That gray hydrogen already the 1 kilogram of hydrogen produced. Okay, nearly a 9 or 10 kilogram of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So this is the drawback using that gray hydrogen. So that's why we have, in order to reach that decarbonization in 2070 in India, particularly 2070 in India, net zero target. Okay, we have to adopt that this kind of technology, green hydrogen technology, can only through nearly, I think 2050 or 2070, we have to reach around 92% of energy going to be fulfilled by the hydrogen only. Okay, this is an IEA data, India International Energy Association data. So these are the possibilities are there using the hydrogen. So due to time constraint, I conclude my speech. Okay, so that particularly for together we can create a sustainable future for generation to come. Thank you for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh, and thank you, Dr. Sendil Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So next, I welcome to Mr. Engineer M.K. Ramesh, sir, to present this for the decarbonization environment and the present power sector position, and how to improve our present power sector position and the future requirement. How we're going to develop the non-renewable conventional environment to the global and save our Mother Earth, sir. Please, sir. Over to you, sir.
Morning. Thank you, Dr. Sendil. Thank you, IGEN family and ENERGATHON 2023. And I would like to share my presentation. I think, Sendil, you can present, share, or I can share from here.
You also, sir.
Okay. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, sir, visible, sir.
Okay.
So full slide view only we have to change.
Yes, I'll do it. Okay. Is my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to present the green energy footprints in India from the power system point of view. How the power system initiatives and being done by our government and also our power engineers in terms of the global green energy support, in which actually so far the pioneers and the inauguration sessions, many speakers spoke about the different environmental aspects. And here actually in the power sectors, what are the initiatives that we are doing here? And so here I would like to give about our country, where we are in terms of power system. In the world, we are the number one in the national synchronous grid and number one position. And we are in the electricity generation, consumption and installation and transmission system. We are standing in the position number 3 in the world. And regarding the RE, solar generation and wind, we stand in the 4th. And China and the US and Germany, they are all in the China is in the first position and US in the second position. We stand in the fourth position. And regarding this hydro, we are in the sixth position in the world. We are around 46 gigawatt. We are contributing in the hydro, and pumped storage. We are stand in the 10th. China is the first, which is 34 gigawatt, and ours is installed capacity in pumped storage is 4.7 gigawatts, and the operational is 3.3 gigawatt. So regarding the how we contribute to the green energy is that we are having the dimensions like our entire the country, the square kilometer is 3.2 million square kilometers, in which actually it is covered in the around 21% is covered with the forest and trees, and in which the installed capacity actually is 410 gigawatt is the installed capacity of our power generation. And as we know, our country, that it is diversified, like generation is demand is on one side and the source in the other side. For example, the coal pits are in one side and all. So we transmit the power through the EHV transmission system from one part to the other part. So thereby we support the transmission pollutions of the pole from one place to the other place. And also the lot of initiations that we are doing in the thermal side generations and power generations. And in fact, the pollution, this one is around 5.2 million, that is 520 millions of carbon dioxide emissions are there in the coal-based stations. And the renewables is around installed capacity is around 172 gigawatt, which includes the hydro also. And today the market transactions, what we are doing in the real-time grid operation is around 90,000 transactions are doing, and we are having around 3 exchanges. And why these things? And interregionally, we are transferring the power from one region to the other region. Around 112 gigawatt is the plus capacity. This reduces the number of plants in the different parts, and the lot of ROW issues and the land acquisition, and also the water storage and water savings can be reduced by transferring this much power from the thermal or the generating stations to the other part of the country. So that the government initiated for the RE in the target given around 175 gigawatt in 2022, in which we have achieved in 2022 120.9 gigawatt. So solar in this 100 gigawatt is the target, and 60 is a wind target, and bio is 10, and small hydro is 5 gigawatt, in which we achieved around 120.9. That is solar, it has emerged more, that is 63.3, and 41.9 is the wind power. So renewable energy targeted for 2030, which it has been given to us, is around 500 gigawatt, in which 56% is a major contribution on solar, and wind is around 28%, biomass and hydro 2%, biomass and hydro is 11%, and pumped storage plant is 2%. So here actually such a big target. If you see our the installed capacity is 410 gigawatt, and 500 gigawatt is the renewable is going to be set up in 2030. So this is a very big challenges to the system operator and the power system grid, and how we are going to manage with this. And however, at present condition, our base load is around 70 to 80% of the thermal we are using still now. And the percentage of hydro is around 14 to 18%. And solar is around, say 20%, we say. So like that, we are present condition we are using. But the upcoming days, this percentage we may have to maintain, because base load is must, and wind is highly uncertainty is there, especially RE, and especially wind is high uncertainty is there. And for which to meet these things, we required a better system. See, for example, government has come with the battery storage system and the hydrogen, green hydrogen drive. 2023 this has come. So all these things, but still we required the, like earlier we were discussing about the recycling and the hazardous waste things like battery reusable, or the recycling of the batteries and all. These are the hazardous for us actually, how we are going to meet. So in better, it is that we have to encourage the PSPs, which is pumped storage plants, which are very useful. And it is there are a fast pumped storage plant which can respond fast when there is a demand generation reductions and demand rise suddenly. So as I explained about the upcoming this one, like the pumped storage which are in the southern region. So these are the stations are in the pipeline. At present, we are having around in southern region 2000 megawatt is the pumped storage plants are available. And these are the upcoming projects in Andhra Pradesh, around 1650 megawatt. In Karnataka, it is around 3000 megawatt pumped storage. And Kerala, it is around 900 megawatt. And Tamil Nadu, it is around say 13,000 megawatt totally. So total the demand, I mean, to meet the upcoming RE. So this pumped storage will be very useful, and especially it is a green power, in fact. And as per the Conference of Paris 2021, the commitment given and in front of us is 2030 in the power sector, that how we are going to manage the power sectors with the full green energy. So to achieve that, it is to achieve 40% cumulative electric power, the non-fossil fuel resources by 2030, and reduction of the emission intensity of GDP 33 to 35%. And carbon sink to absorb 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 through additional forest and tree covers. So now deforestation, now that slowly it is increasing, we are making afforestations, and as per the Ministry of Environment, and now presently it is around 22%. Is the total area of 3.2 million square kilometers of our country. So just this is an example how it will be helpful for 1 kilowatt hour thermal energy for generating. It is a small calculation which it gives around 0.68 kilogram of domestic coal is required. And carbon dioxide emitted for burning 1 kg of coal is around 2.4. And average RE, that is per. So if I replace the 572 million units per day, that is average RE energy per day in all India level is 572. If I plan replace with RE, then how much carbon dioxide emission I can avoid? So thereby I'm getting around 94 gross tons of carbon dioxide. To achieve this, I can save per day. So regarding large-scale integrations, the National Green Corridor Program, the data which I have taken as referred from the USAID, the Green Energy Corridor, it is around USD of 5.8. These are the financial figures. How much is the financial figure? USD dollars of 5.820, and transmission system strengthening. So which for the interstate and intrastate, because as we going to achieve this 500 gigawatt of RE, accordingly we required the bottleneck is the transmission system, because from the lower level 33 kV level and the 132 kV level, from that solar panels and solar parks and the solar generators, and from the hydro generators, we may have to have a better transmission system for evacuation of the power. So for which this transmission system strengthening was planned, and for the control and infrastructures, like to monitor the power generation and the transmission and dispatching in a accurate manner, we required the control centers like REMC, that is Renewable Energy Management Centers, and also the dynamic compensations systems and energy storage. So energy storage, what happens when the solar it is there or the wind is there, we get lot of, in daytime, the solar energy used to be there, and the evening, the demand to meet. So the generation from morning 7 to the evening 5 o'clock. So afterwards, I have to meet the demand. So per capita of today's, we have so facilitated without electricity, as on today, people could not able to survive. So our capita of the solar, energy per capita consumption is around 1,200 units. So in that case, so the uninterrupted power supply using RE, we may have to provide. And thereby, I have to take care of the environmental things like the emission controls. Even in case of the thermal units, the emission controls, new technology has come, because the old, I cannot abolish the entire, the old, existing generating stations. So the modified schemes to control the emissions, nowadays it is coming with new technologies, like such technologies, FDGs, that is flue gas desulfurization. So like that, they started and to retain the, to maintain and retain the existing thermal, because as the thermal is the base load. And further, the RE and the storage batteries, and also the pumped storage system. So Renewable Management Center, as we all in the Grid India, that government of India's initiated to monitor this renewable energy, and it is installed 13 locations, this Renewable Energy Management Center. That is, it is located in the our NRLDC, that is at Delhi, WRLDC at Bombay, and SRLDC at Southern region, to look after the regional RE-rich states. Like for example, SRLDC, that looking after the REMC of centers of TN, AP, and Karnataka. And Telangana, that project is under progress now. And same way, WRLDC, MP, Gujarat, and Maharashtra, and Andaman Nicobar is the energy management system the Government of India has planned. And NRLDC at Rajasthan is the energy management system, which monitors the state RE generators. And the schedulings, schedulings at the interstate level is being done by the RLDCs, and it's around, that is Grid India, 23 gigawatt is a total schedulings being done by Grid India. And 97 gigawatt of the wind and solar capacity being monitored through these REMC centers. And also to encourage the green power, the regulations are there, and in the regulations it is clearly that mentioned that we may have to encourage this RE, and it should be in a must-run condition. Regarding this clean energy transitions under the solar radiations, that Atlas map shows that, well, where is the potential, more potentials are there, like solar radiation Atlas is showing. Like if you see the lay where the solar, the conditions, when environmental condition in such a way that irradiation level is very high in the lay area, where the air density is less, and then you get more direct irradiation levels of the sun. So same way when we see the potentials of the wind, so most majority of the potentials are in the Gujarat as well as the south part of the Indian country. And also offshore wind, if you see the locations like the Tamil Nadu and the Gujarat, Kutch area, it is the. If you see that the potential, I mean, the contributions of the renewables in the among the total installed capacity of 410 gigawatt is, in which renewable installed capacity as on today is 172 gigawatt, and solar and wind installed capacity is 110. So that 172 gigawatt includes the hydro. These are the challenges that during the grid operation we face. And when this is one typical day where the solar eclipse has come. So the generation has fell from 8,821 to 5,713 megawatt. So sudden drop in the generation, and immediately after the eclipse over, sudden rise in the generation causes the frequency changes in the range of 50 to 50.3 hertz during this eclipse period. And also this time of the period, the operators, the grid operators required the support of fast support supporting the storage systems. So these days, wherever the projects are upcoming projects of the RE is coming, they come with the storage systems. Either it is pumped storage systems or with a battery storage systems. So battery storage system is now in a pilot project initiated by the SECI, and it will over a period, once it is successful, it will be likely to implement other places. But whereas the pumped storage also to be encouraged, all RE plants with the new technology and even IPPs comes with the pumped storage system. So that pumped storage systems and storage systems are there. This type of the sudden changes in the system operation and the generation can be managed. And another one incident which recently we observed is on because since it's a synchronous grid, any impact in any part of the country, any generation loss, immediately it will impact the other part, like the causes the frequency to dip and the spikes observed in our PMU plottings. So PMU is a phasor measurement unit, which is a dynamic monitoring system. And on 15th, there was a solar generation loss happened at northern region, around 7,120 megawatt, which causes sudden dip to the system, and that given havoc to the operators. That is a challenges which we need. So it is slowly picked up by the other supportive storage systems, and it has come to the regained positions. Steps to improve the green footprints, accelerating the electrification. See, the other parts is other than the power system, this one. What are the ways in power system itself we can improve? Now we are importing around 197.9 million tons crude oil, and for our usage, for our thermal as well as your vehicular movements and all, wherever your oil you are using. as a fuel. So when we encourage the EV vehicles, so thereby we can reduce the emission of NOx and NOx sulfurs and carbon dioxide and carbon monoxides. So all these fossil fuel vehicles can be reduced, and that way the EV vehicles can be encouraged. So Government of India has come with a drive to encourage the EV vehicles. And in fact, in Karnataka, they are having a separate, BISCOM is having a separate policy and for the EV vehicle in India. And many places such policies have come up, and thereby the infrastructure, and we can consume the RE power itself for this type of EV, and then we can burn. Then the hydrogen, green energy hydrogen production from renewable energy can also be used to reduce the fossil fuel. And the sustainable, to meet the growing demand of sustainable in bioenergy, biomass can be used in the rural areas where the powers can be localized, and we can give rural and remote areas. And digitalization means using the latest technologies like AIs, etc. We can able to forecast your demands and generations, and more accurately you can able to handle your requirements and the meeting this one energy. And this and the other part is like reduced energy consumption in industries. So industries should go for their energy efficient equipments to reduce the energy consumption. And also the consumptions in the buildings, green buildings are encouraged. Try to use, when we have to encourage these natural lights instead of using electricity consumption in daytime. So thereby we can able to save some electricity and energy. And support and foster the deployment of distributed energy resources, and scale up the renewable energy. That's all, madam. I conclude my session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senthil sir, can you unmute yourself, sir? Senthil sir, unmute yourself.
Okay.
Excellent.
And thank you, sir. Thank you, Ramesh, sir. So for giving you a valuable input to the present grid position and future grid position, sir. Regarding that, we have need some questions, sir. That after the two presentation, we will give some questions, sir. So next, I welcome this Dr. S.R. Anand, sir. So welcome, sir. Please give me your presentation about the decarbonization development and your experiences, sir. Happy to welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Senthil, and the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present myself.
Sir, your voice is not clear.
Am I audible now?
Now it is okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in fact, several points which we faced together. I mean, Ramesh sir was also mentioning some of the issues that they are facing in SLDC and in low dispatch in total. And some of these are common for me also.
Sir, voice not clear, coming clear, sir.
Is it okay now?
Now it is okay, sir. Now it is okay.
Okay. So several issues which I wanted to mention here as part of the management of the grid, which we are doing here. Several aspects have been covered by Ramesh sir. So I'll put it in a different perspective, in fact, without any presentation. So one is that the decarbonization, by the word decarbonization of power sector, we intend to reduce the emission per unit of electricity generated. That is what we need to see. Now, what are the components of the electricity usage? That is also changing. There is a major shift in the usage of electricity, not only from commercial, domestic, and industrial side. Industrial side is adding more and more applications to the electrical side. They consume more electricity than from other sources. And one area which is of major consequence will be the transportation sector that will be coming to make use of the energy, electrical energy for replacing the petroleum products. So this being a condition, the requirement is to reduce the what you call the emission, carbon emission per unit of electricity produced, which means we need to increase the content of renewable energy, which we refer to as renewable energy, basically solar, wind, and hydro. And also we are taking this nuclear also in the category of renewable energy, so that can also be treated there. Basic rule, we cannot forget that generation has to follow demand. So whether we produce energy at the right time, whether it is from a source of renewable source or from a coal-based source or from storage, that has to follow the demand at any point of time. The solar and wind basically are considered as, and nuclear also are considered as must-run category. That is provided at a time when these were given a promotion by to get it established. And hydro is naturally controlled because you need to have water in the reservoirs to generate whenever it is required. So every utility handling the power requirement of that area will be having a plan to utilize water when it is available, and when in a most economical way. That is also coming there, because if we are also bound to give electricity at the lowest possible cost to the end consumer. Now there are some issues when we consider about the solar, wind, and nuclear. When we consider them as must-run category, we need to have a relook into that, and that relook has already happened. And whenever there is a change in the availability of sun or wind, we need to have more energy to be given. That is clear from the Ramesh sir was also mentioning about that. To meet about 200 gigawatts of peak power requirement, we have an installed capacity of about 14 gigawatt. And by the year 2030, when we plan to use almost 40% of the total energy requirement through renewable energy, this ratio will further decrease, because your what you call peak power manage the peak power to the installed capacity. Your installed capacity will have to be increased further because we don't have the generation available from the renewable capacity at a time when it is required, as it could be obtained from a coal-based generating station. Or in other words, we need to have another component also, that storage requirement, whatever storage is required, it is also to be increased. Now, coming to the capacity on bar is also very important, because we are having issues like loss of solar or wind on a diurnal basis. It is happening within a day. 5,000 to 8,000 megawatt loss of power is observed on some days. We need to be prepared for that. Our system should not collapse on account of that. And as the content of renewable energy increases, solar and wind increases, then this will further increase. And again, we have on daily basis, if you take on adjacent days, we are witnessing more than 10,000 megawatt difference in the generation from wind. So we cannot keep, we need to keep some kind of margin. We need to keep on machines on bar to meet the requirement on without any restrictions. So there could be a surplus and a deficit on diurnal basis, on daily basis, and this will lead to parameter violation like voltage going above normal or going below normal. Similarly, frequency control is also very important. So what it requires is that we need to have a positive and negative loads. We had that concept in reactive power, but now we require it in active power also. Now there are some common misnomers also, that to what extent we can go to the consumption of the so-called green power. One thing is that some of the industries, especially some corporate offices have declared that they want to move to 100% green energy even before 2030, and some of them have approached us as a distribution licensee. I have received some applications also. And we have a case of the first airport all over the world to claim that they are using 100% green power. It is boldly written at Cochin Airport, Cochin International Airport. Those who have come while landing, they have written it very bold. So what is their claim? I had an analysis about 2-3 years back. Their total demand is around 20-25 megawatts. And they have a local solar generation capability of about 40 megawatts in their airport campus itself. And another 10 megawatts they're generating somewhere else, about 100 kilometers from there. And about 10 megawatts hydro is also there. The point is, the hydro they have developed, the 10 megawatt hydro they have developed is it's a run-of-river scheme. It will be available only during the monsoon period, that is mostly from June to December. After that, the requirement of power is also increasing. After that, their own requirement is increasing, and that they don't have any support from the hydro generation. And they don't have any power during the night hours also. Once the sun sets, they don't have any power. So they are depending on the grid. And they don't have any plan. I had a discussion with them also. They don't have any plan for introducing any storage mechanism. Now, we had gone for a storage scheme, battery storage scheme in Kerala. And we found it very exorbitant rates. Now, with the SECI coming in, there could be some changes there. We'll wait for that. Otherwise, battery energy storage scheme is not very viable now. It needs to be, the technology needs to be further developed for this. Now, regarding that electric vehicle also, there is a paradox. There was a recent study in IIT Kanpur evaluating all the parameters, and they have expressed a doubt whether the EV is contributing to greening the power sector, or are they causing more emission than a petrol vehicle. Their study result was that petrol vehicle is comparatively better, slightly better compared to EV if you consider the battery, the energy associated in manufacturing the battery, in the disposal of battery, and in the operation of the car itself. So it's only like Dr. Siddharth, when he was pointing it out, that whatever is now what we consider is it is only shifting the issue from now to a future date, to the future generation. That is something which I correlated when he was mentioning that that particular aspect. Now, coming to a greener grid. For a greener grid, we need to have, anyway, it is a non-fact that we need to control the coal-based generation. We need to control the petroleum products-based generation. So we need to green the grid. That is, without doubt, we can agree for that. So what are the requirements for that? One is we need to have a controllability over the renewable generation. Whether it is solar or wind, we need to have variability. This aspect is often not getting noticed. We need to go for higher capacity wind turbines, which are controllable, which is being used in other countries. We have not given any, we have not finalized any policy on that also in India. Second is regarding the solar. In solar also, we have to insist on controllability, because whatever energy that they are generating, it has to be absorbed by the grid. Means you are reducing your coal based generation or hydro generation to that extent. So there could be a limit on that. When it comes to coal based generation, the 55% is the now what CRC has given as a reasonable level to which the generation can be controlled. There again, the concept of, it's not only a technical issue, it's a concept, the concept of commercial issue is also coming over there. And the second could be, we need to have a, we can have a kind of control over the demand. The consumers can be made responsive if a penalty incentive scheme is provided. Now, generally, in most of the states, it is for the end consumers compared to the other DSM measures that are introduced in the at the national level, that will not work with the consumers, because consumers don't have much energy generation within them to control. So, what could the best way could be to have some kind of penalty incentive scheme where they can control their actual loading. So, we have already introduced time of day metering for them, and that can be further fine-tuned to have a kind of to inculcate the need for controlling the demand based on system conditions. We have already gone into smart meter deployment, where the consumer can be given information regarding the condition of the grid, and what they can do if it is good for them. They can participate in that. Somebody had raised a hand. Am I meant to interrupt me, or to raise some question? Otherwise, I'll take another 2-3 minutes to complete.
To conclude, sir, next session, next person will speak. Our questions are next last, sir.
Okay. Okay. So, what is the way forward? The way forward could be, we cannot deny that deny the fact that electricity is the mother of all industries, and electricity is required. The consumption of electricity is directly correlated to the standard of living also. And so what we require is, we need to reduce the overall cost of giving power to the consumers. To make it affordable, we need to create negative loads. Negative load in the sense, it could be pump storage or battery storage, whichever is possible at the lowest possible costs. And we need to have some kind of reactive power support equipments also in the grid, which can be along with the generator, or it can be any fax devices at the consumption point also. And more than that, what we find in our real life, in our analysis of the grid, is that often the harmonics present in the grid is also creating some problems. So that is also to be addressed. And technologies of interest are water energy storage system, or commonly we refer to as pumped storage system, then battery energy storage system, and maybe hydrogen could be a better alternative to BESS. That is what we are coming to understand now. And again, what Ramesh sir was saying, big data analytics is going to be the key here, because the entire load forecast, generation forecast, all are dependent. Earlier, we need to have only the requirement of the load forecast was only needed, but now we need to have generation forecast also from renewable sources. So I think with these words, I'll conclude and we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. Due to already about 30 minutes running out of the time, that's why only. So after the presentation, finally we ask questions about that. What are the merits and demerits about the decarbonization environment. We lastly we asked the question, sir. And finally, I call upon over to you, Dr. Ramesh, sir. Professor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Please continue.
Good morning to all. So really so happy to be here. I thank IGN team and Mr. Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Senthil Kumar for giving this opportunity. Really so happy, like a marathon, it's an energy-thon. So talk about different parts or different area of energy sector. Really, this is a different forum, maybe from the teaching position, different professors available, expert from the government sector, and expert from the private sector, specifically from industry. So happy to be here. Maybe shall I share my PPT, or can I have only 5-minute discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
The screen is okay, sir?
Sir, it should be in slideshow mode, sir.
It's not, I'm trying. Slideshow is not, I mean, I don't know why.
F5 mode, please.
Yeah, but now it's okay?
Not it, sir.
For me, it is coming. Sir, any
Now only it came, sir. Now only it came.
Yeah. Now, from the research point of view, maybe our students, we more talk about the renewable and integration and modeling and analysis about the converters. These all are area n number of students research are doing. And even the renewable energy, the day by day, we are in the positive direction. Maybe after another 10 or 20 years, and India also will be a good position. So this is some information India I given you. Maybe what is the expected, maybe 2040, maybe more or less the double or as on it. We are in the roughly 436 gigawatt power requirement, or we are in the position to generate 430 gigawatt. Maybe after another 20 or 30 years, maybe triple the time the expected from the electrical persons. So olden days, there are no any much electrical loads. Again, you can understand the when I say the word developed country or developed country, when I say the word country develop, as an electrical person, I say that if you are positioned to give the 100% reliable power supply to the consumers or to customers, then I can say the country is in good position. Again, the economic development only based on the industry or based on the urbanization. So again, when you want to go for more industry, again we need the electrical power supply. As and that, Government of India also trying to give the 100% reliable power supply to the customer, to the all the peoples, including the rural area. But still, then another way some issues available. Maybe after another 5 to 10 years, that also will be solved. We know clearly. Now, when I talk about the electrical power supply, we know clearly there are only two things. One is a conventional, second is a non-conventional. Maybe a renewable, non-renewable. So, in the mass and whatever we have, more or less around 60 to 70% we depend only on the renewable, non-renewable resources. Now the research is going towards how to improve this, and maybe they say that after another 50 years, 100% will be in a position to get the power from the renewable resources. When you say that, maybe after at least at the 2070, we can expect that all power only by the renewable resources. That is the other way. In terms of when you say renewable energy, it has a lot of advantage, disadvantage. The main advantage is go green environment. Or when I say the discussion about global warming, these all are. When you say that when this come into picture, maybe we will be a good position. In if you take here CO2 emission out of the global level, out of 100%, 7% by the Indian. So I mean by the India, and out of that also the major CO2 emission by the different industry or by the agriculture purpose of different purpose. The major is by
the screen not moving, sir.
No, I'm not moving. No, still okay, I'm not, sir. I'm not moving. So just to like to introduce that fastly will go. So more or less 60 to 70% by the power sector. That means now we have the coal-based or thermal power station only because of that only more amount of CO2 is coming to picture. Maybe this is one simple diagram I given you when it says about integration of all the loads, all the generation in a one grid. Maybe we take the word also smart grid. Maybe later stage integrating all infrastructure, including the electric power system infrastructure or the communication infrastructure, or adding the different loads, all the energy sources. You can say it is a smart grid. So that's what given here. Just talking about the smart grid, even though there are n number of factors available which emits the CO2, mainly the power sector also emits the major amount of the CO2 emission. So if you are not taking any step, maybe I can understand at the roughly on the 2050, you can understand more or less again out of emission produced by the different sectors, the maximum will be only by the power sector. That's what today the discussion also going on, n number of research also going on, how to reduce the CO2. We'll say that 100% zero CO2 emission by power sector. And this is given some information, at least in India level. So which state, you can understand Delhi is here mostly populated. So Delhi is here mostly, air polluted city. That's why given the information. Maybe that pollution may be because of n number of factors. And for my whole presentation, I refer this particular journal. If you have the time, this is a good journal. Please kindly go through. And this is generally talk about the electrical power infrastructure. Maybe first we have the 4 different components. One about the demand growth. Day by day, the number of the population also increases. The number of industry also increases. The expectation from the society towards electricity generation also more. Now, as an electrical engineer, we are also taking a lot of steps. Government also taking a lot of steps to improve or to increase the number of power generation unit. And also now next another one big thing is available in front of us here, electrical vehicle. Now because of oil resource availability, now all the research are really trying to go towards the electrical vehicle. So going to electric vehicle is a good, really it's a good, good aspect. But as an electrical engineer, it is a big constraint, big challenge available. We need to provide or we need to meet the demand which is going to come because of the EV vehicle. Maybe after another 10 years, the government evidence says that after another 20-30 years, more number of even 100% electric vehicle will be there. When there is a more electrical vehicle, now as on that we have the more industry, more day by day, more industry also increases. We are in the need of generating more power. And again, when the EV car also comes after 20-30 years, as an electrical engineer, it's our responsibility. We need to improve, we need to increase, we need to meet out that demand. And again, this is some information is given here in the world level. Who is occupying the more amount of energy demand? If you see given here, there is a green color part is given. It is for the developed country. More than the developed country, already they have developed. They reach the maximum industry. They reach the maximum in terms of including the power generation also. There is no any much demand or there is no any need for generating the more generation. But the country like India, when we are in the developing stage, day by day we are trying to increase more number of industry. So we are in the need of increasing the energy. That's what given energy. That's what the green. If you refer here, more or less all the green colors which is referred for a developed country, which is more or less which is a flat. Where in the case of blue color, if you refer, whereas in 1971 we were not having that much number of industry. So the energy demand by the Indian people or by the developed countries is very less. Now in the 2030 or after another 20-30 years, we are in the need of more energy. So that this will give you idea. Still, developed country work hard towards increase the energy. And this is general statistics. Maybe later you can go through. Maybe because of time, I just skip here. And when you talk about the renewable energy, it's not only generating electrical energy alone. So for the society, it creating a different opportunity. Maybe researcher also can work towards a different area when you talk about renewable energy. And also the job point of view, there are n number of opportunities available. For example, maybe for the project development, we need the human resource or the component manufacturing of the construction point of view, for the operation and maintenance and control point of view, including the research point of view. More number of opportunities available, avenues available. Still, I feel that in the research point of view, as an electrical engineer, we maximum concentrate only on the converter side or inverter side, only design and application of intelligent control. These are only technique. But there are n number of opportunities available. The person can involve. They can explore them in a different area. So this will give you. For maybe I given it for wind energy. Similarly, next for the solar energy area. Similarly for bioenergy. Similarly for the hydropower. And we already I given some information about electric vehicle, and only because of one word we go for electric vehicle, only to avoid the oil reserve, we are going for the electric vehicle. But electric vehicle, other term, it 100% solves all the issues. Now our talk, if I feel that later in the all the vehicles on the road only by the electric vehicle, or in the other way, when as I told you, when you want to support for electric vehicle, we need the power supply, not power supply by the conventional unit. So we need to go for renewable energy. So if I integrate properly all the all renewable energy sources, and properly if I feed to the electric vehicle only because of the renewable energy. So I feel that later, suppose in my home I have the electric vehicle, I should not use anywhere the electrical power given by the Tamil Nadu government or the government of India. If I feel that in my home I have like a standalone solar power system on my rooftop, if I charge my electric vehicle only through the solar panel available in my home, that means later if everybody started to implement that, how you have the rain harvesting and Tamil Nadu government. So later when you construct any building, it should be made compulsory that everybody need to have this much amount of the energy. It may be from the solar or for the wind or anything. So once if all put hand together, obviously the 100% later stage will have a renewable energy. When you say renewable energy, automatically indirectly I'm addressing the issue of a CO2 emission. Automatically the CO2 will become zero. Automatically we'll go for 100%. Carbon. Achieve the decarbonization concept. And this is a simple diagram. So from a research point of view, we already talk about the EV vehicle with the powertrain diagram. I do not touch much impact here. So this is a very simple circuit. There are n number of topology, n number of converters, inverters available for proper interfacing your electric vehicle with the renewable sources. So the vehicle which is used to drive electric vehicle is some motor. It may be the DC or AC motor. And this side we have the n number of sources available. Maybe I could take from the battery or from the supercapacitor. Assuming already this battery backup, the battery is fully charged with the charge station. Once it is charged, that properly to give the interface between the battery and the drive. Hello. And the future electric will be the different, not only a car alone. It may be in the racing area, maybe in the motorcycle, maybe the scooter, maybe the truck, maybe the boat, maybe in the airplane, maybe all will become all transportation only through the electric vehicle. And that's what I was telling. Maybe that's what I'm telling. In each and every home, you need to install any renewable energy, any environment. We need to make our own small microgrid environment. And also now already a lot of research is going on. Whenever you install with this type of environment, already there is going to have two-way powerful communication. But it may be from the vehicle to grid to vehicle or vehicle to grid. If you have any excess power, if you have any unused energy on your car, maybe later you can sell back to the grid also, probably with the integration. Okay, that's what given the lot of opportunity, lot of revenue also it can be generated when you install your renewable energy with your. See, when you go with renewable energy, n number of advanced factors available. The main factor is the CO2 emission less, and also the second factor, if there is any excess, that you can sell back so that you can generate a revenue also. So that's what the given here. I have just given here. So with this, maybe because of time limitation, maybe I can stop my presentation. If there is any query, we'll have the discussion.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sendil, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sendil, sir, we can conclude the session, sir, because the next session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only 1 minute. We'll ask
Yes,
the question and conclude that, sir. Just we ask about the suggestion and for awareness and challenges for implementing the decarbonization in power sector. That's only just a few minutes, only 1 minute only by each speaker, sir. 1 minute only. Sir, Ramesh, sir, please, sir.
Yes, I couldn't understand. I didn't listen properly.
Sir, actually, what is your suggestion for awareness about the awareness and challenges?
Sir,
implementation of decarbonization environment in power sector, sir. Because lot of problems, sir. Because right now 60 gigawatts power only is there, but we are facing lot of difficulties are there.
Sir, first from my side, what I want to say, the awareness should be created. Still, as I told you, all the residential building, whenever they go for new construction, they should be make sure that without any at least minimum level of renewable energy or solar or anything, the construction should not be allowed. The first we have to start from the home itself, maybe for standalone system. At least for solar power water heater like that. Something it has to start it. It has to start from the scratch point. There's no point talking about a huge amount of solar park or big huge amount of wind farm that government is taking as a step. But each and every person they have to realize. Then again, as a researcher, at the college level or university level, the guidelines or the proper awareness should be created. And also, I'll be happy if there is any possibility of funding by the government of India on the research point of view. I'm not talking about a subsidy. Maybe research point of view, they can encourage maybe the UGC or AICT, the gender bodies, they can give the more amount of fund can be created towards the researchers project point of view. Maybe later possible when the people go for a standalone solar power system, maybe a huge amount of subsidy also can be given. Once these everything settled in down, maybe after another 10 or 20 years, India will be in good position. Once even the renewable energy is incorporated, the CO2 decarbonization is over. That's all from my side, sir.
Okay, sir. I think I can give my views, no, sir?
Sir, yes, sir, please, sir.
Ramesh, sir, you can stop sharing, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Actually, this is for the entire human life. Actually, entire human being. This one, the entire all living things. It is because the environmental maintenance and the green energy maintenance is not for only particular sector of the people or this one. It is for the entire living things in the world. Okay. So thereby, each and every one, it is like a self-discipline. Each and every one has to take care. Like as the earlier speaker, Dr. Ramesh told, that it should not be a bigger way, right? The practice, the good practice should start from the home. Like, so whatever minimum loads which he needs to maintain, it needs to be meet. You can meet with your own requirements with your PV, solar, PVs or any other energy system. Then the one which, as our Dr. Anand sir told, that negative load means not to depend 100% on the distribution side. So that part to be this one. And regarding the pollution, how the pollution has been controlled is the regular conditioning monitoring of your equipments. It may be your vehicle or it may be the thermal plant. Thermal plant, as you told, that a lot of initiations are there, like in the emission level. And also the Ministry of Environmental has given a lot of guidelines how to recycle this hazardous waste, including batteries, PVs, etc., solar PVs. Now, one side when we go, the other side it develops. So it should be equally planned in such a way that in the energy level, solar, how much I should go, the green energy for the pumped storage, how much should go. It should be a comprehensive plan, and it is lies with each and every one. It is not only like power sector or the other sectors. So that is what my main conclusion, because more we take coal, now coal depletion also is not there. And the other side, the oil which we are consuming, that is also, it is coming down. So we may have to plan in proper. But as he says that it will take 10 years, 20 years, it is not like that. Government is very well planned and it has given its targets by 2030. The infrastructures has to be developed. Even the EV vehicles, which it was started even in the remote locations like the extreme northeast part of the country also. So these the plans which it is given by government, directions which it is given by the government, it is reaching in all the parts of this one. Only thing, it is a self-discipline. Again, I am telling that each one should maintain their own area, how to efficiently use. Even energy efficiency also, it is one of the major things. So that one should plan, like as he says that building should be like this and all these things. Like, so natural lights, as this one we as much as possible we try to use like that. And also afforestations. Now, wherever the plants are coming, new generating stations or the plants are coming for substations, afforestations are being encouraged, and that is a part of the development project list. So with this, I conclude my views in this. So we have to encourage the decarbonization, because it it will help us to in the next upcoming generations to live long. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the speakers.
Thank you, sir. So 1 minute only, sir. Finally, sir, Sir Anand, sir, please give me 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll try to consolidate. One thing is that to create awareness, as what the speakers have said in detail, to create awareness among the public in general, to go for greener energy, and for increasing the content of green energy in the power sector, what we require is better technology for controllability of green energy assets, so that the grid can be operated safely and parameters can be maintained at the desired levels. These are the two things which comes to my mind in very short summary. Technically, we need to get it updated, and commercial aspect should not be coming in between in the operation of the grid, because once we need to integrate more and more green energy, the cost of energy will be increasing, and that should not be seen in a different angle. It should be seen as the cost of environment protection. That is the point which I wanted to make. Okay, thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me a valuable input about the how to implement the decarbonization environment and the present conditions, everything, sir. Thank you, Ramesh, sir, MK Ramesh, sir. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Particularly Ramesh sir, Anand sir, and two Ramesh are there. Myself, three Ramesh are here. So very happy occasion. We got a phone call from Padmashri Awardee, sir. Sir was very impressed by Ramesh sir presentation. Sir kekranga. Sir is asking, sir, Ramesh, in our country, how it is a very nice insight. So that information will be very much useful for all the people. He asked me to take that information to all the students. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all.
Okay, sure. Send this to it, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ramesh, sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you all. As we are running short of time, we are not thanking name-wise the ones who have joined today. Thank you all. We are concluding the session 1. Now I hand over the session to Geeta ma'am. Over to you, Geeta ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The next session is will be handled by Ambassador Dr. S. Madan Kumar, Youth Ambassador, UN International Youth Society, and Assistant Engineer, Meitu Thermal Power Station, TNEB. He will be handling fun and learning SDG with 7 NSAVE clubs, which are connected to various institutions. Over to you, sir. Madan Kumar, sir.
Vanakkam, welcome, and warm good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who is participating. So thank you, IGEN, for giving us the opportunity to conduct this mass event in the Energathon 2023. So we will be conducting Fun and Learn SDG 7 with 7 academic institutions. So in NSAVE clubs. So for this conducting this, me as Madan Kumar and Sai Prasanna is joining, and we'll be hosting the whole event. Thank you for the opportunity. Welcome, Sai Prasanna.
Good afternoon to all present here. And let me introduce myself. I'm Engineer Sai Prasanna. We are going to coordinate the Fun and Learn event from 7 NSAVE clubs. So, can we start the Fun and Learn?
Yes, Sai Prasanna. So, okay. what the session is about? Fun and Learn, Sai.
Fun and Learn is all about performed by the college students of 7 institutions. They are going to educate us using fun method, and we are going to learn it regarding the SDG 7 goals.
Okay. Who is coming
it's
first?
All set to It is all set to begin the Fun and Learn marathon. The first of all, MGR is going to start this fun event.
So MGR will be conducting a live show to learn with fun about SDG. So Preeta ma'am and team, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. We are going to start on behalf of IGEN Education and Research Institute University. Our students are representing for the Energathon. Over to our students.
Whenever it rhymes, the mind went to in its prime.
A very green morning to everyone. We, the students of Dr. IGEN Education and Research Institute, are here to perform a mellifluous song based on 17 SDG goals. Hope you all like it.
At my dear chairs, embracing all its friends and foes, for making it better place to live in. We are not sustaining whatever the goes. Our weapons of resource, no more what we should prevent. Every heart to to despair. Zero hunger marks this crime in every day. May the help not only be there, our when we shouldn't be there. Everybody learns to read and quality education is there. May the along the whole way, equal gender shine through sun rays. Clean water to drink up today, sanitize all and up and all day. Let us make our earth a better place. Energy should be clean, affordable, medicine. Work and growth go hand in hand. And this way we build a pretty good economy. Young blood desires innovation, creation of clusters, including the industries. Harmony resides, reduce inequality. We will build sustainable cities, creating our community. Responsible consuming, producing, everything done safely. Reduce the amount of energy. Climate action done seriously. Below water, the life we need. And on land of body. Let us make our earth a better place. All around peace and justice wherever you see. Showing with the institutes and high unity desire our partnerships rise high. So come on, let us join hands. Let us take the steps that are needed. All together we can and we will make our earth together. Everything that we ever dreamed of, only we can make it come true. Let us all try and break through the walls of evil in humanity. Let us make our earth a better place. Let's make our earth a better place. Let's make our earth a better place. Thank you. A very green afternoon, one and all. A very green afternoon, one and all. We are trying to educate the global society through our ingenious quote act. Green mantras. Hope you all liked it.
Mantra number 1. Switch off the equipments after use.
Be generous. Turn off your light after you. Regular cleaning of AC filter and natural light.
A room is not a room without natural lights.
மதன் அவங்களோட கேமராவோட அந்த லென்ஸ் கொஞ்சம் கிளீன் பண்ணா நல்லா இருக்கும். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு அதுதான் ப்ராப்ளம் நினைக்கிறேன்.
மேம் பிரீதா மேம்
உங்களோட அந்த கேமரா லென்ஸ் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம்
ஒன் செகண்ட்
Camera, sir?
Camera lens
கொஞ்சம்
கொஞ்சம் clean பண்ணிருங்க.
டல்லா இருக்கு மேம்.
Okay, okay. Lighting.
Okay, ma'am. Continue, ma'am. Continue.
Use of LED study lamp.
LED light has high brightness and low energy.
Regular defrosting of the refrigerator.
Freeze your favorite food without any contaminant. Mantra number 6, usage of heavy equipment in off-peak hours.
As we don't prefer too much crowd, why don't we provide the same for heavy equipments?
Mantra number 7, avoid leaving the equipment standard by the
You're working tirelessly, need some break as well as your equipment. Optimal temperature, setting and usage water.
The real happiness is turning on air conditioning on a hot day, but at an optimal temperature.
Replace the maximum utilized light with a solar LED light.
Why should we use artificial light when we have sunlight?
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a wonderful show by MGR Research and Institute. So they showcased Green 9 Mantras and the SDG Carol. It's good to hear a great Carol as a starting event from MGR Institute. Thank you so much, Preeta ma'am and the team, for exhibiting the Fun and Learn show. Wonderful exhibition. Thank you. And Sai, who's next, Sai?
Yeah. Next, we are moving to Ramakrishna College of Engineering, Trichy, and they are going to do a puppet show on SDG.
As well as news reading also,
Ramakrishna
I guess.
College. Yeah.
Welcome Ramakrishna College.
College.
Dayani ma'am on team.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are here.
The stage is yours.
Yes, thank you. First, let me call my comparing team to start the session. Hariharan, you can start.
Yes, ma'am. The secret of getting ahead is getting started. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hariharan of 3rd year EEE Department of K. Ramakrishnan College of Engineering. Take the privilege of comparing this presentation. It's a glad welcome that we bring you the ENERGATHON 2023 filled with the desires, hope, and dream we all share. Now, I requested Dr. K. Dayali ma'am, Professor and Head of Department of EEE and Coordinator of ENSAVA Club of K. Ramakrishnan College of Engineering to deliver the welcome address.
Yes, thank you, Hariharan. So, first of all, on my own behalf and behalf of our institution, K. Ramakrishnan College of Engineering, I extend a warm welcome to the chairman of IGEN, Dr. L. Ramesh sir, and the head of IGEN ENSAVA Club, Dr. Madan Kumar sir, and all the eminent speakers of this ENERGATHON 2023 event. Thank you very much for giving us a wonderful opportunity. Over to you, Hariharan, to proceed further.
Thank you, ma'am, for your earnest welcome speech. Champions are made when potential are converted into performance. Here come two fantastic lineup of performance by our students. North, South, East or West come in hand. Birds are sharper than swords, as they can express and explain things better. I welcome Mr. Gyaneshwar to perform news reading regarding SDG 7.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone from Gyaneshwar. Today, I have come with an interesting news about K. Ramakrishnan College of Engineering. They have taken a great challenge as a step to develop and implement new ideas to save electricity.
Gyaneshwar, you can share the screen.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry. A very warm good afternoon from Gyaneshwar. Today, I have come with an interesting news about students of K. Ramakrishnan College of Engineering. They have They have taken a great challenging step to develop and implement new ideas to save electricity, as their innovative ideas are mesmerizing. In IGEN, that is Institute of Green Engineering, they have so many mantras and ideas about electricity management. By distributing those pamphlets to various urban and rural areas, they have created awareness among so many people. And even though they have created awareness among their illiterates, the illiterate peoples now developing their gardens to green more level, saving electricity in a prominent way. They have told that it is not possible without management. Their staffs, principal, executive chairman are given a great support. We congratulate them for their hard work. Keep doing and keep growing. Thank you.
That was the fantastic work, friend. Words to do two major things. They provide food for mind and create light for understanding and awareness. Awareness is the key ingredient in success. If you have it, teach it. If you lack it, seek it. I invite Ms. Gopika and Ms. Anushya of 3rd year EEE to share their experience through puppet show.
Hi team, where are you going?
I'm going to Gopika, share the screen, ma.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you can start.
Hi team, where are you going?
I'm going to IGEN ENERGATHON 2023.
Can you tell me what is about it?
Yes, I will tell you on the way. And this IGEN ENERGATHON 2023 is attempting for a world record of longest conference of SDG 7 affordable and clean energy towards sustainability.
Okay team, then what is SDG 7?
Sustainable Development Goal 7 is an expansion for SDG 7. It aims to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. It recognizes the critical role of energy in eradicating poverty, improving health and education, supporting an economic growth, and mitigating climate changes. Okay, Renu, can you share information about global electrification and access to energy?
As team, significant progress has been made in expanding global access to electricity and clean cooking solutions. The number of people without access to electricity has steadily decreased, thanks to the efforts by governments, international organizations, and private sector. Over 770 million people still lack access to electricity, primarily concentrated in Africa and Asia. The challenge remains in reaching remote and underserved communities with sustainable energy solutions. Okay, Tinu, then what is there about the renewable energy development?
Renewable energy has experienced a remarkable growth with increasing increment, declining cost, and improving technology. Renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, hydro, and geothermal have become more accessible and affordable. Several countries have achieved an impressive renewable energy target, with some reaching or surpassing their target ahead of schedule. Well, there is any energy conservative methods and energy efficient measurements?
Yes, efforts to improve energy efficiency and conservations have gained traction across various sectors. Governments and business have implemented energy efficiency measures, including building codes, efficient appliances, and industrial processes, resulting in reduced energy consumptions.
By addressing the challenges and seizing opportunities, the world can forest a sustainable energy future that promotes economic development, improvement livelihood, and mitigation climate.
Okay, Tinu, let's go to IGEN ENERGATHON 2023 to gain some knowledge about SDG 7.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's long.
Hariharan, you can proceed, ma.
That was the cafeteria show, friend. Great things are not done by one person. They are done by the team of people, said by Steve Jobs. Thank you, team. The great appreciation is not an earthwork, it is living by the way of they having shown us. Here I welcome Dr. Dayal Imam to say attitude of gratitude by word of praise.
So I thank IGEN and ENERGATHON-2023 chairman and head of IGEN NSAVE Club, Dr. Madan Kumar and Dr. L. Ramesh sir, for giving our NSAVE Club, K. Ramakrishnan College of Engineering NSAVE Club, an opportunity to participate in the Fun and Learn event of SDG 7 in the ENERGATHON 2023. Thank you very much. Once again, I welcome you all and I thank all of you for giving us a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. So thank you all students of K. Ramakrishna College of Engineering, Tiruchirappalli. So thank you, Dayal ma'am, for a wonderful show. It is so creative and fun and learn. Really, it is a fun, and we learned something through our puppet show and the news reading. That was an awesome concept, which begins with good positive vibes. So thank you, Ramakrishna team, for a wonderful show. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So
thank you, team.
A good show.
So, yeah.
Yeah, good show. And who's coming to teach us
coming up
fun?
next is KPR Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. So they are coming up with a different and very creative and innovative session, that is SDG charades. We already heard about dumb charades. So here it is SDG charades. They'll be creating a good fun and learn and motivating event through the charades event. So it's over to Ravindran sir and team from KPR Institute of Technology, Coimbatore, for the SDG charades. Ravindran sir.
Madan sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am audible and clear, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Clear. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And it is a proud moment to participate in ENERGATHON 2023 with Fun and Learn event with the KPR IET NSAVE Club, and we are here to do SDG charades. This is an event we planned with students, and now we faculty participating in this event to make a fun within us. So here we have an lots with SDG actions. So a team will explain the SDG actions, and the opposite team has to find which SDG it relates with. And this is a simple fun game that will motivate our team to know more about SDGs. And with no time, I just go into the game.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Sir, put the camera in portrait mode, sir. Yes, sir. That will be fine. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
1 second, sir. Yeah, this is our team, and now from team A, one faculty will take this lot and will explain about the thing. Please.
Support the project in slum for safe housing. You can volunteer in slums to help with building houses, existing one, setting up the public or green spaces.
Even you can explain that in Tamil also, sir, to the opposite team if they don't understand, or go to the next point.
Second, you shop, eat, supporting the neighborhood business keeps people employed and circulate money back and here.
What's that?
SDG 11.
SDG 11. So, okay, SDG 8 you called. It is wrong. It is SDG 11. Okay, good. Okay, so from your team, please.
Don't shop for pets. Visit your local animal shelter and adopt a
So don't shop for pets. Pets போய் வாங்க தேவையில்ல. உங்க ஏரியால இருக்க பெட்ஸையே நீங்க கண்டுபிடிச்சு அதை அடாப்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம்னு சொல்றாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் க்ளூ மேம்.
Second clue is don't buy products tested on animals. Check the labels on the products you buy.
So animals மேல டெஸ்ட் பண்ண ப்ராடக்ட்டை வாங்காதீங்க. That will harm animals. So which SDG will support
The SDG 15, sir.
what is that, sir?
Life on land.
Very good. It is life on land. Yeah. So it is equal for all the one on the land. Ma'am, வெளிய வச்சிருங்க, யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. Good.
Does your company invest in clean and excellent infrastructure? It's the only way to keep workers safe and protected.
Okay. Infrastructure thing they are focusing. Workers.
SDG 9 is correct.
Yeah. Good. Explain what is SDG 9, ma'am?
SDG 9. Industry, innovation and infrastructure.
Okay. So industry innovations and infrastructure for the employees and the society, it has to be done. So it is. Yes, ma'am. Please. Next team. So turn off the air conditioner. Very good. Congratulations for finding it, sir. Okay, go ahead, sir. Give to next one. Let him.
Support export by buying products from developing countries.
Okay.
Pay attention to the fair trade labels on products, which help to indicate products from local products in developing countries.
Okay. So partnership for goals. So for any goal, whatever we want to achieve, we have to make a partnership with organizations within the nations. And so they are asking for any goal, they have to partnership with the government and private organizations. So good. Next. Okay.
Boil, filter, chlorine, rainwater, do what you can.
Okay. Next point. Next clue.
Run a campaign on the effects of plastic use on the seas and the oceans. Right below water.
What SDG number? 14. Okay. So it is for life below water. So it can be mapped for two things also, clean water and sanitation, and also for life below water. So we have to take care of the both the things. Second clue.
SDG 6.
What, sir?
Sir, Ravindran, sir, the voice is not audible.
Sir, voice is not audible, sir.
Water and sanitation, SDG 6.
A bit louder, a bit louder,
The
sir.
voice is not.
Okay, SDG 6. Okay, good. Sir, next clue, be louder. They are not hearing your voice. I will just take the cam nearby.
Your first clue is recycle paper, glass, plastic, metal, and old electronics.
Recycle the paper.
Recycle paper, glass, plastic, metal, and old electronics.
If you want the second clue, ask.
Second clue. Your second clue is buy, walk, or take public transport. Save the cartons for when you have got a big group.
Sir, SDG 13. What is, sir?
Climate action.
Climate action. For climate action. Okay. Good. Sir, your team, please take. Please read the clues.
Vote take advantages of your right to elect the leaders in your country and local community.
SDG 16.
Yes, it is SDG 16.
What is it? And strong
Institution.
Peace, justice, and strong institutions.
Okay.
SDG
16. Fine. Very good, sir. Now, your side, please take on. Give a clue for them to find SDG.
By second
whenever you can.
Okay, buy second-hand product whenever you can. Okay. Second clue.
Be conscious of packaging. The less of better.
Okay, less the better. So which has a lesser package, which is better. So okay, ma'am.
Responsible construction and production.
Responsible construction and production.
What is SDG?
SDG.
Is it right, ma'am? Okay. Very good, sir. Sir, from your side. Sir, நீங்க படிங்க sir.
Donate your used books. The easiest way to give access to knowledge is to donate your used books.
SDG 4, quality education.
Very good. It is good. Okay. Fine. Okay. Sir, Madan sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, thank you. Thank you. That was awesome and wonderful show. That was really a creative show. So thank you, KPR and team, Ravindran sir and team for the wonderful show, which is
thank you, KPR, especially for the faculty members, because it is a good thing. Faculty member came forward for the fun and learn with STG. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That was awesome show, sir. And here coming up next, JCT College of Engineering, Coimbatore. They are coming up with a creative show, a fun and learn show. We'll be learning something new from them, like Kavithai Kalandurayadal by JCT College of Engineering, Coimbatore. So, no short of delay, over to JCT College of Engineering. Geeta ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Our students will be performing now, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
முளைப்பாலோடு முத்தமிழையும் தேனாய் உணவாய் உயிராய் அமுதூட்டிய அன்னைக்கும் மூச்சு மறந்தாலும் பேச்சு மறந்தாலும் தமிழை மறவாமல் நீரூட்டி சீராட்டி பாராட்டி வேறொன்று வைத்திருக்கும் தமிழண்ட கலைஞருக்கும்
தனித்தனி புள்ளிகளாய் இருந்த நம்மை நட்பின் மூலம் அழகான கோலங்களாய் மாற்றிய இந்த கூட்டமைப்புக்கு என் ஜேசிடி கல்லூரியின் சார்பாக என் முதற்கண் வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நிலையான அபிவிருத்தி, அதாவது சஸ்டைனபிள் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அப்படின்றது இயற்கைக்கும் இயற்கை வளத்தையும் நம்மளோட அடுத்த தலைமுறையினருக்கு சேர்த்து வைக்கிறது தான்.
ரொம்ப சரியா சொன்னீங்க. 2016 ஆண்டுல இருந்து 2030 ஆண்டு வரை சராசரியா 15 ஆண்டு காலத்திற்குரிய 100 கொண்ட தீர்மானமா அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. ஒப்பிடாதவரை வாழ்க்கை ஒரு நேர்கோட்டில் தான் பயணிக்கிறது. உடுக்கிற உனக்கு உயிர் இல்லை, ரசிக்கிற எனக்கு உடை இல்லை. ஒட்டிய வயிறும் ஒல்லிய தேகமும் என்னை பிசுக்கில்லா தலைமுடையும் தம்பட்டம் அடிக்கின்றன ஏழ்மையே என்பதை உணர்த்துவதே ஏழ்மையின்மை என்பதன் முதல் குறிக்கோளாகும். பொறியாளர், மருத்துவர், அரசியல்வாதி, நடிகன், விமானி, ஏழை, பணக்காரன் என எல்லாருக்குமான ஒற்றுமை பசி என்பதை அறிந்து பசியின்மை அடுத்த குறிக்கோளாகும்.
நோய் தொடங்கும் இடத்தில்தான் ஆரோக்கியம் குறைகிறது என்பதை உணர்த்த நல்ல ஆரோக்கியம் எல்லா வயதினருக்கும் கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்பது அடுத்த குறிக்கோளாகவும், பெருமைக்கு தேடி பெறுவதல்ல பெற்றதை கொண்டு பெருமை தேடிக் கொள்வதே தரமான கல்வி என்று யாவரையும் உள்ளடக்கிய சம வாய்ப்புள்ள சமத்துவமான தரமான கல்வியை உறுதிப்படுத்துவது என்பதையும், ஆணும் பெண்ணும் நிகர் என கொள்வதால் அறிவிலோங்கி இவ்வையம் தழைக்குமாம் என்று பாலின சமத்துவத்தையும் அடுத்த குறிக்கோளா எடுத்து வச்சிருக்காங்க.
தூய்மை காப்போம் என்று குரல் கொடுத்து ஒதுங்கிய பிறகு அந்த இடத்தில் நிரம்பி எடுத்தது காகிதத்தினால் செய்யப்பட்ட தேநீர் கோப்பைகள். எல்லோருக்கும் நீரும் துப்புரவும் தேநீர் கோப்பைகளும் என்றோம். நீரும் துப்புரவும் கிடைக்க செய்தல், அவற்றை நீடிக்க தக்கவாறு சுகாதாரத்தின் நிலையான மேலாண்மை செய்தலும் அடுத்த குறிக்கோளாகும்.
ஒரு புதுப்பிக்க வல்ல மற்றும் மலிவான சக்தி, நல்ல பணிகள் மற்றும் பொருளாதாரங்கள், புதுமை மற்றும் நல்ல உள்கட்டமைப்பு, சமமின்மையை குறைத்தல், நிலையான நகரம் மற்றும் சமூகம் அப்படின்னு இன்னும் ஏறத்தாழ பல குறிக்கோள்கள் இருக்கு.
வளங்களை பொறுப்பான முறையில் பயன்படுத்தவும், வானிலை நடவடிக்கை, நிலைப்பாடுடைய பெருங்கடல்கள், நிலத்தின் நிலைப்பாடான பயன்பாடு, அமைதி மற்றும் நீதி, நிலையான அபிவிருத்திக்கான கூட்டமைப்புகள் என்று வளங்குன்றான் வளர்ச்சியின் குறிக்கோளாகும்.
சரி, இவ்வளவு குறிக்கோள் இருக்கே, 17 குறிக்கோள் எடுத்து வச்சிருக்கீங்களே, இது எல்லாத்தையும் நம்ம பின்பற்றோமா இல்ல அதை கட்டி காப்பாத்திட்டு இருக்கோமா அப்படின்னா,
அப்பாவின் கைப்பிடித்து நடந்த காட்டையும் காணவில்லை, அம்மாவின் காலடிப்பட்ட வயலையும் காணவில்லை, நண்பர்களோடு ஓடி விளையாடிவிட்டு பின் ஓய்வெடுத்த ஒரு மரங்களை கூட காணவில்லை, குதூகலமாக குதித்து விளையாடிய குளத்தையும் காணவில்லை.
ஆமாம், எங்கு நோக்கினும் வானுயர்ந்த கட்டிடங்கள் வரிசை கட்டி நின்று என் வருத்தத்தை மேலும் தெரிவிக்கின்றன. காட்டை அழித்து வீட்டை கட்டினான், வீட்டில் எல்லாம் செயற்கையை செதுக்கினான். இன்று இயற்கையை தேடி ஏற்காட்டுக்கும் ஊட்டிக்கும் போய்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. தொலைந்தது நம் இயற்கை அல்ல, நம் இன்பமான வாழ்க்கை. மொத்த மரங்களையும் வெட்டிவிட்டு ஒத்த மரங்களை வளர்ப்போம் என்று உறுதிமொழி கொள்கிறார்கள்.
அழுக்கே இல்லாத ஆற்றில் அத்தனை அழுக்கையும் கொட்டிவிட்டு மாசற்ற உலகம் படைப்போம் என்று மாறுதட்டிக் கொள்கிறார்கள். மஞ்சப்பையை மட்டம் என்று எண்ணி ஒதுக்கிவிட்டு நெகிழிப்பையோடு நெஞ்சை நிமிர்த்து உலா வருகிறார்கள்.
வளர்ச்சி என்ற பெயரில் வளர்ந்த மரங்களை வெட்டிவிட்டு வறட்சி வறட்சி என்று வருத்தம் கொள்கிறார்கள். இயற்கையை தொலைத்துவிட்டு செயற்கையின் சேற்றில் தினம் செத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம் நாம்.
என் சமூகமே, இனியாவது திருந்துவோம், இயற்கையை நேசிப்போம். நன்றி.
நன்றி நன்றி நன்றி. It was a wonderful show for JCT College of Engineering, Geeta ma'am and team. So thank you so much for the wonderful Kavidai regarding SDG. It's really fun and we learned something new from JCT College of Engineering. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Sai Prasanna, over to you.
Yeah. Next, we will go with Kalaignar Karnataka Institute of Technology. Bharat sir. Yeah.
So shall I play the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving opportunity for participating in ENERGATHON 2023. Our students, they are creating awareness among SDG goals. Now I hand over session to Maunika.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am glad to announce that we have gathered together for IGEN ENERGATHON 2023. Under the concept of Fun and Learn SDG 7 with 7 NCF Club, we have prepared 3 videos, awareness about the SDG goals. The upcoming video shows the diagrammatical representation of global warming, and the second video shows the impact of cutting the trees and the importance of planting trees. And the third video shows the conservation of energy. And now the video is playing.
Sahira ma'am.
Yes, sir. Can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
AIT, Kalinga Karnataka Institute of Technology, an autonomous institution, Coimbatore.
டேய் மேம் சொன்ன கொஸ்டின்லாம் படிச்சிட்டியாடா? 2 கொஸ்டின் படிச்சிருக்கேன்டா, இன்னும் 5 கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு. டேய் யூஸ் பண்ணலடா, சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு தூங்கு. இன்னும் தூங்கலையாடா? டைம் 12 மணி ஆயிடுச்சு, போய் தூங்கு. சரி, நான் அங்க போய் படிக்கிறேன். டேய் லைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிக்கவாடா. ஆஃப் பண்ணிக்கடா. டேய் டேய் எழுந்துடுறா, லைட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு தூங்குடா. சரி போய் தூங்குடா, நான் ஆஃப் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். டைம் 7 மணி ஆச்சுடா, வாங்கடா சாப்பிட போலாம்.
சரி வாங்கடா போலாம்.
வாடா சாப்பிட போறோம்ல, 40 வாட்ஸ் பவர் வந்து வேஸ்ட் ஆகுது, ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு வாடா. சரிடா, இனிமேல் ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுறேன்டா.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was a wonderful show by Kalangar Karnanadi Institute of Technology. Thank you, Bharat Kumar sir and team, for such a kind show. So this is very dramatic and fun and learned SDG 7, which is very useful for all the members. And thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
Bharat sir and team. Thank you, sir. Who's coming next? Next is Kingston College of Engineering. Kingston College of Engineering from Vellore. They'll be performing a different and fun-filled show. So that is a mime show. That is they'll be telecasting what need of the hour, what is SDG 7, and welcome Shubhashri ma'am and team. Can you make Shubhashri ma'am and team for as a panelist?
Yeah, sir, done, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. So over to you, ma'am. Kingston College of Engineering, Vellore will be performing a mime show about SDG.
Sir, can we start?
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am. Great show, great show. That was a wonderful show by Kingston College of Engineering, Vellore, and they came with a wonderful concept and miming. The acting of all the students is really awesome. So without any words and any speech or anything, they express their feelings about SDG and afforestation and consumable, responsible consumption. Lots and lots of SDGs speak in this miming. So thank you so much, Ratika ma'am and Subhashi ma'am and team for the wonderful show. So thank you everyone. Thank you so much. So
thank you everyone. Thank you.
So this is NCF Club is very happy and proud to be here in this wonderful event. Thank you, Ramesh sir and the IGEN team for giving us the wonderful opportunity to conduct this fun and learn SDG with 7 NCF clubs. So all the NCF clubs who are participated in this conclave, it is very heartful thanks from as a chairman of IGEN Greenland and head of conclave NCF club. It is very much pleasure to be here. And thank you, everyone. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madan Kumar sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. R. Zakira ma'am to organize Organizational Institutions Global Energy Reports presentations. Welcome, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Zakira ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for handling the session. So today we are here for Organizational Institution to read the global report. So first, I welcome Dr. Farina ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of EEE from MGR Research and Institute. So her topic is on World Energy Transition Outlook 2022. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A pleasant day to everyone here. Today, I'm going to give executive summary on the book World Energy Transition Outlook 2022. Myself, Dr. F. Fariza, Associate Professor, Department of EEE, Dr. MGR Education and Research Institute. First, let me tell you about the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, a global intergovernmental organization established in the year 2011, which promotes widespread adoption and sustainable use of all forms of renewable energy, including bioenergy, geothermal, hydropower, ocean, solar, and wind energy in the pursuit of sustainable development, energy access, energy security, and low carbon economic growth. IRENA serves as a principal platform for international cooperation. It's a center of excellence, a repository of policy, technology, resource, and financial knowledge. These are the content that is there in the book. The chapter 1 deals with 2050 challenge, chapter 2 about the roadmaps to 2030, chapter 3 deals with selected policies on distribution of socio-economic outcomes, chapter 4 about tapping renewables to improve their energy access, chapter 5 about smart electrification, chapter 6 on scaling up sustainable bioenergy, and chapter 7 has materials related to all of the others. This is about the executive summary. In 2022, the need for energy transition had become even more urgent. Compounding crisis needed to accelerate the global energy transition. Events of the recent years have caused the global economy of centralized energy system highly dependent on fossil fuel. Oil and gas prices are soaring to new highs, which is making citizens worldwide to worry about the affordability of their energy bills. Human-caused climate changes are increasing evidently around the world. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, warns that already 3.3 to 3.6 billion people are vulnerable to climate changes. Government today has to take up the challenging task of tackling energy security, resilience, and affordable energy for all. Acceleration of the energy transition is essential for long-term energy security. The 4 years of energy security are the availability, accessibility, acceptability, and affordability. Next is the price stability and national resilience. IRENA's 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway positions electrification and efficiency as a key driver for the energy transition, with the 6 technological avenues being the energy efficiency, renewables, electrification, hydrogen, RF-based CO2 removal, FF-based CO2 capture and storage. Decarbonization of end users is the next frontier, with many solutions providing through electrification, green hydrogen, and direct use of renewables. Renewable-based electricity is going to be the next cheapest form of power option available. Despite good global progress in deployment of renewable, the end-use sectors have lagged, especially in the industrial process and domestic heating, and they still believe on fossil fuels. Achieving the 2050 climate target will be depending upon the actions that we take by 2030, with the coming next few years being critical for accelerating renewable-based transition. Any shortfall will further reduce any chances of staying on the path of 1.5 degrees Celsius climate goals. 2030 priorities are based upon the actions that is going to be taken to reach this one. Resolating, that is replacing the coal power with alternatives, preferably renewable alternatives, infrastructure upgrades, modernization, expansion to increase the system resilience, building flexibility for diversified and interconnected systems to make use of renewable energy. In order to reduce the emission by 2030, the renewable energy share in electricity generation must increase to 65%. The share of direct electricity must be raised to 30%. Energy efficiency measures should increase to 2.5%, and direct renewable end sector should be increased to 19%. IRENA's socio-economic analysis will have progressive policy and regulatory measure. There are 3 sets of policy baskets. Policy basket O deals with whatever the current policies that are being used. Policy basket A entitles relatively on having high carbon taxing and low international collaboration taxing. And policy basket B deals on imposing a lower carbon taxing with stronger international collaborations. The way forward, the 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario will be requiring an investment of 5.7 trillion per year USD for achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius. By 2030, the 1.5 degrees Celsius will be promising 85 million additional energy transition jobs. Arena estimates that USD 0.7 trillion in annual investment that is being made in fossil fuel should be redirected to energy transition technologies. Modern energy can be accessed. This will increase the global welfare as well. Thank you, IGEN, for the opportunity given in Energathon 2023. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation about the IRENA. I now request Dr. Janet B.V. ma'am, Coordinator of Energy Club, PSA Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Ma'am, please, the screen is yours, ma'am. Ma'am, you are muted.
Ma'am, mute. You are in mute, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Fariza, ma'am. Fariza, ma'am, can you
Visible,
stop
ma'am,
sharing?
visible, ma'am.
Fariza, ma'am, can you stop your screen sharing so that the others can share?
Ma'am, Janus baby, ma'am, screen only is there, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Okay, good afternoon.
Ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Jannat Bibi, Faculty Department of EEE, representing B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I will be presenting global energy reports. I will be talking about the global energy, renewable energy jobs. Is my slides are, the transition is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So you can see the figure. The first figure is talking about the evolution of global renewable energy employment by technology wise. So the renewable energy sector employed 12.7 million people directly and indirectly in the year 2021. The number continued to grow worldwide over the past decade, with most jobs in the solar photovoltaic. You can see the yellow color graph, the statistics, bioenergy, hydropower, and wind power industries. And this statistics is given by International Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, since 2012. And worldwide, some 257 gigawatts of renewable electricity were installed in the year 2021, expanding cumulative capacity by 9% to a total of 3,068 gigawatts. That's a very huge number. Solar and wind power together accounted for 88% of this expansion at 133 gigawatts and 93 gigawatts respectively. By contrast, hydropower grew by just 25 gigawatt in 2021, the same pace as in 2020, and bioenergy power capacity expanded by 10 gigawatts in each of the last 2 years. Solar thermal capacity grew by 31 million square meters or 21 gigawatt thermal, continuing an upswing after several years of declining installations. And global biofuel output of about 160 billion liters matched the level reached in 2019, just before the COVID-19 crisis. And coming to the global energy, renewable energy employment by technology, it's a rough number given by ARENA. So we have around 4,000 jobs in the field of solar photovoltaic and 421,000 liquid biofuels and hydropower, followed by hydropower, wind energy, solar heating and cooling, solid biomass, biogas, geothermal, and other sources. And in 2020, 2/3 of China's total PV production, because China is the leading in terms of PV, 124.6 gigawatts was shipped abroad from China alone. By contrast, major solar installers such as Germany, Brazil, India, and the United States are net importers. And you can see the figure, right? So 40.9% is from China, right? And rest of the world, 38.1%. Other countries are just importers, right? China is the major exporter of PV solar panels. The European Union imported 84% of the modules it installed between 2017 and 2021, more than the United States or India. Then ARENA estimates global solar PV employment at 4.3 million in 2021, up from about 4 million in 2020. In 1 year, 0.3 million hike. Of the 10 leading countries shown in figure, 5 countries are in Asia, 2 are in the Americas, and 2 are in Europe. Together, the top 10 accounted for almost 3.7 million jobs, or 87% of the global total. Asian countries host 79% of the world's PV jobs, reflecting the region's continued dominance of manufacturing and strong presence in installations. The remaining jobs were in the Americas, right, and the rest of the world, European Union included. And all these figures, since I'm given only 5 minutes time, I have just presented the graphs, which gives the wind employment, right? I just explained about the solar. We have wind, biofuel, and other sources, other renewable sources as well, biofuels and all. So wind employment in 2021, and again, we are getting from China, Germany, followed by United States, Brazil, henceforth, right? So these are all top 10, 85% of wind jobs. So a lot of job opportunities available in the wind sector as well. Then this one, figure 8, gives the net trade in the hydropower sector, right? Then exports in the biofuels, that is given by figure 10. Then wind exports, country-wise, it is given in figure 7. Then hydropower employment by country, which is given in figure 9. So all these figures, what it tells us is, this is actually, it is giving a very good signal to all the electrical engineers or all the engineers who are working in the renewable energy sectors or power engineering. So renewable energy employment in selected countries, to conclude, it is increasing, it is going to increase, it is on the rise. And China alone, right, the employment is 5,368 million jobs. That is totally 12.7 million jobs. In China alone, it is 5,368. The number is very huge. And followed by European Union, then Germany, Brazil, United States, and India, again, 863,000 of jobs are expected to increase. So therefore, 12.7 million jobs in 2021 alone in the renewable energy sector, as given by ARENA. So definitely this will bring a very good signal for the renewable energy engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation about the reports. Now I call the third college, Dr. T. Anuradha, ma'am, Professor and Head, KCG College of Technology, Chennai, to explain about Global Green Report 2022 by LinkedIn Economic Graph. Ma'am.
We can call, if she's not there, we can call next participant.
No, I'm just there. 1 minute.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Am I audible? And my screen is in full screen mode, no, ma'am?
Yes, audible.
You can start, ma'am. You can start.
Yeah. Greetings to everyone present here. I'm Dr. T. Anuradha, Professor and Head, KCG College of Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I'm going to present the executive summary of Global Green Skills Report 2022, published by LinkedIn Economic Graph. Introduction: the Global Green Skills Report 2022 was officially launched by LinkedIn at Brussels on February 22, 2022. The LinkedIn Global Green Skills Report shines a light on how and where people are contributing to the transition to a green economy, where the gaps are emerging, what policymakers, companies, and individuals can do to help fight the climate crisis, etc. The report provides a new data on green skills and jobs from all across the world to empower the policymakers, governments, and business leaders with actionable insights to help them transition the global workforce to a green economy future. Key insights from the report: green talent rising. Green talent increased from 9.6% in 2015 to 13.3% in 2021, a cumulative growth rate of 38.5%. Talent outpacing supply. Globally, job postings requiring green skills grow at roughly 8% annually since 2015. The share of green talent grew at roughly 6% annually in the same period. US renewable industry. In the last 5 years, the number of renewable and environment jobs in the US has increased by 237% in contrast to the 19% increase for oil and gas jobs. At this rate, LinkedIn predicted that the renewables and environmental sector will outnumber the oil and gas sector by 2023. Automotive industry. In the European automotive industry, data shows that the share of green talent has been increasing by 11.3% annually for the past 5 years, exhibiting one of the highest growth rates in green talent among all manufacturing sectors. Fashion industry. Sustainable fashion was the fastest growing green skill globally, with an average growth rate of 90.6% from 2016 to 2020. In the European Union, the share of green talent in apparel and fashion grew at 5.8% annually between 2015 to 2021, surpassing North America. Transferable skills. Traditional fashion jobs such as fashion designers, stylists, and merchandisers are increasingly applying sustainable fashion skills. Workers skilled in sustainable fashion are also active across many other industries. Example, media and communications, design, arts, manufacturing, corporate services, non-profit organization, software, and IT services. Greening roles. The fastest growing greening roles were compliance manager, facilities manager, and technical sales representatives. Growing green jobs. The fastest growing green jobs were sustainability manager, wind turbine technician, and solar consultant. Global average. The average job in the US, UK, and Australia uses 2 to 3 times more green skills than the global average. Green millennials. Green talent increased in all age groups, but fastest in millennials, with 13% year-on-year growth globally between 2015 to 2021. Green gender gap. Globally, in 2021, there were 62 women for every 100 men considered green talent. This number remains unchanged since 2015. Ryan Roslansky, the CEO of LinkedIn, quoted, "The core focus of the report is the people. The transition to a green economy involves human capital. To generate real change, we need to ensure that this transition is inclusive as well as sustainable one. We examine the gaps that exist across income, gender, and education levels and provide recommendations for taking actions by governments, organizations, and individuals." Conclusion. After the impacts of pandemic, the world is experiencing a massive transformation in our working environment. LinkedIn refers to it as the Great Reshuffle. The challenge is applying this major reshuffle towards decisive climate action. Reaching our climate goals will require an entire economic-based approach to achieve it. We will need a significant transformation in the skills and types of jobs available to the next generation, which means the transition towards green skills and green jobs. LinkedIn, with their unique data and labor market expertise, highlighted actionable insights that are crucial to delivering a successful green transition, and educated, inform, and enable the policy and investment decision that would accelerate our transition to green economy. Thank you very much, ma'am. I will stop my sharing, and thank you, the IGEN, for giving me an opportunity to present here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Anuradha ma'am, giving a enlightening report on Global Green Skills Report by 2022. So I next call upon Dr. D. Lakshmi, Associate Professor, Department of EEE, Med deemed to be University, to deliver a topic, Understanding Concept of Green Innovation.
Whether my screen is visible, ma'am?
Can you switch on your
Ma'am, whether my screen is visible?
It's loading, ma'am. Ah, yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can start.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can start, ma'am.
Good afternoon and good evening to all present here. I thank IGEN for giving me an opportunity to give a report under understanding the concept of green energy. So understanding the concept of green energy, I am Dr. D. Lakshmi, Associate Professor, EEE Department, Amit deemed to be University. So in recent years, the growing emergence of environmental problems has meant that sustainability and related concepts such as green innovation have acquired special importance. So that in this report, we will be discussing about the main principles and the root cause for green energy. The environmental impact of human activities has become a global and growing concern in the society. In recent years, the carbon dioxide emission from the fossil fuels has been reached a heavy high record, and the global average sea level have risen by 20 centimeters from 1990 to 2018, and the heat waves from the forest fires and air pollution have been drastically increasing. So in addition to this, the concentration of major greenhouse gases has continued to increase in the last few years, and the global mean surface temperature is also increasing when in the period of 2017 to 21, which is very highest, warmest ever recorded value. So furthermore, the frequency and intensity of the extreme weather and climate events have increased in all the regions of the world. This had led to the growing need for the government to implement a measure to reduce this environmental damage, thereby implementing the green innovation. So several researchers has been proposed a type of innovation that achieves a balance and a reducing environmental damage while increasing the business efficiency. So this is the idea that emphasizes the proposal of concept of green energy innovation. So green innovation is understood as a research, promotion, development of ecological products, services, processes, and that will be incorporating in a certain degree of novelty. So it consists of new innovative ideas that aim to provide a product or service without attacking the nature and with respecting our environment and being ecological with the consumption, construction, and use and the disposal. So with this brief introduction about the concept of innovation, we shall move on to two types of innovation, that is radial innovation and incremental innovation. So radial innovation is a new product or a service. It will be having high level of risk and uncertainty, and it is a concept which can apply for newer technologies and can generate drastic changes in the market, industry, as well as in the companies. Whereas in incremental innovation, as the name itself implies, it will be in a proportional increase in the existing product, an improvement in the existing product. So it is having lower level of risk when compared to the radial innovation, and minimum change in the existing technologies, easily adaptable to the existing market. So there are several forms of innovations. There are four forms of innovation. They are product innovation, process innovation, and market innovation. Lastly, the original innovation. Let us see one by one. So the product innovation, as the name itself implies, a product can be innovated. First, the product innovation is understood as the creation of new products or services. There is an improvement in the existing product services is called as a product innovation. Product innovation is a new product, production of new product. Second is the process innovation. The existing product is being improved in some version. That is called as process innovation. Next is a market innovation. So the process innovation is achieved by major changes in the techniques such as software, cost reduction, like that. And this marketing innovation means in the market, the innovation product have been making some changes in the system. And fourthly, the thing is organizational innovation, which consists of significant changes in the management of the system, practices, procedures of the company. It will be entailing the changes in the labor, strategy, and the structure. Next, we shall move on to sustainability development. So, sustainability development, they are used frequently in nowadays and are increasing linked with the business sector. Sustainable development is a phenomenon that improves the quality of life and the natural environment, in the natural environment, thus progressing without destroying the livelihood of the future generation. So, the sustainability development is a phenomenon that improves the quality of life of the natural environment, thus progressing without any destroying the system. So under this, we have eco-innovation position in sustainable development. So the green innovation has become most important strategic tool for effective sustainable development. In the past, investing in environmental activities was unnecessary. However, strict environmental regulations has to be widespread, and environmentalism has to be changed to meet the competitive rules in practice. And the green innovation practices are logical response to the requirements of the consumer, who is willing to pay more for the sustainable product and expects increasing responsible products and services from the firms. So from this figure, we can see the eco-innovation plays a vital role in society, environment, as well as in the economy. The next one is the role of governing bodies in promoting the green innovation. To advance the implementation of green innovation through the Environmental Technology Action, ETAP places the green innovation among the priorities of the European technology policy supported by the European Lead Market Initiative, which is being created by the Eco-Innovation Observatory System. In addition to Eco-Innovation Program, is a latest instrument of encouraging the policy aimed at strengthening the Europe environmental and competitive position by supporting the innovative solutions that protects the environment and also create a wider market for green technology management products. By focusing on institutional at a national level, for example, in Spain, the reference framework is that is a state innovation strategy, the cooperation between the public and the private sectors in different regions as a priority has been implemented. So the green energy measurement can be done by another type of innovation. However, it is essential component of eco-efficiency, makes it difficult to evaluate the action in their entity because it requires a measurement of different innovation factors like social, economic, and environmental throughout the innovation process, both in real as well as in the incremental innovation. So specific indicators are therefore needed to measure the green innovation. Several international institutions have chosen to use indicators or lead systems to measure the eco-innovation. Some of them are listed here. The indicator and the institution which is being implementing this, and the applicability where we are applying. So these are the few key green innovation indicators adopted by different institutions. With this brief report, I conclude my session. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Ma'am?
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your nice presentation, ma'am. You can stop your screen sharing, ma'am. So I now welcome Priyadarshini ma'am from JCT College of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore, to present the report on greening enterprises, transformation process and workplaces. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. On behalf of JCT College of Engineering Technology, I'm really grateful to be a part of this ENERGATHON 2023 organized by IGEN. And today, I'm going to present a topic called Greening Enterprises, Transforming Processes and Workplaces. I'm Priyadarshini, Assistant Professor from the Department of EEE, JCT College of Engineering and Technology. So greening enterprises, transforming processes and workplaces. So enterprises is otherwise called as workplace. And what are all the transforming processes required to become enterprise green? So first, a basic factors needed for transformation is to produce green goods and services, for example, solar panels, etc., and to adopt greener production processes, that is, to use renewable energy sources and sustainable raw materials. And then the green transition and the world of enterprise. So enterprises need a stable, predictable, and healthy natural environment in which to operate their business and also to grow, to make the profit and contribute to the economy as well as for the environment growth. The strategy. This is a survey taken by the green. This is the greenhouse gas emission by the region around the world between 2000 and 2018. If we see Asia and the Pacific nations are the one which doubled their greenhouse gas emission during the years 2000 and 2018. The other countries like America, Europe, Africa, and all are stable greenhouse gas emission, whereas CO2 emission is doubler in Asia and the Pacific regions. So we are the countries emitting the greenhouse gases up to 22.7%. And so what are the enabling factors required for the enterprises to engage in green transition is rules and regulations to be followed, and business rationality should be developed, green finance is required, innovation and skills, culture, norms, and social dialogue are required for the enterprise to engage in green transition. And what are the measures to make the enterprise greener is that? So some examples that are required is first, recycle your office waste and avoid plastic cups and other disposable cutleries which you use. Also use some renewable energy sources to produce electricity. These are some examples required for making the enterprise greener. The next one is these are all the what are the greening process required in order to get greening output. So first, resource intensity, waste management, green marketing, sustainability, and corporate social responsibility. Every enterprise should follow some ethics in order to achieve greener enterprise. So greening inputs are like renewable energy and sustainable raw materials. So what are the outputs we get is offering green products and offering green services. So MSME, we all know the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise is the ministry in Government of India. It is the apex executive body for formulation and administration of rules, regulation and laws relating to micro, small and medium enterprises in India. So these are the distribution of primary energy consumption in some countries like Colombia, South Africa, and Korea. So here, Colombia uses hydroelectric powers, natural gases, coal, oil, etc. So what are the barriers to MSMEs taking up green energy practices? As many elements have been identified as a potential reasons for the enterprises to engage in green transition, including changes in demand from consumers or suppliers, demand from employees, government incentives, change in laws and regulations, improvement of business images, increased resource efficiency, reduced operational costs. These are all the main elements that are all the barriers to the MSMEs in taking up the green practices. So environment, business, climate, economic policies, and incentives. So these are all some industry sectors and what are the measures taken in order to establish green energy, greener enterprises. The industries are wholesale and retail, food processing, construction, hotels, tourism, and manufacturing industries. The conclusion is that most enterprises, including small ones, are implementing measures to reduce waste and carbon emissions. In the majority of cases, this entails no cost or even a reduction of production costs. So measures to green the places that people carry out their work are an integral part of greening of enterprises. And this is important to both workers and also employers. So, but more needs to be done to help enterprises and workplaces to become greener. Innovative tools and solutions must be implemented to make the enterprises greener. So, at last, as a team, we have to work to bring our enterprises greener by using renewable energies wherever required. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very nice presentation on energy report. So I next call upon Dr. S. Ravindran sir from KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore, to present a report on climate change. So you can start presenting, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Yeah. Warm good afternoon to everyone here. And in behalf of KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology, and I'm here to present my view on climate actions. I will share my screen over here.
Can you able to share, sir?
Yeah, I'm just. I think my presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible, sir. You can proceed.
Yeah, please. So my presentation is on climate change. So we know that action, global warming is a greater impact that's happening in say first century, and that we have to focus more on our sustainable development based on climate action. Okay. So most of our United Nations actions were more concentrating on climate changes. So with SDG goals, more related with climatic actions. So whatever we set as our sustainable development goals, so that have a greater impact on reducing the climatic changes. So with the landscape of learning, we learn from each other. We share ideas, we explore, and we solve problems. We make connections regarding our problems, and see how to make it work, something for everyone. We are doing all these things for reducing climatic changes. These climatic changes are due to many factors. Our lifestyles, whatever we use today, day-to-day life, have an impact on this climatic action changes. So save our world from these climatic changes, we are rigorously following up these SDG goals so that it can support directly and indirectly on climatic changes.
Ravindran sir, your PPT not moving, sir?
Is it moving now, sir?
No, sir.
No. Okay. It's shared. Okay, 1 second. I will share the entire screen. Yes, sir. I will stop sharing and I will do the entire.
Yes, sir. You stop sharing and just you have your concluding part, sir. That itself is okay. Already we are running short of time.
Okay. 1 second, sir. Okay, I will share the entire screen, sir, so that I think you can go with it. I think now this entire screen is visible to you. Yes.
Yes, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Yes. So this is the top 10 CO2 emitting countries in the world. That China on the top with the United States preceding, and we are at the 3rd position. So with the carbon emissions, we are in 3rd now. But with the per capita emission of CO2, we are far better than these countries. But even though with a huge population and production as one of the most developing countries, so we are supposed to go with the CO2 emissions also. But we are trying to reduce this CO2 emission in all means with our government actions, NGOs, IGEN. We are contributing more on giving awareness to the people in reducing these carbon emissions. So I hope this in this list, India will come back to the beginning position soon with our actions. So this is the top 15 countries, the highest CO2 emission per capita. So in this, our country has not came in because with a huge population, the per capita emission has reduced. But even though in a large, but we are in emitting CO2 in a higher rate. So that has to be reduced. And you see what are the sectors which contributes in this emission. So energy sector contributes 73.2% of carbon emission, greenhouse gases emission, not only carbon, SOx and NOx and everything. So now this energy sector is playing a major role in transforming, in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So electricity, heat, transport, everything comes under energy sector. Then direct industrial processes, it only 5.2% of the greenhouse gas emission is contributed. Whereas from waste, that is methane liberations from waste and other things, it is 3.2%. And other agriculture, forestry, land uses 18.4% due to forest fires, and we use lands for when we are digging out the lands, even some gases, natural gases are emitting. So in the mean, it has contributed 18.4%. This is one of a pie chart in showing how this greenhouse gas emission contributed by every sector with its inbuilt sector. So the same thing with the pie chart, whatever I discussed in the earlier slide, it is. So as a growing country, we need more energy, but energy, it should be an sustainable one and from the renewable energy base. So with all our supports and our action, we can move into greener path more than with the fossil and other depleting kind of power generation. So climate action, it is very important in reducing the climatic changes, because world is changing its climate by 1.5 degree centigrade. So that has to be reduced. Now all the nations are very keen on reducing these climate changes. So as Sir Ramesh sir said, we are running out of time, and I come with a conclusion with this thing. And I have a lot of more slides to share, but with reduced time, shortage in time, I just end my presentation with this thing, that we have to reduce carbon emissions in all sectors. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir, for briefing the session. So I next welcome the presenters from Geetanjali Institute of Technology Studies, Udaipur, Rajasthan, India. I call upon Dr. Manish Verma, sir, Dean and Head of Civil Engineering Department, and also Dr. Sangeeta Chaudhary, Associate Professor from the Geetanjali Institute of Technical Science, Udaipur, for presenting the PPT on green jobs. I welcome you, sir.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sharing my PPT.
Nagira ma'am, what's happening? I think they have some issue.
Yes, yes.
So is it okay to proceed?
Yes, good afternoon to all. Am I audible? Please confirm.
Yes, sir, you can proceed, sir.
And screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. I am Dr. Manish Verma, Dean Academics and Head of the Department, Civil Engineering, Gitanjali Institute of Technical Studies, Udaipur, Rajasthan. I am going to present the Global Energy Report prepared by the Promo Lift on Green Jobs Reports 2022 of America. The presentation will include what is the green job, what is the situation of green job in America, the salary offered by the green field, and some statistics related to this. First, I am going to give the introduction about the green job. What is the green job? According to United Nations Environment Program, that is UNEP, defined the green job means the green jobs are positions in agriculture, manufacturing, R&D, administrative and service activities aimed at sustainability, preventing or restoring environment quality. This is a definition given by the UNEP for green job. The green jobs are available in particularly USA on the renewable energy, that is for wind energy and solar engineers, sustainability, that is the sustainability specialization, then the agriculture field, agriculture engineer, nature protection, that is foresters, environmental science, that is the job on the biological and environmental studies, the teaching, that is the environmental science process, pollution mitigation, and the waste management. These are the areas where the green jobs are available in USA depending on the Green Job Report 2022. Particularly in America, the work in green jobs, according to this report 2022, the calculation is around 50 jobs areas come under this definition of green employment in America, in which they are providing around 9 lakhs workforce are working in the field of green jobs. It is around 0.6% of total jobs available in America. These are the some fields in which the green jobs are available in America based on this report 2022. The particularly what about the salary levels in green jobs in America? According to government run occupation, they define the median annual package of workforce on the green jobs are around $76,530, which is almost 31% higher than the national average salary offered by the other fields other than the green fields, in particularly USA. In which locations they have the jobs related to green, the states and city, the largest green workforce are working in a particularly California and Texas. And if we are talking about the cities, the Los Angeles and the Chicago, the cities in which many jobs are available in the field of green job, according to this report. This is the map related to this same statistics. What about the grow? Grow is nearly better than the other field of jobs in the USA. The vacancies continuously growing in the field and hiring in the green jobs since last some decades is rapidly increased. According to this graph, we can understand how the jobs are increasing and demand of green jobs is continuously increasing. This statistics shows that the 50 areas in which the jobs are suddenly increased due to the job requirement and vacancies in the also this statistics shows the salary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for a nice briefing about green energy jobs. So with this, I conclude the session of organizer institution session. So I again hand over the session to the Geeta ma'am. Ma'am, you can call upon the next session.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call Mrs. Satya, a graduate teacher in Science and Rocket Science Coordinator, Government Girls High Secondary Students, Pudukkottai, Thanjavur District, for conducting Energy Sustainability in Space Community Students Action Plan. Ma'am, over to you. Satya, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can proceed.
Okay. A very good afternoon and good evening to one and all present here. We are going to discuss about in the topic of the energy sustainability and in the space community, a student's action plan. As we all know that the affordable and clean energy is one among the 17 SDG goals established by the United Nations General Assembly in the year 2015. Hence, our team members, that is, number 1, Kartiyayini, are studying class 12, AGM High School, Yeragudi, from Trichy district. And number 2, Kalaimagal, yes, studying class 12, Government Girls Higher Secondary School, Pattukottai, from Thanjavur district. And number 3, K. Brahmadev, class 10, Velamal Vidyashram, Surapet, Tiruvallur district. And number 4, R. Mahalashmi, studying class 11, Government Girls High Secondary School, Pattukottai, from Thanjavur district. And number 5, R.B. Rakshita, studying class 10, ABS Vidya Mandir, Tiruvallur district. And number 6, V. Priyanka, class 10, Jayagopal Garodia, Government Girls Higher Secondary School, Virugampakkam, from Chennai district. And last but not least, yes, Asma Mariam, class 10, Jayagopal Garodia, Higher Secondary School, Virugampakkam, Chennai. So these 7 members are going to bring into a prime attention that what they need to develop SDG goal number 7, and being a rocket science student, what are the solutions that they would be putting forward to develop the status of SDG goal number 7 by means and the existing rocket technologies. Hope you all very enjoy this session. Over to the students and start your conversation also. Go ahead.
So the torque acting on a rocket can be written as T is equal to Fr into sine theta, and we also need to find a solution to resist the drag force and forward as much as possible. And
hey, what language are you speaking in rocket science?
Yes, of course. It's an obvious fact to speak about rocket science. After all, being a student of Dr. A. Sivadhanu Pillai sir for 2 years, seeing from your side, rocket science seems to be far beyond one's understanding. But the reality is that anyone can learn rocket science.
How do you guys even understand such complex concepts so easily?
The man who made us understand such hard concept is none other than our CEO of BrahMos Missile, Dr. A. Sivadhanu Pillai sir. Our experience of traveling with him for 2 years was just amazing.
Wow, fascinating. What were all the activities which you all did in your 2 years journey?
We learned tons and tons of facts about rockets, satellites, and even about the cosmos. We also visited many technical places such as URO Satellite Center, New Tech Aerospace Solution, Liquid Propulsion System Center, IITM Research Park, and many more.
So, what's your next plan in your rocket science program?
well, we are going to give a visit to Russia the following month as a technical trip, where we would get to experience zero gravity as well.
That's great. Wish even I would have been a part of the team. But doesn't a rocket produces a lot of pollution while lifting off? Are the rockets that are being used these days fuel efficient as well as cost efficient? You guys have any solution in changing the current scenario?
Yes, what you said makes sense. We have been trying to achieve the sustainable goal number 7, which claims to provide affordable and clean energy by the means of existing rocket technology.
Yes, we have got a few ideas which could help develop our current situation and can also simultaneously help develop the economy of India. Hence, it would be really great if we utilize the atmosphere to gain thrust, or we also have an alternate idea of using biofuel, or we can even extract helium-3 from moon for efficient fuel utilization. These can ultimately help us achieve SDG goal number 7.
Wait. What is SDG goal number 7? I don't understand. What is the need to develop it?
Sustainable Development Goal number 7 is one of the 17 sustainable goals established by the United Nations General Assembly in 2015. It aims to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all.
And we are trying to achieve this goal by means of rocket science because we need to try and save our fossil fuels as well as our carbon footprints to the farthest possible extent.
What is the need to develop SDG goal number 7?
It is very much required to develop SDG goal number 7. In current scenario, we need to ensure that everyone on this planet has access to clean and affordable energy. But a rocket requires a lot of fuel to gain thrust to lift off. This is the main drawback.
Hence, there is a shortage of getting affordable and reliable energy resources for a common man because if the availability of fuel decreases, the cost increases.
Not only that, but the fuels that are being used in rockets these days also create a lot of pollution, and the specific impulse of the fuel is also very low, which means the rocket fuel are being used these days are not efficiently used.
Hence, I guess using a biofuel to gain a pollution-free liftoff during initial stages would be great.
We can even depend on the atmosphere to gain thrust at initial stages to gain high specific impulse. Hence, horizontal liftoff would enable us to utilize the atmosphere to the most possible extent.
Well, we can even create a moon base to increase our quality of living, therefore extract helium-3 from the lunar surface and use it as a rocket fuel since it has higher specific impulse.
And being a rocket science student, it becomes our prime responsibility to ensure that we use fuel efficiently and reduce the cost as much as possible and ultimately try save our fossil fuels and carbon footprints for the upcoming generations. Hence, we are trying to find a solution for these current situations and we are sure that we would succeed on it.
But finding a solution is quite a difficult task as the complexity of making proper decision in the current situation is kind of critical.
Yeah, students, Abdul Kalam once said that you students are the pillars of young India. Go ahead and try your best in finding solutions. Being rocket science students, I'm sure you guys will succeed in it. All the best, guys. Go ahead.
Sure, ma'am.
Will do so. Thank you, ma'am. All right, guys, I guess 2 members from our very own team have an idea of using biofuel to gain a pollution-free liftoff and to ultimately achieve SDG goal number 7. How about listening to them first?
Sure.
All right.
Am I visible?
Yeah.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Yes, you can. You are visible.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you. This is our topic, sustainable fuel to make the world pollution free. Myself, Asma Mariam, and my friend Priyanka. Our ideas are biofuel, hydrogen, and CCS process. There are the various types of biofuel. We are using 2 methods to produce biofuel. One of the method is an algae. These are the process of biofuel using the algae. We take Corolla vulgaris algae because this is more effective to make a biofuel. Then we take algae and mix it with the water, then 3 to 5 grams of sodium hydroxide, then mix it with the 200 milliliters of methanol, then add the liquid into your algae water, then leave it a hour, then separate it as a 2 liquid, one is biofuel, then another one is glycerin. We can take algae because algae can consume large amount of carbon dioxide. So it prevents climatic changes and ozone depletion. Then this is our second method using a vegetable oil. Then the specific impulse of bioethanol is a 165.5 Newton. Biofuel can be used for rocket. It has been proved recently that liquid biofuels from agriculturally available lands can provide safe and convenient energy for rockets, mostly because of their reasonable high density that allows to reduce the weight of the tanks, resulting in a high propellant structure in a mass ratio. Then these are the advantages and some disadvantages of a biofuel. Better specific impulse, safer to use, improves engine life. Then some disadvantages are non-suitable in a usage in low temperature, shortage of water, variation in quantity. Then our second idea, hydrogen. Over to Priyanka.
Yeah, myself, Priyanka. There are three types of hydrogen, gray, blue, and green. In the process of producing hydrogen, gray and blue hydrogen emits CO2, but green hydrogen does not emit CO2. So that our idea is to use green hydrogen as a fuel for rocket. And our green hydrogen will come under SDG Goal 7. The hydrogen making process. We are collecting energy from wind and solar power for electrolysis process. In electrolysis process, we can use anode, cathode, or graphite. In anode, oxygen is evolved. In cathode, hydrogen is evolved. After the electrolysis process, hydrogen is collected and compressed to filled in tanks for transportation. Next slide. These are advantages and disadvantages of hydrogen. Next slide, please. In India, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has announced a budget for green hydrogen plant that is 90,700 crores for green hydrogen plant. Next slide. This is another project, carbon capture and storage. Next slide. Carbon is compressed and it is being injected into a saline rock formation under the ground of about 1.5 kilometers under the carpet. And after some weeks and months, CO2 dissolved into water and started to separate as droplets. And after some months, finally mineral reaction takes place and we can produce oil. Thank you to IGEN for giving this great opportunity. Thank you. That was all about our thoughts on innovation and developing SDG Goal 7. Do you guys have any idea of your own?
Of course, I do. In order to achieve a pollution-free liftoff and to utilize the atmosphere to gain high specific impulse and thrust at initial stages, I propose an idea to enable HOTOL, which stands for Horizontal Liftoff and Landing. Me and my teammate would be explaining about that in detail. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, you can proceed, Brahmadev.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, first I would like to thank IGEN for giving us a great opportunity to present our innovative thoughts and ideas in Energathon. So let's get moving on. So first of all, what is our innovation? Well, it is to build a complete RLV and an SSTO which stands for single stage to orbit spaceplane. Well, research were held in the late 1970s to build one, but the scientists failed in building one. But we can actually design a spaceplane which takes off horizontally using existing rocket technologies. So let's get moving on. So before getting to know how to actually build a spaceplane, first we need to know what is the need to develop a spaceplane in the current scenario. So are the conventional multi-stage rockets that are being used these days fuel efficient? The answer remains to be no. Are they reusable? No. Are they sufficient enough to develop the status of SDG goal number 7? No. Why it isn't fuel efficient? Because the rockets that are being used these days consume a lot of fuel to achieve the required amount of thrust for liftoff. Hence, the specific impulse also decreases. But we do have a solution for this, which is a space plane. As the name suggests, a plane takes off horizontally and lands horizontally at the same time. Horizontal liftoff enables us to utilize the atmosphere at initial stages to gain thrust as well as specific impulse. Now let's see in detail how to build one. So the components that you can see in the mind map are all going to be involved in this SSTO spaceplane. So the first component that we're going to be involving in our spaceplane is Sabre, and we got our teammate who will be explaining about that in detail. Over to you, Mahalakshmi.
Thank you, Dave. Myself, Mahalakshmi. Now I explain about SABREN. SABREN, Synergetic Air Breathing Rocket Engine, is a concept under development by Reaction Engine, limited for a hypersonic pre-cooled hybrid air breathing rocket engine. The engine is being designed to achieve single stage to orbit capability, propelling the proposed space plan to low Earth orbit. SABREN is an evaluation of Alan Bond series of planes like design that started in the early mid-1980s for the Hotel project. How does it work? The SABREN engine is designed to operate in air breathing mode using atmospheric air and onboard liquid hydrogen. up to velocity of Mach 5. Then translation to rocket mode using on board liquid hydrogen. It's capable exo-atmospheric flight and powered re-entry. Thank you. Over to
Well, thank you for that. And now let's get moving on to the second component, which is LACE engine system. So LACE stands for Liquid Air Cycle Engine. Well, we all know how a jet engine works. Likewise, LACE compresses the incoming air, utilizes partial amount of air as exhaust, and the remaining amount of air is liquefied or stored in the oxidizer tank of the spaceplane. So, well, basically, if you see here, the oxidizer tank is going to be empty at the initial stage, whereas it is going to be filled during the time it reaches the upper atmosphere. Hence, we can reduce the lift off weight as well. So now let's get moving on to the third component, which is ramjets. So we got our teammate who will be explaining about ramjets in detail. Over to you, Mahalakshmi, once again.
Thank you, Dev. Now I explain about ramjet. A ramjet is an variant of an air-breathing jet engine that does not include a rotary compressor. It uses the engine's forward motion use the engine forward motion to compress the incoming air. A ramjet cannot function at zero airspeed and therefore cannot be used to power an aircraft in all phases of flight. The ramjet getting the name from the method of air compression. It cannot operate from a standing start but must first be altered to a high speed by another means of propulsion. Thank you. Over to Brahmadev.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And now let's get moving on to the fourth component, which is the J58 jet engine. So our entire plan is to use jet engines at initial stage to gain thrust and specific impulse. Once we have attained Mach 2, we will be switching to ramjet mode, and after attaining Mach 5 using ramjets, we would have come past the upper atmosphere, which means we can't rely on the atmosphere to gain thrust anymore. Hence, we would quickly switch to rocket engine mode, which would propel our spaceplane to Mach 33, which would be sufficient enough to overcome the Earth's escape velocity. So J58 jet engines is the one which we would be using at initial stages. So, well, why do we prefer using J58 jet engine? Well, let's suppose the pressure of the air outside is 1 bar, but then we get the air compressed 39 times to the very inlet of the jet engine. This supersonically compressed air is further compressed by the compressor, then it would pass through the bypass tubes, and when the time it reaches the combustion chamber, the air is compressed 112 times. This highly compressed air undergoes combustion and hence produces high amount of thrust. That's why we prefer using J58 jet engines. And finally, we got our teammate Mahalakshmi who will be explaining about rocket engine in detail. Over to you once again, Mahalakshmi.
Now I explain about rocket engine. We are know about rocket engine. A rocket engine uses stored rocket propellant as the reaction mass for forming a high-speed propulsion jet of fluid, usually high-temperature gas. Rocket engine or reaction engine, producing thrust by injection mass. In accordance with Newton's third law, most rocket engine use the combustion of creative chemical to supply the necessary energy. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the last component that we're going to be involving in our space plane is the pre-cooled jet engine. So all of these accessories that are going to be combined in our SSTO space plane vehicle. And at the beginning, our teammate had explained about modified Sabre. So Sabre basically stands for Synergetic Air Breathing Rocket Engine. Well, basically an engine known as Sabre doesn't exist in this world. A scientist known as Alan Bond in the late 1980s did a research on Sabre, but he wasn't quite successful in building this engine because he involved ramjets plus an extraordinary cooler which has the capacity to cool the incoming air from 1000 degrees Celsius to minus 150 degrees Celsius in 1/100th of a second, which is physically not possible. And then he also involved a jet engine right here, and then he also involved a rocket engine. So as he had involved these many components in this engine, the complexity increased and he wasn't successful in building one. But we can actually modify the Sabre engine by involving J50 jet engine LACE engine system to reduce the lift-off weight, and then hence involving all of these engines, we can make our spaceplane RLV, which is reusable and can be used multiple times and can reach the orbit in a single stage. So let's get moving on to the parameters. So um, So here the final calculation sheet where we have compared our innovative spaceplane to the best rocket ever made in ISRO. So the liftoff mass in our innovative rocket is 180 tons, whereas that of PSLV Mach 3, it is 320 tons. Since we're not going to be using any kind of solid motor strap-ons and our oxidizer tank is also going to be empty at the initial stage, our spaceplane becomes really light. And the liftoff thrust is of 2400 kilonewton. We're going to be using two pair of engines, each producing a thrust of 1200 kilonewton, which add up a sum of 2400 kilonewton. And the payload capacity in our innovative spaceplane is going to be 2 tons. Well, that of PSLV Mach 3, it's 1.7 tons. And both of the spaceplane, I mean, both our spaceplane as well as our PSLV Mach 3 has the capacity to reach 600 kilometers, which that is where the low Earth orbit is located from the Earth's upper atmosphere. And then for first stage, we're going to be using pre-cooled turbofan with afterburner plus ramjet of thrust to 1200 kilonewton, which add up a sum of 2400 kilonewton. And that PSLV uses SRB 139, which is the name of a solid motor strap-ons. And then for second stage, we will be switching on to ramjet mode plus liquid rocket up to 100 kilometer, and that of PSLV, it is completely dependent upon onboard liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen supply. And for third stage, we're going to be completely dependent upon liquid rocket, since our spaceplane would have reached space by this time and there's no atmosphere in space. Hence, we are completely dependent upon the onboard liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen supply. And that of PSLV, it uses solid rocket motors again, which is the HTPB. And then for fourth stage, again, we're going to be completely dependent upon liquid rocket, and that of PSLV2, it uses liquid rocket. And now let's get moving on to the main key features. So is our innovative rocket RLV, which means can it be used multiple times? The answer is yes. Well, that of PSLV, no, it's not usable. And is our innovative spaceplane air breathing? Yes, it is air breathing. It does use atmosphere to gain thrust and specific impulse at initial stage. And that of a PSLV, no, it's not air breathing, because it doesn't use atmosphere at any point of stage. And then what is the specific impulse? This is the most important point of this entire calculation sheet. We have managed to achieve 1500 specific impulse, while that of PSLV, it's just 450. You guys might be having a doubt, how did we manage to achieve a specific impulse of 1500? That's because we're completely dependent upon the atmosphere to gain thrust at initial stages. Hence, our specific impulse increases. While that of PSLV, it doesn't use atmosphere at any point of stage, and it's completely dependent upon the onboard liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen supply. So thrust to weight ratio, we have managed to achieve 14, that of PSLV it's 4. And air intake cooling, it's achieved by pre-cooling intake air by liquid hydrogen. And our first stage engine mass is 17 tons, whereas that of PSLV, it's 138 tons. And compressor max pressure ratio is 120. Earlier I had mentioned that we can achieve 112, but by using pre-cooled jet engines, we can actually achieve 120. And our first stage engine drive weight is 8,500 kg, which adds up a sum of 17 tons, which I had mentioned earlier. So hence, developing a spaceplane is for a greater good, as it can help develop the current status of SDG goal number 7, which claims to provide affordable and clean energy by means of existing rocket technologies, and ultimately we can achieve a pollution-free environment. So that was all about my idea. So thank you. So that was all about our innovative spaceplane concept.
Okay. Well, even our team of 3 members have an alternate form of innovation in order to achieve a higher standard of living and to extract helium-3 from the lunar surface for the efficient fuel utilization. We are here with our concept of creating a moon base, and we are here to explain about this. I am Rakshita. I request Katyayani to share the screen.
Am I visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Proceed.
So first of all, I thank IGEN for giving this wonderful opportunity in participating on this Energathon, which on the topic of sustainable energy in space community. And we have chosen the sub-theme of sustainable energy in moon base. And we 3 are going to present on the topic of moon base, which is going to be our future plan for settlement in moon. These plans are going to be establishing the facilities on moon that could be enabling the sustainable human activity on the moon. And it is proposed and pursued nationally and will be pursued increasingly internationally by the space agency. And the 2 main reasons which we have been doing this moon base is for mainly helium-3, and the launch base we are going to set up on the moon base. So the first thing is the helium-3. Helium-3 is the abundant material on the moon. This helium-3 got into moon because of the trapping capacity of moon without the atmosphere, but not the earth because it has atmosphere. And the main thing is about 20% of helium-3 deposit is in the lunar marina, and about estimated total of 11 lakh metric tons of helium-3 has also been deposited on the lunar surface by the solar winds. And digging a patch of lunar surface roughly gives a three quarters of 220 pounds of helium-3, and about 500 kgs of helium-3 can produce 5 gigawatt of clean, ecological, sustainable energy for 24 hours a day for 1 year. This is for a major city which has inhabitants about 3+ million people. And the extracted helium-3 will be converted into energy. This energy is used to make water into steam, and the steam will drive the turbine to produce the electricity. It is used in today industries to produce by the radioactive decay of tritium. And also it gives very low natural abundance in Earth. That's why helium-3 is very expensive in Earth. But in moon, helium-3 is a sustainable energy for electricity and also a fuel because it is abundant, and it is also cost efficient to use helium-3, and it is a non-radioactive element, so that it is safe to handle, and also it is safe for the people who are living there. And it also increases our standard of living, and it also increases our Indian economy. Also, helium-3 has the potential to be a fuel in nuclear power plant, that is being a sustainable fuel also in rocketry. Over to Katyayani for gamma rays.
Thank you, Rakshita. So now I am going to explain about gamma rays. The solar energy system is the base for this concept. The solar panel will observe the UV rays from the sunlight and it will convert it into electric energy. The solar panel will contain 32 solar cells and it can produce 14.72 amount of electron volt. So if we want to give energy to the full moon base, we need 10 to 20 solar panels. But in gamma rays, first we have to make the panel which will convert the gamma rays into electric energy. The gamma rays can produce greater than 100 kilo electron volt. So in the basis of electron volt, gamma rays will be the best. If we take cost, one solar cell cost is between $400 to $500. One solar panel's cost is nearly $13,000. But the approximate cost of gamma panel may be double times of the solar panel. But in the place of using 10 solar panels, we can use one gamma panel. In that place, we can save the cost of 8 solar panels. So in the basis of electric volt and the basis of cost, gamma rays will be very beneficial for us and for the space community. Over to Kalimaki.
Here I am speaking about sustainable biofuel. If we go to moon, we must need a rocket for our travel. But the rocket propellant is highly expensive. So we made a sustainable biofuel. We take liquid methane as a fuel and oxygen as an oxidizer. We take methane from biogas and converted the gas into liquid by compressing. It is the most abundant in Earth. Liquid methane has low specific impulse than liquid hydrogen, but it is easier to store due to its higher boiling point and density. Compared to hydrogen, it is beneficial for reusability. Liquid methane is relatively safe for human missions. It is less expensive, so it is cost efficient. So it is eco-friendly for our environment and for our Mother Earth. We use this biofuel as an affordable and sustainable energy. Over to Katyayani.
Thank you, Kalimagal. Now we have taken ion thrusters. Kalimagal has explained how can we use biofuel to get to the moon from Earth. So now from the moon base, we can use ion thrusters for our interplanetary missions and missions to explore our universe. We can use ion thrusters there because ion thrusters will work in vacuum space. Our Earth's gravity is 9.8 ms per -2, so we need a lot of fuel for the lift off here. But the moon's gravity is 1.62 ms per -2. We didn't need so much amount of fuel there. A little much thrust is enough. So we can use ion thrusters there. And ion thrusters use xenon as their propellant. So if we use ion thrusters, we can save the fuel which we are using now, like liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, and we can save the cost as well. So ion thrusters will be very beneficial for us in terms of energy. Over to you, Kalimagal.
The moon base is a future plan. If we want to live in moon, we must create the moon base. We need energy for our living purposes. So we generate energy from gamma rays and helium-3. Sustainable biofuel help us to travel from Earth to moon. Ion thrusters help us to travel from moon to other planets, like interplanetary missions. These techniques are help us for sustainable and clean energy on moon and space. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we have discussed about this question with the question, space community and energy sustainability. Is there a relationship between how to relate the rocket science with the SDG, goal number 7? Is there any relationship between the rocket science and the energy sustainability?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm from team number 1 and myself I'm Priyanka. In our project Hydrogen, we have used renewable energy such as solar and wind for hydrogen production. Using renewable energy will develop SDG goal 7. And second thing is, to develop SDG goal 7, we can use 3 R's, reduce, reuse and recycle. In our project CCS, we have used reuse and recycle 2 R's in our project. Being a rocket science student, we have contributed to SDG goal in a 2 ways, ma'am.
Okay. And what are any suggestion or solution do you give the sustainable energy with the rocketry, the team 2? It's a space plane.
Yes, ma'am. So our space plane concept may also ultimately help develop the status of SDG goal number 7, because we're not going to be using any kind of fuel until the time the space plane is within the Earth. So there's like no pollution created, and we're going to be switching to rocket engine mode after the space plane has reached space. So of course, until the time the space plane is within the Earth, it's not going to be creating any pollution, and hence it is also energy efficient. So I guess our space plane concept will help develop the status of SDG goal number 7. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Then team number 3, that is moon-based sustainable energy. And do you give any suggestion or any solution to the sustainable energy or green energy?
Yes, ma'am, for sure. Our team has been presented in 4 topics, which is helium-3, gamma rays, green propellant, and ion thrusters. First, helium-3, we have got a base concept that that helium-3 will improve the standard of living of a common people, and it will enable the energy to reach the common people. And this helium-3 is made water into steam, and it produces the electricity. And when we see into gamma rays has the potential to give more electricity when compared to using of solar panels. So using of gamma panels may cost higher, but it lasts for long lasting. But in solar panels, it is a drawback. But while in green propellants, we have taken in methane. Liquid methane is a biomaterial which has we got from Earth, and this is used as a propellant in rocket used for Earth to Moon mission, so that no damage is caused for Earth. And while we are seeing in finally ion thrusters are the main propellant which we are going to use in the interplanetary mission between Moon and the interplanets, and so that no pollution is going to be caused, and it is easy and it is worthy in vacuum space also.
Okay. With that, we conclude our session, the sustainable energy in space community, with the team 3. So, I'm so glad to have our rocket science students always be rocking. Our pillars are also told so many times during the meeting, that is youth can only change the world. This will be going through only by you guys, that is youth. So running out of time, we have to cut short our duration of time also. So, and I have to thank our IGEN President, Dr. L. Ramesh sir, and Vice President, Dr. Bala sir, and Director Gokul sir, and Zahira ma'am, Divya ma'am, Dr. Kavita ma'am, Dr. Satish sir, and those who are working as the backstage, that is the behind of the session, and the special thanks to all for giving wonderful chance to participate in this wonderful event that is IGEN ENERGATHON 2023. Thank you so much. Thanks to all. Thank you, students also.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, my dear students. Your presentation was very nice and it was very impressed, and it is a very example for all the other students, those who are watching here. The school students, how they are presenting, how they are having the dialogues like that. It was very impressed. Even just now, I told my first year students, you go through the students' presentation, and it was a wonderful session, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, and the students. Really, it was a very good presentation, a confident presentation, and kudos to you all people. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Anuradha, Professor and Head, KCT College of Technology, for a session on SDV action and best practices presentation. Over to you, ma'am. Anuradha, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the session. Greetings to one and all present here. On behalf of the Institution of Green Engineers, IGEN, I extend a very warm welcome to all for the second edition of Earth Day Indexed IGEN ENERGATHON 2023. SDG 7 Action Best Practices Presentation Session is a part of IGEN ENERGATHON 2023, and it provides a platform for academic institutions, startup companies, industries, and NGOs to present their best practices, success stories, and innovative implementation methods on the SDG 7 and its interrelated goals. The theme of this session is Clean Energy, Powering the Sustainable Future. The presenters will describe the best practices, initiatives followed in their organization that mobilized people to transform towards SDG 7 and its interrelated goals, inspired positive change and shift in behavior of individuals to take action for the SDGs, connected people, organization, and institution of diverse sectors to commit on achieving SDG 7 and interrelated goals by 2030. Total 9 teams are shortlisted to present their best practices in this final event, and each one will be given 4 minutes to share the key points of their best practices, followed by them. Now I request Ms. Suganya to call the teams to present their best practices. Over to you, Suganya.
Thank you, ma'am. Good day to all. Now I request Dr. Janet B.V. Shagul Hamid, Associate Professor, Coordinator for the Energy Club from B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai. Ma'am, the session is over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I present my screen?
Sure, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your presentation.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Dr. Janet B.V., Coordinator Energy Club, representing B.S. Abdul Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. I will be presenting the best practices which are followed by our institute. I hope my screen transition is visible. Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to list the various best practices followed by our institute. Rooftop solar power plants, capacity is 50% of the sanctioned demand. Then green campus, rainwater harvesting, biogas plant, solar water heaters, sewage water treatment plant, solid, liquid, and e-waste management, no plastic zone. Green building certification, we have recycling of papers through ITC, zero discharge of waste, adoption of nearby villages, supporting nearby village panchayats and government organizations. You can see a few screenshots of all the practices followed by our institution. In 2021, our institution received the District Green Champion Award from the Government of India for its efforts in the field of environmental protection, energy management, and green management. And I will be talking about the rooftop solar power plants in our campus. As a part of its Green Campus initiative, our institution has set up a 650 kilowatt peak grid-tied rooftop solar PV power plant and its academic buildings. The plant is located in the vacant roof space of various buildings. The number of units generated through solar power plants constitute 41% of total electricity consumption since 2014. Now we have reached 50%, almost 50%. This is the 2020 data. Solar water heaters installed total capacity of 36,500 liters. This is equivalent to 365 numbers of electric geysers of 2 kilowatt capacities. The power saving is estimated to be around 24 lakhs per annum, and we have saved a lot of money by installing all these PV systems. Then solar street lights we have installed towards staff quarters at Hostel Road and architecture block area in various buildings of our institution. This project was done by our third year triple students along with the estate office. And I have listed the different monocrystalline, polycrystalline solar PV panels at different parts of our institute. And stakeholders, partners, and applicable SDGs. Our partners are Fourth Partner Energy, then Kankyo Group of Companies, AREAC, Biotech Solution Private Limited, Green Services Trust. These partners are partnering with us in various green energy best practices. And our stakeholders are, we have 10,000 plus students and 500 plus teaching faculty and 400 plus non-teaching supporting faculty. And we have a very good alumni support in all the startups related to best practices. And the applicable SDGs are affordable and clean energy, SDG 7, climate action, SDG 13, quality education, SDG 4, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 11, and partnerships for the goals, SDG 17. By utilizing renewable energy sources, our campus contribute to SDG 7 mainly, which aims to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. These initiatives promote clean and sustainable energy generation, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and supporting the transition towards a low carbon energy system. And the impacts, yes, of course, the knowledge and skill sets gained, students are working on various projects and various fundings have been initiated. So technical expertise have been increased, then project management skills the students and faculty have gained, then people impacted, the stakeholders and the partners, students, faculty and staff and local community. Then outcomes, to say in a broader perspective, we have environmental benefits, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, improved air quality, conservation of natural resources, economic advantages. We have saved a lot of money on our electricity bills because previously we were wholly relying on diesel jet. Now we are able to produce our own from PV panels. So cost savings, job creation, local economic growth, then educational and research opportunities. So learning experiences, research and innovation. Then community engagement and outreach, awareness and education to the local community as well as school students. We have run several solar competitions and programs, quiz competitions on renewable energy. And in fact, Dr. Cholanki, he visited us on his mission in Swaraj Energy Foundation on behalf of Swaraj Energy Foundation. And long-term sustainability, demonstrating leadership, resilience, and energy independence, contribution to renewable energy goals. So these are all the outcomes by employing to the best practices. And our institute, I'm very happy to share this information. It has achieved many awards. So recognized social entrepreneurship, Swachhta and Rural Engagement Cell institution by Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and our institute awarded by AICT for the significant contribution in the Clean and Smart Campus Award 2019. Again, it is awarded by AICT for the significant contribution in the One Student, One Tree scheme. Then ASSO CHAM Award, University of the Year for Eco-Friendly Sustainable Campus for its eco-friendly self-sustaining efforts in conserving the environment. The award was presented by Dr. Mahendranath Pandey, Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. So the screenshots of the awards I have shared, and I hope this will create a very good opportunity to spread the best practices followed by all the institutions in and around the world to the globe. Thank you. Let's make a sustainable future for all. And I would like to thank IGEN ENERGATHON for giving an opportunity to our institute for communicating all the best practices. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request St. Xavier College to share their screen and start their presentation on best practices. St. Xavier College.
Ma'am, you can call the next team. Are they there? Are
okay, ma'am. They will present, ma'am.
Okay,
Next team, I request KCG College of Technology, Dr. K. Karthikeyan, to present on the best practices. Sir, the screen is over to you, sir.
Please unmute yourselves.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope my screen is visible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Screen is visible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for giving us a chance to explain our best practices in our campus. So I'm Dr. Karthikeyan. I'm representing KCG Center of Excellence in Renewable Energy, Department of Tripoli, KCG College of Technology. So our best practices, just a minute. Yeah, our best practices are here, listed here. And we have been doing certified skill development courses from certified through NSDC, PMKVY, TNSDC, like solar technician, rooftop solar grid engineers for college students, diploma students, and 10 dropouts, to improve the students' employability skills in green sector. Then we have conducted solar lamp, solar pump skill development programs, and renewable energy and energy conservation awareness programs to neighboring villages, peoples, and other school students. And third one is our rooftop solar grid installation, 100 kilowatt, which caters to around 30% of our energy demand. And we have saved a lot, and a lot of carbon emission has been reduced through this since 2017. And the third one is institution policy of operating battery operated vehicles inside campus commutation. And the fifth one is executing free consultancy projects on solar systems. We have installed somewhere around 6 kilowatt of on-grid solar systems for neighboring villages in the rural community. And the last one is using energy management software to optimize use of energy by properly monitoring the energy consumption, by bringing it below the maximum demand, by load shedding or load rescheduling. Then our stakeholders, student community from schools, colleges, and diploma, and NSDC, SCGJ, Skill Council for Green Jobs, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, TNSDC, Energy Swaraj Foundation as certification partners. And as consultancy partners, we have Pranson, National Institute of Wind Energy, KST Wind Engineering, Pavan Mitra, Green PL, Info Solar Private Limited. And applicable SDGs in this area are SDG 6, Clean Water and Sanitation, SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, SDG 11, Sustainable City and Communities, SDG 13, Climate Action, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. Few of the photos related to those events have been shown, forecasted over here. Then the impacts due to our best practices are: we inspired, mobilized, and connected nearly 1,000 students and village community. Through NSDC certification programs, roughly 294 students of college as well as diploma students have been trained in this and certified. PMKVY certified 75 students, college and diploma students. TNSDC certification for 30 students who are 10th dropouts. And we have conducted Go Solar workshop for school students through Campus Connect programs. Over 400 students in and around Chennai schools have been actively participated and utilized this events. Then village outreach programs, we have conducted nearly 75 programs by giving them training of assembling the solar lamps and then maintaining it. And then free consultancy projects in solar to rural areas, it is shown here. We have installed 2 kilowatt on-grid solar systems for 3 houses in rural areas near Mahavaram and Chengalpet. Then funded projects from AICT, VPP, Virtual Power Plant Project, and Neves wind-driven air storage system, totaling amount of 35 lakhs. And number of Indian patents granted in this area of renewable energy is 8, and published patents were nearly 21. This includes both students and faculty. And the screenshots of more of those are shown below. Outcomes of the best practices on organization. Our practices have helped our students to do projects in solar cycle, solar battery operated vehicles, solar tree, wind tree projects in the renewable energy, and they have also made them participate in various national and international competitions, and they have even won those things. And the green initiatives that we have taken up in our campus as a policy is rooftop solar plant installation of 100 kilowatt, commissioning to cater around 30% of energy demand, sewage treatment plant and reverse osmosis plant. The wastewater from those plants are used for sprinklers in the garden to prevent water wastage, so that it is going to be utilized properly. And then energy monitoring system has been installed effectively with the software, and feeders have been monitored in it. Rainwater harvesting system, energy efficient lighting systems through LED bulbs, Battery operated vehicles, Yamaha Golf Cart, 5-seater, 10-seater, and Hero electric two-wheelers are used for campus commutation. And then patented funded projects on renewable energy supported DC ceiling grid was granted in 2021. It was funded by IEA. Certifications, certificate of appreciation, and solar plants installations have been shown here. Outcomes of the activity on society. 2 kilowatt solar PV grid on-grid systems were being designed and implemented for the people after the outreach programs. The awareness and outreach programs have improved the employability skills in those villages. Incubating Mr. N. Devaputra alumnus is a successful solar PV installer. 2 entrepreneurs in the sector are incubated in our in-house technology business incubation, which is sponsored by MSME. Then Unnat Bharat Abhiyan certification, World Environment Day awareness programs, and this outreach programs have been shown here as screenshots over here. Thank you, IGEN. I thank IGEN for giving us an opportunity to present our best practices. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Karthikeyan sir. It was a nice presentation. Next, we call the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Arubadai Veedu Institute of Technology, to present their best practices presentation. So, Madam, Dr. Chitra, the screen is over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please share your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I have shared. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Actually, it was visible, but it is not in a full screen mode.
Wait, ma'am.
Yes, you are in the last slide, ma'am. Please move on to the first slide. Yes, you can start presenting, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, make it as a slideshow.
Yes, ma'am. It's not F5. If I press F5, it's not. Sorry, Can I start, ma'am?
Yeah, you can start.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm happy to share the best practice which we are following in our department, Electrical and Electronics Engineering in Arubadai Veedu Institute of Technology, Chennai. One of the best practice which we follow in our department, like innovative product development, like energy management and conservation. Here I have mentioned a few projects which were have excelled some of the awards and appreciation, as well as some funding from the government agencies, which is benefited for the society. So the main motto of this is to make the student be aware about all the energy efficient solutions and energy management systems, and also make the environment very clean. So we insist all the student as an electrical engineering department to have some creative and innovative ideas in related to renewable energy sources, as well as energy efficient products. So to name a few here, we have developed a DCS integrated energy management system, which would help all the industries and organizations to make an efficient usage of energy. And also we have made a product batteryless UPS system using mechanical flywheel, which helps the people to avoid the use of battery. And I think this is a very old technology, and because of making it a small prototype, it can be easily available to all the people with a free energy. And also we have made some systems like IoT enabled control valve for water management system in urban area. And these are all some funded projects like DC microgrid we have provided for the Arunkuntram village, which was sponsored by the UBA. And one of the app we have developed like Carbo War, which the name of the app is Carbo War, which is used for each and every individual to understand how much of carbon dioxide we are emitting because of the usage of our daily activities. So this app will be really useful to realize all the individuals and organizations to understand how much the carbon footprint was left by them. So this is an important app we have developed. And at most 1,400 plus people were being trained like energy literate with the help of our institution. And these are related to society. And I would like to tell something about the students who developed some of the other products. These products were like developed in the last 1 year. So to name a few, I have given some few projects related to the sustainable development goals. To satisfy these, some of the products like climate clock, which creates awareness. All the students, when seeing the clock, they understand how we are now. And the students were helping in installing and commissioning and maintaining that 126 kilowatt peak solar power plant, which reduces 30% of our EV bill. And other products like solar drone, sensor-based energy management system in staff room as well as in classrooms, solar tree for mobile charging, which is placed inside our campus, e-cycles, not only low-cost affordable cycle, but also self-power generating cycles that are also fabricated. And one e-bike also the students have developed, which is very low cost and having good mileage when compared to the other available in the market. And solar grass cutting machines, powered UPS, and DCS integrated management system is used for maintaining the lights or controlling and monitoring the energy of our corridor lights. So these all products were made by our students, and these make the students to inculcate the concept of the clean and affordable energy in their mind. So how they are going to create the awareness? If students are able to do it, then definitely the society will be easily reachable to the society. So that's the main motto of this best practice. And the stakeholders of this are management, faculty members, and society. And our institute have adopted 5 villages, and we have also educated that is energy literacy among the schools and polytechnic students. And also we help the students to develop their own products, how we can make our own product. And other applicable SDGs are SDGs 7, 9, and 11, and 13. And some of the outcomes, mostly whatever I have displayed in the previous slides, like all the products have won some awards. So the students were able to expose their innovations to the society, and they won excellence in many hackathons, conferences, as well as in government funding startups, all these things. So these are all some of the awards won by the students for the products which I have mentioned earlier. And not only that, we have also carried out the projects to the next level, like creating the entrepreneurship mind into these students. So startups and the government have funded for one of the best product, like 4 lakhs. And this is the one which we have developed in our incubation center, and more patents, at most more than 10 have been granted and 5 have been published. Patents are there, technology transfer are there, and appreciation to the students, faculty, and the management. So all these things are happened because of the development of different products related to the renewable energy and how we are going to sustainable in the environment, how we are going to create a good environment or a clear environment. So I think that if this practice makes the student a better person in the community, definitely it will reach out to all the people in the future too. So it will be very easy for us to reach out the society and bring the best to the hope. So I thank the organizers and the committee members for giving opportunity for presenting the best practice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You elaborated your best practices very well, ma'am. Thanks. It was a nice presentation. Now I request Dr. Vijendra Kumar Maurya, Geetanjali Institute of Technical Studies, Udaipur, Rajasthan, to present SDG 7 best practices. Sir, the screen is over to you, sir. Vijendra Kumar, sir. So please share your screen.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon to all.
Yes, sir. Please put it in the full screen mode, sir. Yeah, sir. It is clear now.
I am Dr. Vijan Kumar, working as a professor in Gandhi Institute at Study Dabo Kujaru, popularly known as GITS. And GITS is a NB accredited courses and is a night accredited institute. The GITS Udaipur believe in the harnessing of solar power on its campus. As some picture shown in my slides. Solar power plants installed at building the campus have 2 kilowatt power being produced to fulfill the power needs campus from the solar grid. We save about 40% of the electricity bill of college bill. This is a major impact of outcome of this practice. The institute has also installed 200 kV top grid system, more than 30 liter capacity of solar water heater. The first one taking bath and putting the food in the using this our campus is our campus being a totally campus. There is a plant and in the campus every year undertake the plants and further and the green campus are built. Means this is considered air 5% a good number of campus. People tree and you can see this is our buildings and our lawn. Building is totally different. This is showing a rainwater harvesting system of India. And secondly, it's a biogas plant year after 70 kilometers. This kitchen waste and out in the ground. Third is the noise silent generator. Fourth is air quality index is totally by students. Operated by solar power. You can see this roof solar plate and this by and also inside the body read the and this building for
Sir, your voice is breaking much, sir.
Madam Anuradha, ma'am, I think his not voice, ma'am, internet issue, ma'am. Better is, sir, your internet issue, sir.
Okay. And this is the news.
We couldn't hear anything, sir.
And stakeholder, partners, and applicable stakeholders, student, staff, teaching, parent, employee, management group, and local people adopted village. And gets adopted 4 to 5 villages according to need of villagers. They provide something like poor village sweaters in the winter season and some stationery material time to time to the poor villagers. Partners strategies as a GISC, Institute of Science and Commerce, Management Ma'am, this is the 1800 bed hospital, and like social inclusion club. There are a lot of social inclusion club. So this is the
Sir, actually your voice is very much not able to hear in the YouTube also, sir. You can just conclude, sir. You can conclude, sir, so that it is.
Impact and outcome.
Sir,
The solar
please,
system power is
sir, I request you to stop sharing and you can conclude, sir.
okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Impact and outcome. Okay. Impact and outcome. It's owned last in hackathon. In software edition in Chennai and Engineering College, also in hardware edition in Delhi. Besides this, GITS also own 201 hackathon, agriculture hackathon. In case of hackathon, we have owned 3 hackathon and about 25 patents and a lot of paper. And besides this, we have a solar system and biogas plant and poetry and a lot of social club regarding this.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, Dr. Vijayendra Kumar, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Ma'am, Anuradha, ma'am, you can make another team to make it fast to complete, ma'am. Within 2 minutes, they will
Okay,
conclude the session because already we are very delayed. Our next session speakers are waiting, ma'am. So you tell
Yes,
the
sir.
next.
Yes, sir. Another 3 teams are there, sir. 4 minutes.
You tell, yes, ma'am. No. You ask them to make it in 2 minutes to present their session in fast.
Yes, sir. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now we request S. Sivachandran, NSAVE Club from Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Tamil Nadu to present their best practices. So the screen is over to you.
So good afternoon, madam. Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Whether my scene is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You can proceed, sir.
Okay, thank you. So myself, Sivachandran, NSAVE's Club Coordinator of Sri Sai Ram Engineering College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. I heartily welcome to the expert committee members of IGEN ENERGATHON 2023. So here I'm going to share a few slides about SDG 7 action plan of our college best practices, what we are following in our Sai Ram institutions. So here the main thing is the rooftop solar system in our college system. Mainly the college working time is from 9 to 4 p.m. So here mainly we are using the on-grid solar system in our college. Around 575 kilowatt of on-grid solar system is installed in all the rooftops of our college. We can use it, you can check it in from the Google Maps also. So here we can meet out the energy demand which was generated by solar through the solar itself. And the second one is the biogas plant. Here we have installed mainly all the biogas plants working on the waste generated from the food waste, all those things. Here in unique cooperation, we have installed the night soil based biogas plant. That is our in our college hostel, 1,500 to 2,000 students are staying. But from the hostel waste, we are linked with the biogas plant, and it was a capacity of 40 meter cube capacity. So here, this night soil based biogas plant is mainly used, and the gas generated was utilized in the canteen messes. And the third one is the energy efficient lamps. In our college, all the places we have replaced the normal fluorescent lamps with LED bulbs. It will save the 80% of the energy from the grid. And the next one is the awareness energy. Whatever we are inside the campus, we are using the energy saving devices, all the energy producing that solar panels. But we need to communicate all other peoples. That is mainly the students. Around 5,000 students are studying in our college. We are continuously doing the awareness campaigns and energy saving campaign to the students community to aware about the energy savings in their homes and nearby places. They are following this. And here the sensor based automatic street lights, solar based street lights we are using in the campus. whenever the motion is detected, the light will be switched on, and it will be switched off whenever there is no motion inside the campus in night times. And the final one is the vermicompost. Mainly we are working on the whenever the waste is generated at that place itself, we need to recycle and reuse that waste. It will be very much useful to the society. Around 300 kg of waste will be generated in our campus, and it will be used in the vermicompost, and it will be converted into manure. It will be used for our gardening purposes mainly. So these are our main practices, and our stakeholders are mainly the students and faculty communities. We have adopted 5 villages, nearby villages, and we have implemented lot of technical and technology projects in the community. And our partners are Surya Viludugal Energy Solution Private Limited and Parchania Power Solutions Private Limited. And our applicable SDGs are mainly SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, SDG 9, and SDG 12 and 13, Climate Action mainly. So here, our impact and outcomes, what we are doing, and from that, what we are getting here. Mainly, I told you, 575 kilowatt rooftop system is installed. From that, we are getting 71,300 kilowatt of energy per month. It will save around 38% of our energy demand. It will indirectly, it will reduce the carbon footprint in the atmosphere. And in our college, we have a Sai Baba temple. From that, we are generating that flower waste into floral waste into raw material, and we are producing agarbattis, and it will be sold in the campus and outside the market also. Energy efficient lamps in all our classrooms and main buildings. We are using the smart metering system. Whenever there is no people inside the hall or room, all the switches or the fan and lighting system will be switched off. Whenever the people is inside, it will be switched on. And here, electric vehicles. We are following the norms of inside the campus. There is no conventional vehicles are allowed to use inside the campus. We are using the battery car, and this is one car is the retrofitted car. Ambassador car, always, you know, in the olden days, Ambassador is the famous car, and we have in our college, our students converted this Ambassador car into electric car. This will be used for our local transportation, and also electric bike and bicycles we are using for the local transportation inside our college campus. These are our certifications received from AICTE and IGN and MG and CRE for our better practices. Mainly here in 2019 and 2020, consecutively 2 years, we are getting the Clean and Smart Campus Award from AICTE, and here is the MG and CRE provided the best practices for entrepreneurship and rural development. They have provided the certificate. From IGN, we got the Star Performer Award in 2020, and our students also getting the lot of awards. These are some campaigns conducted. Fit India Cyclathon conducted inside our campus. I thank IGN and all the organizing teams for giving opportunity to present our college best practice in this platform, ENERGATHON platform. Thank you, one and all present here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we call upon the Institute of Power Engineering, Malaysia, to present their screen. Dr. Ansari, sir, you can present your best practices, sir. The screen is over to you.
Okay, thank you, madam. Can you see my screen?
No, sir.
Okay. Now?
Yes, sir, we can see, sir.
Okay. So I know there is a time shortage, so I will make my presentation maybe 2 to 3 minutes. So I am Dr. Ansari from Institute of Power Engineering, University Tenaga Nasional, Malaysia. So first of all, I would like to thank Prof. Ramesh and also Prof. Anuradha for inviting us in this presentation about the best practices for SDG 7. So my presentation will be 1 minute video presentation, and another 2 minutes will be just oral presentation. So this will be a video coverage, just 1 minute. Is the audio? Can you all hear the audio?
No, sir. No, sir.
No. Is my voice is audible?
Yeah, sir, it is clear.
Okay. So I think you missed the audio, but never mind. I will explain. So we have all the community engagement programs by the students and the staff. And we have a smart campus initiative by our university. So we have a very holistic environment. What you see is all the initiatives taken by the university towards the smart university initiative. This is our aerial view of our campus, which is approximately about 500 acres, which is mainly focused on the energy-based education. So this is our campus. Okay. So we are actually moving towards the Smart University Campus initiative, where we are practicing all the practices related to the SDG 7 and also from SDG 1 until 17. So we have a very holistic environment to provide quality education for the undergraduate and master and PhD level. So this is the campus view. We also have solar panels, and we do install the floating solar panel at the university by Dr. Hassan and team. And we also have a PV solar power generator and battery energy storage system, a capacity of 250 kilowatts. It is installed in our campus. So what you see here on the right is the solar panel, rooftop solar panel, and on the left bottom you see the battery system, which is a capacity of 250 kilowatts. So this is the project supported by Tenaga National Berhad, which is our parental company, and also TNB Renewables Indian Berhad, our University Tenaga National, EpiGrid, BJE. These are all our supporting partners in this project of battery energy storage system. It is also supported by IoT systems, where we can control the system and also the data logs remotely. So this is the initiative by the Tenaga National Berhad, supported by the Ministry of Power. So we are actually moving towards a National Energy Center in order to support the academic excellence and innovation through research, and also various programs related to community and social causes, and also environmental conservation. We are also working on resource efficiency optimization. And we are having a new building coming up. What you see on the bottom is actually called as the National Energy Center. It is initiative by the Malaysian government. So we are moving towards National Center for the excellence of energy for the energy. So this is the National Energy Center, which is focused on interdisciplinary research and development activities, mainly focused on the renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable energy technologies. It addresses the energy challenges faced by Malaysia and the rest of the world. It focuses on solar, wind, and biomass energy, and the innovative approaches for the energy storage, grid integration, and PV energy management systems are also being focused. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. It was a good presentation. Now I request the team from Department of Mechanical Engineering, JCT College of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore, to present their best SDG 7 best practices. The screen is over to you. Please share your screen.
Good evening, one and all. So can you able to see the screen, ma'am?
Your screen is not shared, sir. We can see you, sir.
Yeah, just a second. Okay, now, ma'am?
No, sir. We can see your
Yes.
window. Yeah, sir. Now we can,
Now,
sir.
okay. Okay, good afternoon, one and all. So I am Dr. Magesh from JCT College of Engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering. So here I am going to present what we are practices in our campus. So here we are practicing and wheel to the grid system and the biomass system, and the power efficient equipment system, and the sensor based energy conversion system. So here in our campus, we are using in all the places, in all the pathways and in the hostel pathways and the grounds gallery, sports gallery, we are using the solar system. And also we are using the cameras in solar cameras. We are using in all the places, we are using only the solar cameras. So now just we started the wheeling to the grid. So from the solar energy, we are directly giving to the power system. So that's just we started. So another thing, the power efficient equipment, we are using all LED bulbs in all the classroom, seminar hall, computer labs. So that is the power efficiency equipment we are using in our campus. So next one is the sensor based energy conversion system. So if any students is inside the class means it automatically it will on. If any students or staff members is not there in the class means it will automatically off. So that is the solar based system. So next one is the biogas plant. So in our college, we are having a food technology department, and also we are having a Surabhi farms. So in Surabhi farms, we are taking all the waste material and we are using the biogas plant in our hostel. So these are all the things we are using best practices. So apart from this, we are using the solid waste management and then liquid waste management and e-waste management. So in solid waste management, we are using ensure that the campus is free of plastic items and other waste that harm the environment. We are not using that. So now in all the department classroom and all the verandas, we are using two different dustbins, one for the dry wastage and another one is the wet wastage. In the liquid waste management, we are using drainage all the wastewater into a greenery system. And also we are using the rain harvesting system also we are using for liquid waste management. And the e-waste management, the condemned batteries, damaged computers is disposed to the outside agencies, and the CPU's hard disk, we are sending the sale for the second sale. So the cartridge printers we refilled only from the outside campus, not inside the campus. The UPS batteries are recharged, repaired by the suppliers only. So other e-waste materials are properly disposed in our campus. So here we are using the energy stakeholders. Energy Swaraj Foundation is stakeholders. So we conducted with collaboration with IGEN, we conducted the global climate clock summary and display event in the last month. And also the stakeholder partners, we are using only the schools. So nearby Government Higher Secondary School Vathakal Mandamam and Government Higher Secondary School Pichanur, we are the partners. So every 6 months we are conducting an awareness program for students. What is the sustainable energy and what is the renewable source, why we are using like that. And also we are conducting hackathon like programs, and we will distribute the prizes and we will give an awareness to the students. So the applicable SDGs, affordable and clean energy, then organize the climate action, then erase hunger, then provide quality education, then improve clean water and sanitation, and develop a life below water. So here in our college, we are having a one pond. So in that we are doing the aquarium system. So then advanced life on land. So these are all the applicable SDGs and some of the outcomes. So if you use the solar power energy, so we will reduce the greenhouse system emissions. So and mitigating the climate change, all those things. If you use the biogas, you can reduce the 21 times more efficient than the CO2. So the emission of the methane is reduced. So the 21 times more efficient than the CO2. So we are using the biogas. So if you use the LED, so that is today's most energy efficient, rapidly developing. And another, if you use the sensor based energy, means automatically putting off lights and when not in use. So in electric power transmission wheeling, the transmission of energy in megawatts, we are doing the electrical grid to the electrical load outside the grid boundaries. So thank you. So I will thank for this opportunity for IGEN and the organizers. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a nice presentation. Now I request Dr.
Stop sharing, sir. Please stop sharing. Okay. Yeah, Suganya.
Yes, ma'am. Now let me call Dr. Anuradha T, from the organizer of this best practices session, to give a closing note for this session.
With this, we come to the end of the SDG 7 Action Best Practices presentation session. Congratulations to all teams for their passionate response to share their best practices. I thank the IGEN President, Mr. Dr. Ramesh, for his guidance, encouragement, and support, right from how to choose the parameters for evaluating the best practices to how to execute this session successfully. It's a great learning experience for all of us. I also thank the entire IGEN team for giving us an opportunity to organize the event. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Geeta ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Anuradha ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Revati from KPR Institute of Engineering and Technology. Now
Okay.
I'm going to take over the session.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Professor Vigna Kumaran, Director, Institute of Power Engineering, University Tenaga National, Malaysia, to take up the session on emerging technologies for clean, affordable energy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So in the interest
Please go
of time, for this session, we've got 3 speakers. I'll go straight to the first speaker, Professor Hanan. Professor Hanan, maybe you may want to share your slides quickly. Quick introduction of Professor Hanan. He's a full professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, University Tenaga National. Professor Hanan has about 17,000 over citation in Google Scholar with an H index of 65, and is also one of the highly cited researchers for year 2022 in engineering category by Clarivate Analytics in the world. So he's one of the world's best scientists in electronics and electrical engineering. And without further delay, Prof. Hanan, the floor is yours, please.
Okay.
8 minutes, Prof. In the interest of time, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Vigna and the team, IGEN team. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to say something about the renewable energy and SDGs. So my title is today is Impact Assessment of Renewable Energy Utilization in Achieving SDG. Yeah. So this is Hanan. I'm from University Tenaga National, as Professor Vigna already introduced me. So here I will explain a bit about how the renewable energy contribute the impact in assessing achievement of SDGs. So in this
slide mode, please.
Yeah, in this presentation, mostly people, all the researchers, they explain about the SDG 7, but I highlight all the SDGs, how renewable energy achieve the SDGs, all the SDGs. Yeah, so there are 2 terms. So one is positive impact, one is negative impact, utilizing the renewable energy. So first of all, first of all, I will, this is my, can you see the slide, please? Yeah. So I'll highlight here a little bit about the MDG and SDG. MDG is the Millennium Development Goals. We know it is started in 2000 in the Millennium time. And we know there's some research gap or the sort of things. Then in 2015 or 2016, the UN organized a new theme that is overall the best theme. They call it SDG, Sustainable Development Goal for individuals, for individual countries around the world. So I have given a short features here about the MDG and the SDGs. So SDG is the very decentralized sustainability for the human being or for the world. So I will explain here about how the renewable energy impact achieving the all SDG, not only SDG 7. So mostly people has explained about the SDG 7 here to these conferences. So I'll explain how renewable energy is impact to all SDG achievements. So my second slide is, sorry, slideshow. Okay, this is the second slide where I explained all the SDGs we know about, all the SDGs, number 1 to number 17. Out of the 17 SDGs, we have 169 goals and about 244 targets. Yeah, 169 target and 244 indicators. So in my research, I have analyzed all the targets, how renewable energy is help achieving other SDGs as well, not only SDG 7. So we can see here, this is some scenario of the renewable energy scenario. At the moment, 3 billion people are still using the conventional energy, not the renewable energy. And also the GHG emission is increasing. And the current scenario is renewable energy at the moment, only 28%, but we had a target according to Paris Convention of the recently IPCC conference that we have a target 2023, we have to at least 50% net zero pathway we have to achieve, and 2050 we have to achieve 100%. Okay, these are the key players. At the moment, China is the number one producing the renewable energy, especially the solar and wind energy. And of course, China, Europe, United States, mostly they are investing money, 75% of global renewable energy investment. Okay, so this is my research. That in this research, I have do some impact analysis on how renewable energy is helping in achieving the SDGs, not only the one SDG. So out of the 17 SDG, we have classified into 3 forms. One is the environment, economy, and the society. Under the environment, 3 SDGs there, SDGs 13, 14, and 15. And in economy, there are a few SDGs also there, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 17. And in society impact analysis, we have classified into the SDG 1 to 7, and also 1 to 7, and also 11 and 16. So this is our methodology to analyze how renewable energy will help achieving all SDGs, not only SDG 7. So in this statistical analysis, we have created some questionnaire related to the 169 target of the all SDGs, and we have selected also the expert. Then we had a workshop, asked them about the question, they have responded, and we accumulated the all question. Finally, we get the decision. We have given the decision whether the renewable energy has a positive impact or the negative impact to achieving all the SDGs. Okay, so this is one of the Shanky diagram, a graphical representation where you can see that 3 parts here. One is the renewable energy impact, one is the negative renewable energy negative impact, and role of AI in achieving the renewable energy. So in the characteristics of this curve, the thicker curve is the high impact, and the thinner curve is the low impact. So we can notice that for positive impact, renewable energy, for example, if you consider SDG 7, renewable energy is giving 100% impact achieving the SDG 7 towards affordable and clean energy. Similarly, almost all, more or less, all SDG, there are some positive impact also. Also, there are some negative impact. If you see the negative impact, there are some negative impact. For example, SDG 14, SDG 17. So due to the renewable energy generation, like wind turbine, like hydro turbine, like some oceanics or generation, so they have some destroyed the water living being habitat. So it has some issue there. That's why there are some negative impact also. As long as the time is very short, so I cannot clearly explain this thing. But I want to show this thing. This analysis based on the data, latest data 2020 and 2021, we have shown that renewable energy mostly gives some positive impact in most of the SDGs, most of the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal for 1 to 17. For example, 1, renewable energy, say look at this line, it is a thicker line, means that renewable energy creating some employment, some economic generation, so it reduces the poverty. The way we have shown that renewable energy has a good impact or positive impact in achieving SDGs, not only SDG 7. SDG 7 is 100%, of course, it is 100% achieved their targets and the indicators. Okay, so here some of the same table I have give all the data in this table. The 17 SDG, we have a target. So for example, SDG 1, we have a 7 target. Out of 7 targets, 5 is renewable energy help 5 in achieving the SDGs. So it is 71%. Means 71% positive impact, and two target is not achieved using the renewable energy. So it is 28% is negative impact. The way if you explain that, for example, SDG 7, it has a 5 target. All targets are achieved using the renewable energy. Of course, it is 100%. And there is no negative impact using renewable energy for achieving SDG 7, means it's 100% achieved. Of course, the renewable energy, AI, artificial intelligence is used today. We have a smart grid, smart communication, smart metering, all these things are AI based. So AI also helping achieving the SDGs. So if we explain one by one, it will take time. So this is the symbolic explanation that using renewable energy, it has mostly positive impact, but it has a negative impact as well. Okay, so this is some of the another few slides for impact assessment in case of environmental case like SDG 13, 14, and 17. So we have shown there some positive impact and negative impact. Mostly it has a positive impact. So if you go through the data, mostly you can see it has some positive impact. And similarly, we have in society, we have 82 targets in this 1, 2, 6, 7, and 11 and 16 SDGs. It has total 82 target. Most of the target is achieved using the renewable energy. And there are some negative impact as well. So it is explained details, but due to short of time, I cannot go for this. There is another one, economy. Another one assessment we had that is under economy section, where there are some SDGs 8, 9, 10, 12, and 17. So we have shown that it has some renewable energy, utilizing of renewable energy has some positive impact, and also there are some negative impact as well. So these are the good statistical analysis we have developed based on the data of UN data and the published data up to 2020-21. Okay, and this is the implementation in achieving the SDGs. For example, SDG 1, just now I explained, the renewable energy drive economic growth and create new job opportunities. So it is solved, it reached the achievements. For example, SDG 9, that which is sustainable energy industrialization. So renewable energy also provide industrialization, positively impact innovation, industry, and infrastructure. So the way we explain how renewable energy help in achieving almost all the SDGs, more or less. So this is other SDGs. Okay, this is the negative impact. Also, we have some negative impact we explain here. For example, the marine renewable energy may have a negative impact towards achieving the target of 14.2, SDG 14.2, that is target 14.2, because these sources may increase the underwater noise and pollution, which is fall in the risks of the underwater habitats or living being. Okay, so the way it has a negative impact as well. So, and its conclusion, this presentation is actually, it is a vast presentation. We have analyzed how renewable energy, how the form of renewable energy, the energy storage, wind energy, solar energy, hydro energy, how it is help to develop some of the, to achieve the some of the SDGs. Of course, SDG 7 is 100%, other SDG also 1, 9, 13, 11, yeah. So it is the concluding remark that renewable energy can help in many SDG achieving their targets and goals. With this thing, this is some of the publication related to the assessment or statistical analysis we have published in different good journals. If anybody interested how we do analysis, just write Hanuman et al. You can find some title like impact analysis achieving SDGs. So this is our own research we got published, and the data I have shown from this paper. With this, I think, thank you, Prof. Vikna. They are short of time, and I cannot.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Okay,
thank
for
you.
providing the impact assessment. Thanks again. So there will not be any Q&A. I know the next speaker, Professor Sarah Walker from Newcastle University. I know Sarah has been waiting for the last 1 hour. So Sarah, you want to just share your slides, please? Prof, just take down your slides.
Okay, I'm just.
Let me introduce the next speaker, Professor Sarah Walker, who is the director of the Center for Energy at Newcastle University, United Kingdom. She's the director of the EPSRC Hub on Hydrogen Integration for Accelerated Energy Transition, EPSRC. Energy Demand Research Champion, and also the Deputy Director for EPSRC Supergiant Energy Network Hub. So I think without further delay, Sarah, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Are you seeing full screen?
Not really. Slide mode, please.
Let me just try sharing again. Are you seeing full screen now?
Nope. Maybe we can just take down the slides and reload. Yeah. Yes, we can see your screen now. Yes.
Right.
It's just being a little bit slow here.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Is that gone into slideshow mode now?
Not yet.
Is slowing. Still booting.
I'll start talking whilst it's hopefully loading the.
Sure. Yeah. Carry on, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So my name's Sarah Walker. I'm working at Newcastle University in the UK. And here at Newcastle, I'm running our Centre for Energy at Newcastle. So in terms of the kind of work that we're doing here, it is taking a whole energy systems approach to try and better understand the potential options for reducing our carbon emissions associated with our energy use in the UK. Okay, it seems to be doing something now in terms of screen share.
Okay, I think okay.
Yeah, so in terms of the kind of work that we're doing and the ways in which we are understanding the potential future in the UK, we're looking at our energy mix out to 2050. And there's some scenario work that's been done to best understand this. And this scenario work is looking at a steady progress scenario, which is basically, let's just apply what policies we've currently got, no new policies, what would we achieve? And then there's some scenarios with new policies. The system transformation type approach is a bit more hydrogen heavy in terms of the energy mix. The consumer transformation scenario is a bit more electricity heavy in the future energy mix. And the leading the way scenario is a kind of middle ground between those two. So in terms then of what that means for the way that our electricity and energy mix might look in the future, then what we're seeing is in this particular chart, on the far left-hand side, we've got our current energy mix in the UK. And then on the far right is the steady progress, the one if we didn't introduce any new policies, what would our mix look like in the UK? And then the three in the middle are three alternative futures for 2050. Please note the yellow bar. In all future scenarios, use of electricity will increase. And then the blue is hydrogen, so different amounts of hydrogen potentially in our future. And if we don't introduce any new policies, then the green bar in steady progress is that we're still using natural gas, methane, in our energy mix. So all of our futures see growth in electricity use in terms of end energy use. But obviously the terawatt hours needs to relate to a certain amount of terawatts of capacity. And whilst we might see electricity energy demand double, the size of the electricity system to deliver that, in some instances, is more than doubling. And the reason for that in the UK is because of the seasonality of our heating demand. So when you look at this chart here, and you see the different demands, red is our current electricity demand, and blue is our current gas demand. And gas is used for heating in the UK. So if we electrify our heating demand, we are going to see a lot more seasonality in our electricity system. And so our peak electricity demand is going to be quite significant in order for us to decarbonize and to move towards a net zero system that is mainly electric. So how do we cope with this? We haven't got enough time to make our electricity system double or triple its current size. So we need to get smart about this. And one way that we're looking at that in the UK is to take a whole energy systems approach and try and better understand how different parts of our systems, our current gas system, our current electricity system, potentially future heat networks, how they might work together alongside those energy demands in a way that's more coordinated and well structured. So we've been looking at examples like what happens when our electricity system is experiencing periods of constraint or periods of difficulty. And we saw some really strong examples of this during COVID, where we had particular days in May that were very windy, but particular loads that were very low, not only because industrial demand was low because we were experiencing periods of shutdown due to COVID, but we also had a May bank holiday, and bank holidays in the UK are always typically low demand days. And so we saw quite difficult situations for the electricity system in terms of how much generation was happening compared to a much smaller demand. And we had to pay lots of generators to constrain off. That's very expensive to do. So what could we do instead? We could potentially have better linkages between our electricity system and our gas system, and particularly for the future where our gas system might be more hydrogen oriented rather than methane oriented, then potentially we could be looking at electrolyzers, power to gas systems, putting hydrogen into the gas network, and then using that hydrogen as and when needed for applications like transport or like combined heat and power. Other things that we're looking at in order to try and better understand how to manage electricity demand is to think about buildings as less passive and more active loads. So looking at buildings, particularly buildings that might be heated and cooled electrically, and trying to better understand how much interruption could we give those electrical loads whilst maintaining comfort in the building, but providing some flexibility to the network to enable them to cope at times of constraint or at times of difficulty. And so we looked at a particular building on the university campus that's heated and cooled electrically using heat pumps. And we identified, if you look at the bottom right-hand graph, we identified that somewhere between 54% at times of peak cooling in summer July and 52% peak heating in December, somewhere between 54% and 52% summer and winter loads could actually be deferred for up to 3 hours. The building will either cool down in winter or heat up in summer fairly slowly because it's quite well insulated. And so we can turn off that heating or cooling system for up to 3 hours and provide a bit of flexibility to help the local electricity system cope at times of constraint. So this is the kind of work that we're doing to better understand how we can move towards a net zero, clean and affordable energy system in the UK, but in a way that does not require us to triple the size of our electricity system. Thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you a bit about our work. If you want to know more, then there's an email address and website here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Lovely. And thank you for waiting. Right, so I will go to the next speaker. Professor Ansari, would you like to upload your slides, please? Professor
Yes,
Ansari has been working with the mechanical department in the University International. He's actually a product of India, having completed his degree in Madras University and his master's in Anna University. He has authored 2 books and 100 over journal articles, and he has received more than 10 invention awards. And his area of expertise includes nanomaterial and nanotechnology for biomedical, industrial, and automotive application. I think it's an honor to have Prof. Ansari with us. Prof, all yours.
Thank you, Prof, for your introduction. Thank you very much. And also, I thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Okay, so my screen is visible?
Yes.
Full screen.
Slide mode, please. Yeah, okay, lovely. Can.
Okay, so my topic for today is green energy materials for sustainable development goal. Previous speakers have touched upon Prof. Hannan has talked about the impact analysis of the renewable energy to attain the different sustainable development goals. And Prof. Sara has touched upon the energy efficiency and also the energy transition towards the clean energy. My focus would be more onto the materials which are constructed, which are used to construct the device and also the system. So, which is very important in achieving the high efficiency and also the effective performance of the devices. So, my talk will be mainly focusing about green energy materials for sustainable energy goal 7. And some of the future prospects and way forward also we'll discuss. And there is no Q&A session, as Prof mentioned already. Okay, so just to introduce about our university, University Tenaga National is part of Tenaga National Berhad, is our parental company, which is the electricity provider of Malaysia under the Ministry of Power. And University Tenaga National has 5 institutes: Institute of Power, Institute of Sustainable Energy, Institute of Energy Computing, Institute of Energy Policy, and Institute for Infrastructure. So we are actually coming from Institute of Power Engineering, and Prof. Vigna is our director of the institute. And we have some sub areas where we are focusing on the research in power systems, high voltage technology, and the green energy material, electric mobility, energy efficiency, smart power generation, smart grid, and distributed energy resources. So these are some of the research areas where we are mainly focusing in our institute. Okay, for the green energy materials, we have a research group within the institute. So our vision is mainly to focus on the developing sustainable and environmentally friendly energy materials to contribute in achieving net zero carbon 2050 goals. This is part of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So we are focusing on how to achieve the net carbon 2050. And then the mission is, our research is driven by the goal of finding innovative solutions to address the world's growing energy demands while minimizing the environmental impact. So I think many speakers have already displayed these different sustainable development goals, 1 to 17. So I'm not going to explain in detail. So directly, we are actually focusing on the affordable and clean energy. So to fulfill this goal, we have to work right from the fundamentals on the material side, because material is as I mentioned, it is the backbone for any device. If material is able to perform well, then the device will be able to perform, and thereby you can achieve the effective performance of the device or the system. So the first and foremost is a material factor, which is very, very important in achieving the sustainable energy, sustainable development goal number 7, that is the affordable energy and also clean energy. So here I'm going to explain about why Sustainable Development Goal 7? What is the need for the Sustainable Energy Development Goal, and also the need for sustainable solutions? Because I think again, many speakers would have already touched upon the global warming and the climate change impact on the environment, and many other disasters happening like flooding and also like heat waves. Now recently Malaysia got heat waves. So these are all some of the problems that we are facing currently, which need to be addressed. So in another maybe 20 to 30 years, they're going to be a huge problem with the emission of carbon dioxide. So therefore, we need to look into alternate solutions to replace the fossil fuel and also to minimize the carbon emission and minimize the carbon footprint. So people are working on carbon footprint. For each and every product, there is a carbon value. So people are calculating how much carbon value. And in the future, we may be going for a carbon tax. And some of the airline companies have already started working on the carbon tax for per ticket basis. So later we will be getting carbon tax for even driving cars or even motorbikes. So that's the need why we have to go for the sustainable solution to achieve the sustainable development goals. And importance of affordable clean energy for all. So this is the SDG 7. The main focus of this conference is actually on the affordable and clean energy. So the fundamental concept is to find a solution on the material which can be obtained at a very economical or maybe at a very low price or low cost compared to the existing material. So you can reduce the cost of the energy production and thereby you can reduce the cost of the energy. So that later I will explain what is the levelized cost of energy, which we are focusing on. And sustainable and environmentally friendly energy materials are very crucial for transitioning to the cleaner and the more sustainable energy for the future. So we have to focus on the material. So material is the backbone for all the device and the system. So these materials aim to minimize the environmental impact and thereby reducing the carbon emissions and promote the efficient use of the resources. So our Malaysian government has launched National Energy Policy 2022 to 2040, which is launched very recently last year. And towards this policy, we are actually coming out with a National Energy Center, which is under the Tenaga Nasional Berhad, especially for the SDG 7, which is actually the clean and affordable energy. So Tenaga Nasional Berhad, United Malaysia campus, we are actually having this building, which is going to be launched this year. So this is actually the National Energy Center, which will be mainly focusing on the renewable energy and also the research on energy efficiency and other emerging technologies for the renewable energy. So this is the background of my talk. I'm going to directly explain you about the various products that we have developed in the last more than around, I think, 10 or 12 years. In Uniten, we have developed these products, and some of the masters and PhD students have been carried out, have passed and graduated also. So first thing I would like to focus on the innovation advances in green energy materials, which is the green dental materials. Some of the researchers have already worked on, but we switched over from dental material to other areas, but now we are retaking this. I will explain my next slide. Then we are going to discuss about green composites for tissue engineering bioscaffold, and followed by green rear under-eye protection device. Then we have green composite insulators, green materials for electronic packaging, green composite for RFID application, green materials for photovoltaic solar cell, green energy storage materials, and finally green materials by doing recycling of the PET, because PET is a material that we often come across during the, maybe after we finish the carbonated drinks. Normally with the PET bottles, we throw into the dustbin, and that has been occupying the landfills. So we have to look into how to recycle this PET and then try to recover the waste to wealth concept, and also it contributes to the circular economy. So with this brief introduction, I'm going to touch upon each and every topic on the green energy materials. Like you see, every topic has green. So green is the buzzword. I think in this conference, the word often repeated may be green. I think more number of speakers have already touched upon this green. So I'm not going to explain what is green, but I'm going to explain on the products that we have developed so far. Okay, this slide, what you see is actually the green material for the dental applications. So here what you see is our tooth, and most of the, even the children have the caries, and we have to, the dentists normally they do with the filling of the composites or maybe the porcelain, and they try to fill the cavities. So this is a normal practice. So here you can see Dr. Kiran is actually a dentist from Mumbai in India. And currently she is working with the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, New York. I had an interaction with her on the dental materials. And according to her, most of the dentists actually prefer lithium disilicate, which is very popular among the dentists compared to the other materials. Due to its very good mechanical properties and also the biocompatibility. So people are actually working with other materials also. We have also worked with other ceramic materials. One of our colleague, Dr. Meena, is working on wollastonite calcium silicates and other ceramic materials like hydroxyapatite and other glass-based materials. Okay, here I'm going to think differently. Okay, so this is the lithium disilicate is one of the demanding material for the dentist. And here what you see on the right side is actually the lithium ion batteries wasted from like after its life, it's going to be thrown into the dustbin. So what we can do, there is a lithium content in this used batteries, and here is the requirement. So I think you all can think what we can do. Okay, so the green dentistry is actually a field of dentists. They are looking into that technology that reduces the environmental impact of the dental practices and encompasses the service model for dentistry. So this is actually a kind of promoting the SDG or to fulfill the SDG maybe like 3. So because SDG 3 is actually for the well-being and health. Okay. So green dentistry also meets needs for millions of wellness and life, and also the lifestyle of the patients, and helps the dental professionals to protect the planetary and community health as well as the financial health of their practices. So this is just an idea. Okay, now what you see here is actually the biocomposites for bone scaffolds. One of my PhD students, Suganti, is working on her final thesis. She has completed some experimental work, and also she has done some basic fundamental research on the materials. And Dr. Angela is from the hospital UKM. She is working on the biomedical, the tissue engineering part, and also the biocompatibility test all will be conducted from their facilities. So this is some of our publications, which is more towards the biomaterials. Okay, so this is another product which is called as green RUPD. RUPD is a short form for the rear underride protection device. Normally you see on the rear side of the truck, and sometimes you don't find because they overrule the regulations, and thereby causing a huge threat for the motorbike and also the car passengers. So
Prof, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, Prof.
2 minutes, Prof. Can you wrap up?
Okay. So here we are actually collaborating with some industries to make this product into the market. So this is another product which is a green composite insulators, and we are working on the commercialization of this composite insulator. This is work carried out by my PhD student Alasil Basam and also my master student Vinod, and we are working together with industry, okay, to commercialize this product. And another field of research interest is on the green materials for electronic packaging. Dr. Atika was our postdoc, and now she's senior lecturer at UKM. We are collaborating on this particular field. And Dr. Dele has joined our team as a postdoc. So we are working on this green material for electronic packaging. So I'm not going to the details because of the time. So this is the methodology and the characterization of the material. So this is another interesting product that we developed, which is green materials for the RFID tag. which is biodegradable. And we have done the simulation and experimental work by Nazifa. She has graduated her master's last year. Okay, this is work that is about the photovoltaic solar cell. We are actually developing gallium arsenide solar cells. One of our PhD student, Asil, is working on it, and we have postdoc Dr. Ishan and also Prof. Saifuddin from our team here. This is another work which we collaborated with the Dr. Kandasamy, is recently joining our team as a postdoc. The work is about the dye-sensitized solar cell. And we have achieved efficiency of 5.242% compared to the strontium titanate nanoparticles. So more details can be obtained from this paper. Okay. So this is another work that we are currently still ongoing. Is our postdoc, Dr. Noor Afifa Nordin. So we have published some papers related to the integration of the photovoltaic cell and the energy storage devices. Okay, this is another work on the green materials. We developed the activated carbon from the Kenaf natural fiber, and we found that the electrodes able to produce 312 farad per gram at 5.5 ampere per gram current density, and also energy density 37.78 watt hour per kg and 500 watt per kg power density. And we obtain 93% retention of the charges after 2000 cycles. So this is another work by one of my master student, Khairul Izzuddin. And also we collaborate with Pondicherry University, Professor A. Lumalai, and also Dr. Thomas from CPR India. So we achieved about 195 farad per gram for this particular composite. So more details, if you want, you can get into this journal and you can get the details. This is another product that we developed from chitosan-based the activated carbon supercapacitor by one of my master student, Sayam, and also co-supervised by Professor Hannan. So we have published few papers in this particular project. So more details can be obtained from these papers. Okay, this is another product which is very interesting. We recycle the PET bottles, and then we try to produce some products out of the recycled PET. This is one of our master student, Noor Hasarita, and the main supervisor, Dr. Fatoni from Civil Engineering Department. And we are collaborating with the industry, Mr. Harida Raman, very much knowledgeable in the recycling, especially on the glass recycling products. So we are collaborating for the commercialization of the recycled products. Okay, so coming to so these are some of the projects that we are ongoing actually. So due to the time factor, I'll skip all these. Okay, these are some of the publications. And the mainly what we have to look into, okay, to summarize, we have to look into how to mitigate the challenges and how to promote this adopting of the new technologies and the renewable energy technologies of the future, so that we can attain the sustainable development goal, especially number 7. So we need to focus on the barriers to the widespread adoption of green energy materials for sustainable development goals. And also we have to explore the policies, incentives, and regulations that can support the transition to sustainable energy materials. And finally, I would like to conclude my presentation that our Green Energy Materials Research Group is actively working on various applications. So some of them I have highlighted in this presentation, the case studies, and also we are promoting the green energy material adaptation and by the University of Tenaga National and Uniton R&Ds Indian Parhad. So these are our Green Energy Materials Group members. And a special thanks to my research scholars, Noor Zabidin and also Tariq, for providing their technical support. And I also thank our sponsors, especially Tenaga National Berhad and also Uniton R&Ds Indian Berhad and the University of Tenaga National for the research grant by the research grant numbers. And these are some of our research partners in the Green Energy Materials Group. Okay, so this is my research profile. So if you need more details, you can get into this profile and get more information. And thank you for your attentions. And that's all.
Okay, Prof? Thank you, Prof. I think we won't go into questions. Thank you for the good overview of the research done. I think from our group here, we would like to thank Professor Ramesh, Hudson and team for the excellent organization of IGEN, and we wish you all the best. And for those who wish to collaborate, please get in touch with Prof. Ansari, Prof. Hanan, or even myself, or even Prof. Sarah Walker, and we will be happy to, discuss further. Thank you. So back to you, Secretariat. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for your nice and informative session. So now I would like to welcome Mr. Ashish Kumar to take over the next session on Energy Talks with Ashish. It is over to you, sir.
I would request the previous session to please and panelists. We have our 5 panelists with us, including Dr. L. Ramesh. We have Joapan Chakravarti. We'll have Mr. Aryan. We have Nagendra Gupta with us. I just wanted to confirm if we have yes. And we have Alok Mishra with us. Can you please in panel all our panelists into the first screen, please? We have Alok Mishra with us.
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, yes, okay. So would request the panelists, whoever is operating, to please sync all our panelists into the main screen. Professor Vignan, if can be taken off from the. So Nagendra Gupta is another panelist with us, and Alok Mishra. Yes, fantastic. So would L. Ramesh also join? Dr. L. Ramesh, is he joining us? Yes. Can you get L. Ramesh sir on the 6th panelist? Dr. Lata, can I have Dr. L. Ramesh to be the 6th panelist on the screen? Yes, fantastic. So, so with all your permission, can we start the session? The secretary, can we go ahead?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you so much. So, sorry and apologies for the delay starting, everyone. But in India, we conventionally understand anything when we talk about that starts this time would always start somewhat the other time, slightly of delay. So please bear with us. Thanks for having patience. And I'm Ashish. Welcome to Energy Talks with Ashish. We are here to discuss on renewable energies, different dimensions, and we'll also be touching upon how can we, as a youth or as a corporate professional, mitigate this, and how can we showcase and give them a path, how we can move ahead towards a renewable or say sustainable lifestyle. So as we all know that Earth is what we all have in common. And we must understand that Earth has enough for everyone's need, but not for everyone's greed. And the most important point we must understand is Earth does not belong to us. We belong to the Earth. So with this, I would like to welcome all the panelists. The first panelist, Dr. L. Ramesh, the Joint Registrar, Dr. MGR University, and also the President of the Institution of Green Engineers. He's also a Fellow of Institution of Engineers and the ex-chairman of the IET Chennai Network. We have with us Alok Kumar Mishra, the business lead from, he's Asia Pacific lead for DNV, and has also worked for Power Research and Development Consultants, and also worked with Suzlon earlier. With us, we have Joapan Chakravarti, the member of program and project implementation of the International Solar Alliance. He has also worked with Supportji Polonji Group, ECOM, JLL, TechNape engineers, and also carries a vast experience in the area of renewable segment. We have a young engineer, Mr. Aryan, with us, international scholar from IMAC, KU Luna, Belgium. He's joining us from Belgium. He's also a member of IEEE India Council and is a child awardee, young scientist awardee. He runs a YouTube channel called The Knowledge Mountain for youth empowerment. And the last panelist we have is Nagendra Gupta, the Senior Assistant Director of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in India, FICCI. He's also worked with MNCs like MNC, the Buddha International Circuit, and he was also the strategy head of OP Jindal Global University. Thank you, gentlemen, first of all, for joining us on a day which is very important for a professional like, I would say, the working professional like us, Saturday and Sundays are the only days which we have to enjoy. And thank you for sparing your time on this day. So before we begin with the panel discussion, I would request the President of IGEN, Dr. Ramesh, to give an overview or to give a brief about what IGEN does, and then we'll begin with the panel discussion. Over to you, Dr. Sir. Dr. Ramesh.
Yes, thank you, Ashish, and the panelists. Very happy to welcome you all. Yes, this is the second edition of Energathon, and also the second edition of yes, Energy Talks with Ashish. Thank you so much, and I request Ashish to have continue this energy talk with Ashish, not only for Energathon, maybe 3 months once, connect the people and have a session like that, so that it will continue like that. We can celebrate 10th energy talk with Ashish, 15th energy talk with Ashish, and 25th very soon, like that. So this is my first request from IGEN. We can post all the parts so that it will be continue like that. Thank you so much. And so my view here is to how energy and IGEN is involved. So that is what I'm not going to brief more detail on IGEN activities, only the energy role, how we are engaging the energy and the SDG activities. We are very happy that because we all belongs to energy professional, so that action initiated like that only. That action initiated like that only. Hope Alok, Ashish, all know when you are with me in MGR. Yes, so there is a very power cut in 2013 like that. So that time only the team of Ashish, Alok, and some more team come together and discuss with us. Sir, can we do something for this kind of power cut? Then the people sit together and we come out with the concept of we can do some action on energy conservation. So in that is a starting point. In that starting point, it initiates.
Ashish, there is any issue with internet? Yeah, it's just issue with myself.
No, I think yes, I think it's back.
Yes, okay. So they come out with the concept of 9 mantra to save 1 unit per day. So that is the initiation, and this concept of saving 1 unit by implementing 9 mantra initiated, and after that the first club which is inaugurated at Dr. MGR and present named as the Energy Saving Club. We call it as the NSAVE Club. So that NSAVE Club started from MGR, and now we inaugurated 29th Energy Saving Club in India. Connected southern India, we have 29 energy saving clubs. What actually we are doing through this energy club, concentrating very seriously on the changing the attitude of the people, changing the attitude of the residents about the conservation of energy. That is the concept through this energy saving concept. So if you thought that if you can able to change the conservation attitude, automatically their water conservation, their other type of conservation attitude will change. That is the major focus. So then we thought, okay, we can connect this with some project. We call that project as the Energy 99 Challenge project. So the concept is any student, they want to start this project, they can start and they can go to 99 home and create awareness for energy conservation. Then they will go for auditing the house and implement the energy conservation concept. Then after 99 days, they will get a certificate, awards, medals like that for implementation of this. So this project, the first edition is completed and 230 winners are there, and we applied to United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Very great news. We got a recognition from UNDESA, IGEN Energy 99 Challenge version 2 project. Now it is tagged by UN with hashtag SDG Action 38555. If you can search it in the Google 38555, our project will be there. So that is the happiest news, and we are going to launch that project second edition maybe another 2 months, 3 months. So this is the major work which we did through that. According to that, we received 3-4 awards also. The very top award which we received is the Journalist and Writer Foundation from USA. They given the award of SDG Ambassador Award, and the Energy Swaraj Foundation. We received the AMG Energy Action Award, and we received the change maker award for our project from Connecting Dreams Foundation. So with that note, we are happy that we are already a contributor of energy conservation, but that is not essential. We want to take it to the pan India. Next, we want to take it to the Asia Pacific. We want to take it to the global. So that is what the request which I'm putting to all the people across the world. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you so much, sir. We understand what is the important, and your steps, what you have detailed is very less to let all of the panelists know. There are so many initiatives like this, what sir has taken. I have been his student, and we know the number of events, how we have done during our college days and beyond that. So these are few last events which he has talked about. And apart from that, IGEN has also taken various initiatives in mitigating climate change in real time. So we have panelists from across globe joining us today. So this event, Energy-thon today is going to be a world record event for the highest running hours online conference on energy. So last edition also was a recorded event in the Asia Book of Records, and this event as well is going to be into the Asia Books of Records. So with that, we would like to start the session. So sustainable development is a development that meets the need of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. And the best way to predict the future is to create it. So I open my first question to the panel is, energy literacy is the first step towards sustainability. How do you think we can motivate or incorporate these learnings right from the beginning, right from the basics? So we'll start. I'll open the panel. Dipan, you can start.
Thank you, Ashish. Just before starting answering your question, thank you for inviting me and other panelists. And thank you, Ramesh sir, for taking us through the journey of IGEN. And I was highly impressed with the sessions previous to this, how exciting the universities are working, and there's a lot of work going on in India and abroad. Coming back to the point, it's a very important topic, energy. I just had some numbers written down, but before I start again, one thing I learned from working for more than a decade is the cleanest energy is the energy we don't use. But that is not possible. For India, we are growing, the energy need is growing of at least 7 to 8% a year. We are targeting around 2030, we'll be reaching 820 gigawatt of electricity demand. So, and energy contributes almost 70% of the entire greenhouse gases, which includes the electricity, heat, transport, and all those things. So now, as you asked, like what we can do in terms of incorporating energy literacy. So the first thing which comes to mind is sort of going to the students, going to the schools, incorporating them in the syllabus. But I think I would want to go a step ahead. I would want the teachers to be first trained. Professional development of the teachers is very important. Their training is more important. And then they can go and teach students about energy conservation, energy efficiency, renewable energy, or circular economy, everything. And it does not only end with your study in the classroom, the hands-on learning on ground field, doing practical experiments, as we saw a lot of university students are doing, helping a lot of community, and also bringing in the community, engaging them in this all part of it. Apart from thing, I think if we can have some interactive tools in the sense which can immediately sort of give us a very convenient idea of how much carbon footprint we are doing, or what is the impact of the kind of energy we are doing. A lot of startups are coming up in this space where buildings, residents, or the maintenance facilities can have a real-time update of what is the water usage, what is the electricity usage. So something like this. And because youth are the most important part of this whole entire ecosystem, so making them as role models, showcasing their, incentivizing them, putting them in front as leaders for tomorrow. I think briefly those would be the things which came on top of my mind. So that's it from my end on this question.
That's fantastic. I think the best point what you talked about is avoiding the use of energy, and that is the best, that's the cleanest form of energy, right? Avoid as much as possible. So moving next to, I think Aryan, you can talk your opinion on the same topic.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot, first of all, for inviting me. My greetings to the fellow panelists. So, coming back to the question of energy literacy and sustainability, I would like to claim one statement given by my guru, Professor Solanki. He always mentioned AMG principle: avoid, minimize, and generate. That is, avoid excess usage of energy, minimize your consumption, and try to generate local energy. So I believe this is the very first crucial step when we target or when we try to move towards energy literacy. Now, taking a step further, I would like to mention it's more or less like a habitual change. Like it's a behavioral change that needs to be brought up in the society. When we try to say energy literacy, it's like a habitual change that we need to incorporate. I come from an academic background, and like I would try to provide some insights from being an academician and from being like what changes can be brought into the curriculum. So like integrating energy topics such as maybe maybe such as some training, some hands-on trainings, or like Dwipan already mentioned, some teacher trainings. I think these things can be done to provide a holistic environment. Students can be motivated to like take classroom learning beyond by getting engaged into community projects. I always distinguish learnings into three categories, namely research-based learning, problem-based learning, and project-based learning. So I think that can be incorporated when you try to take your classroom learning into the society. You try to like solve societal problems. That where sustainability comes into picture. Not only this, another key step can be like bridging the gap between industries and academia. I find like most of the people don't really know what energy literacy is. So this change can be brought up when industries try to pitch students what energy is, why energy literacy is important, how you can bring a change about the society, and how you can become an intellectual citizen, a literate citizen. So that is where the things comes into picture. And the very last point, as Dwipan already mentioned, some interactive learning tools, maybe in form of some educational apps, some simulation based software that can make the learning experience a bit more fun and at the same time learning some different domains. So that's what I would like to mention.
Nice point, Aryan. I think we share a common guru who says about AMG, avoid, minimize,
Yeah.
generate. Otherwise, we will say OMG, right? Professor Solanki keeps telling this often, and we follow the same person. And I'll come to Nagendra a little bit later. I'll move to Alok Mishra for his quick review on the same point. Your take, sir.
Thank you, Asif. And it's always a pleasure to talk with Ramesh sir, seeing Ramesh sir, a package of energy. And this journey started in 2006 when I joined MGR as a student. Day one means I am close to Ramesh sir, and it's my, I would say, it's God bless that I'm always learn a lot from Ramesh sir. So thank you, sir, for your all the support from almost more than a decade now as a part of our student. And my greeting to all my fellow panelists. So it's now let's come directly to topics. We have very minimum time, and first of all, I will as Ramesh sir given one take a small step back, make a big impact. That is always Ramesh sir used to tell us in the college time. So I'm taking a small step, and just I'm taking a small. I mean, I believe this YouTube going to be see many many viewers in the coming days. So let me start the definition of energy literacy. What do you mean? So basically, if I go with the definition, it say that the energy we really require as a human being, that but that is going to generate how that energy consumption behavior it match with the energy generation. So this is something always a gap when we talk about the energy literacy. But this really a gap created by energy side. This is the created by the human side. This is something we need to be think about that. And this is, I would say, it's a behavior pattern. So means its behavior pattern means the human, as a human, what behavior we are taking toward the energy. Like I like a human, we have the behavior for each and everything. Like when we see our favorite food, we just get hungry. Either we eat just 15 minutes back and not it not matter. It's always matter what we like and where what we see that one. So energy literacy is something like that, where we are as a human, and the day we are increasing, the things are getting changed. We are getting more dependency, like oxygen. Like now, it's not energy. I would say now, energy is another form of oxygen for us, where sorry, where we are getting the more. Uh, so means more dependency getting increased. And if we talk about the energy literacy, it can be helpful for decision maker and policy maker in the uh, any, I would say, any city, yeah, any areas, yeah. Uh, 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 so people can understand what it's about, and how can feel that the where we what energy we are really required and how much energy is there. The gap, how we could fulfill. So one, always the best thing is that to save the energy. And the saving is something we need to be think of the on the positive attitude, what could be the better way to save that energy. And already Ramesh has taken lots of initiative, like he mentioned say like what 1 unit per day, something like that. This all thing it's already need to be made a socialized form as much as possible in our daily life, and also need to be like the way COVID spreaded across the world. That thing needs to be spreaded across the world. That could be the one of the another aspect of the energy literacy. So this one thing I would like to add. And second thing about the I'm taking as a very simple example. Like we all go to office, we all go to college, we all go to somewhere place. Sometimes I'm taking example. Office is the one of the best example. Because we every day we go to our office every almost. So what we used to do, either we directly start our car and directly go to office. Yeah, sometimes we just buy. We have already we just take a one person. We as an individual taking a big car to the office. Yep, there. This is, I would say, that practice I'm seeing in the Europe side and other, that is getting the reduce. But as an Indian, this culture is getting increased. And it just is another form of energy, just we are wasting every day. So something either take as a morality, we need to be change our attitude. This is one of the example. Like Ola is started, long way they started sharing facility. Yeah, as a group, as a friend which coming close to me, we just have one basic car, a basic bike to go to office. This type of culture we need to be developed, and that until as a human being, either we can't generate those type of things. Energy literacy is not going to be a really make a sense for everyone. And there is a lot of example where we are just wasting the energy in any form. I'm not just talking about the electricity. I'm talking about the oil and that, because this everything, each and everything is making a huge impact in our life.
So very nice point made, Mr. Alok. That's you made that we don't need to be engaging in gigantic step or heroic action to participate to create a big change. Small acts with multiple, which multiplied by million people can transform the world. So with that, I'll move to Nagendra Gupta. Your view on this, sir.
Hi, afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So, I'd just like to talk for a minute about myself, where I come from, the kind of, values and the notions I hold. And then I'd like to touch upon, the topic that we're discussing, primarily around energy literacy. So when I received the invitation to sort of speak over here, I was sort of intrigued as well as I felt what we could discuss in an hour's time, or perhaps, how will this sort of energathon, which has been going on for the last 18 hours or 20 hours, and sort of seeks or aspires to set some sort of a world record, can it cultivate certain ideas which can have real on-ground impact, on-ground measurable impact that is easy to follow, easy to implement across geographies, across different sets of individuals. And I frankly speaking, I couldn't come up with that answer. What is that one solution that applies to all of us? I really don't have that answer, but I do have some points, related to the question that Archie just put up to us that I'd like to make. So as you started your question, Ashish, you quoted the father of the nation. You said that he observed that the world has enough for everyone's need and not enough for everyone's greed. However, in today's time, in today's era, it is really easy to quote Gandhi, to quote the father of the nation, to emulate the father of the nation into your day-to-day life. It is almost impossible. That is my personal perception. So before this lecture started, I had some spare time and I ended up listening to Shiv Vishwanathan. He's a renowned social scientist, and I had the privilege of working in a university where he teaches. So he touches a lot upon the idea of dissent, the idea of dissenting imaginations and conversations in the creation of a knowledge society. I'm sorry, I'm digressing a little from the topic. I'll just come back very quickly to this. So for me to develop this whole notion of energy literacy, our children really need to be taught to question. They need to be taught to critique. They need to be taught how to analyze existing forms and existing notions of information, existing ideas of knowledge. And when they are in that frame of mind, then only they will be able to develop new ideas, innovative ideas, creative ideas, which can provide solutions for some of our most pressing problems, whether it is the climate crisis, whether it is the energy crisis, whether it is food security, whether it is pollution related to water, whether it is population, whether it is economic inequality. So healthcare, the COVID pandemic, these are pressing challenges that need radical ideas and transformative solutions. The universities are primarily at the center of creating this kind of knowledge, but we need to empower our faculty. We need to empower and create a sort of ecosystem, as well as sort of an environment, as Dwapan mentioned, wherein capacity building happens. At least the trainers know what they are teaching. In Europe and in the Germany, in probably Australia, there's a mandate that you need to have 8 to 10 years of industry experience before you get into academia. And this was mentioned at a conference at which both you and I met yesterday. This is not just the way in India. We completely follow a different notion of education. That notion focuses on the idea of rote memorizing. I really personally myself did not go to great institutions, but fortunately or unfortunately, I ended up spending 5 years at a university. And that notion of interdisciplinary education, marrying the sciences with the arts, and creating multidisciplinary avenues of knowledge, of new knowledge, really changed my perspective towards life and everything in particular. Now, the second point was that Shiv mentioned a very, very important point. I sort of wrote down his observation. He said, in India, we are great consumers of knowledge, but we are the poorest creators of knowledge. He goes on to say, the IITs are at the forefront of the destruction of childhood and education in India. He says that an IIT student has an answer to every question, but he never has a question. I echo his sentiments to a certain extent. He says the IITian is a converging thinker. He's not a diverging thinker. We don't need converging imaginations. We need diverging and dissenting imagination for the creation of new knowledge and for the creation of a knowledge society which can provide these solutions. And dissent, he says, is perhaps the greatest act of scholarship. So I quoted Shiv because if you are trying to reimagine energy literacy, if you are trying to reimagine how to inculcate a sense of responsibility, inculcate a sense of knowledge into our students, then we need people like Shiv to be in our classrooms. We need a paradigm shift in the way we transfer knowledge to our academics, sort of transfer that knowledge to our students and bring the real world perspective into the classroom. So, it could be implementing technology, it could be doing practical lessons, it could be sort of getting them to work on projects, it could be approaching it from an interdisciplinary perspective. But we really, really need radical and transformative ideas for this to happen. It's easy to quote people, it's difficult to follow examples, it's even more difficult to set examples that others are likely to follow. So, that's my broad bit around this. But I hope I've been able to sort of make some idea around, give you some sense around it.
That's completely sense. I mean, what you talked about, so far we have been thinking of empowering the students. Rather, I think the first step after this conference, what I am also going to take in aligned with IGEN is to make sure that every teachers who are involved in teaching at various institutions who IGEN is partner of, making sure that everyone gets an industrial visit and a real-time exposure to various manufacturing of energy, at least maybe a panel manufacturing, or maybe manufacturing of inverters or batteries, at least where they understand the basics of how the energy is really generated, and then the students would be the next followed up. And of course, we look for where things are diverging, not converging. A very nice point made, Nagendra. So with that, I move to the next question. I think without environment sustainability, economic sustainability and social coherence cannot be achieved. I'm sure you all would agree to this point. And my question is, apart from the education, what we have already talked about, the energy literacy, what are the steps do you think or suggest to move towards a greener lifestyle, or say sustainability? So apart from the, say, being energy literate, what next do you think would be the next step taken by us or by any individual, or how we can, say, path the way for the youth coming up, and so that we can advise them? As what we have seen in the industry, I am sure we have more exposure than what academia has with respect to what is emerging, and we are moving faster than the rate the academia is moving. So what you have to suggest to move towards a sustainable lifestyle? So we'll again move to Dwepan, your point, sir.
So your question, and sort of picking up from what Nagendra and you both said. So I think it starts with all of us educating ourselves at the start about important topics like climate conservation, sustainable practices, environment issues. These are all we generally learn in a very general sense, but going to the nuances, educating ourselves, I think, is the first step. And then obviously the low-hanging fruits about reducing your energy consumptions in a house, then conserving water, minimizing waste, like sort of you can take up composting. All those practices in household can obviously make a lot of differences. Then coming, say, for example, sustainable transport. So again, in sustainable transport, I'm not talking about EV. I'm talking about first walking, then cycling. Those things, I think, comes at the start. One more interesting thing, I think, having local food, like the seasonal foods, these inherently give you a lot of nutrition, as well as add a lot to your greener lifestyle. And then after food, say, for example, fashion, trying to be conscious about what you're wearing, which brand you're wearing. Are they using recycled materials? Are they respecting the labor practices which is going on, etc., like this. And then you have a beautiful campaign which Delhi in Metro, you see BYOB, bring your own bag, reducing plastic usages. So you can not to repeat on and on. So broadly this, and last but not the least, is possibly going out into nature and connecting with it, learning from it, So that nothing can be more greener than that, like being outdoors. So I think these are the major points which I think might help us to transition into a more greener lifestyle.
Definitely, being outdoors and not polluting the outdoors at the same time, right? That's very important when we talk of hills, and especially of North Indians, when we start moving towards hilly areas and how we celebrate there. So you should be cautious about what we litter and how we behave outside, right? That's a basic etiquette, of course. So we'll move to Aryan and take his points. Aryan?
Yeah, so like the very first is we can definitely follow the AMG rule as quoted by other people, also avoiding the maximum usage of energy. The next is like we can follow some habitual changes. What I personally do at my home, suppose there are some peels of vegetables and fruits, I don't decompose them into dustbin. I put them into the garden area or maybe the plants where the organic waste can be decomposed itself, and it even provides the nutrients. This is a very small habitual change that we can bring. Even Dhopan has already quoted the points like prefer walking, maybe carpooling to reduce the carbon footprints. Again, a major point that comes over here is like we can adopt this practice of questioning ourselves, of producing this critique. Whether you are attracted towards luxury, like question it every time, whether it is really mandatory or it is just a social symbol. You are just running behind it in order to gain some societal symbol or something like that. The very last can be, it is about creating a normal practice. Prefer not wearing iron clothes. Like you might think iron can only be like used for 5-7 minutes, but it generates almost 200 gram of carbon emissions. And if we make this practice normal of not wearing iron clothes, I think like it can definitely lead to a lot of changes in the longer run. So again, I come back to my point. It's almost about the habitual changes, these small things that we can take up along the way to bring a greater change.
So we'll take the points from Alok Mishra.
Yeah. So for that, I would go with the concept of ABC. A with attitude, change in attitude, change in behavior, and change in culture. I'm taking again example of car. This is something we can go, means let's suppose that we are very close to office. It is let's suppose that 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. We can buy a bicycle and we can go to office. That is good for world, good for environment, good for health, and it is useful in many other ways. But that is not our, neither we have attitude, neither we have culture to go to office. And especially the way you go on the top rating. We don't have as an Indian, we don't have a culture. As much as we go up, we can go like half kilometer with the Mercedes and something like car, but we never prefer to go with the cycle. So those attitude and culture we need to change, and that is only change when we have the attitude to change. Attitude, we have our behavioral change. So that is something, and once it will implement everywhere, it will be automatic change. Like I'm taking an example. Most of our colleagues used to be clean their car, go on either by their own self on Saturday or Sunday. Go to some shop to clean their car. We most of the time I always have a means for that there is loss of waste of water, which is really not needed. We can do the optimized way, and the car will be just more cleaner, just without misusing of water of 10 liter, 15 liter water. That is a huge water. Because when we go with the other part of India, that 5 liter water itself is like a 5 liter blood. So those aspects we really need to be changed. Without those change, it's not going to be sustained a lot.
Thank you so much for your point. Apart from the AMG principle, now we'll also think of ABC factors. So moving to Nagendra Gupta, your point, please.
I'd like to sort of digress again a bit, and I believe we really don't need to look at conservation. We need to look at reimagination. We need to reimagine our cities the way they have traditionally been built. The current mode of transportation, or the current way of life, or the current evolution of our cities at the current rate, it's just not sustainable. By 2040 or some number, they say that at least 50% of the world's population will live in cities. There's huge pressure on the natural resources around cities, on food production, on transportation, on healthcare. When people are living in such close proximity, it will lead to a lot of challenges like the pandemic, a lot of social and economic issues, and a lot of health issues. So we need to reimagine the way we live in our cities. That's point one. Point two is we can think aspirationally, we can be wishful, but we need to be realistic and objective at the same time. The reason I say that, we must have heard of a Jadav Payang, the forest man of India. He sort of ended up recreating an entire forest in Assam, right? Everybody cannot walk the same path. We have life, we have our own life, we have our commitments, we have our responsibilities. There was a report that came out, which was the Carbon Majors report. It was released some time back. It said that around 110 leading global corporations were responsible for 71% of overall global emissions. That's what the report basically has found out. Now, I would like to reflect on my lifestyle. So I change my lifestyle, I'll help my community change my lifestyle, and I, sort of inspire my friends and colleagues and so on and so forth. Will it bring about real change? Is my habit responsible? So I'm trying to sort of find real solutions. The government has abdicated its responsibility when it comes to the environment and also education. We need to accept that, and we need to challenge that in a conscious manner. Until and unless our collective conscience is united in challenging these notions, because as part of this country, we still have that colonial hangover, and we haven't really moved out of it. In the way we live, in the way we sort of have our traditions and our practice, and we are such a tightly knit society, so finely bound by tradition and values and ethics, we never really question. So until and unless we challenge these notions, I personally feel nothing will change. I can, sweat all the way. I can ride a bike for 15 kilometers today in the sweltering sun. The politics of the nation will not change. A politician will adopt a really heavy SUV that guzzles petrol, and he will take that to his office with his entire entourage. The traffic will be held for 15 minutes, and nobody will shut their cars and roll down their windows. That's the sad reality of things outside of our house. Whatever you and me or others might talk for 24 hours or 48 hours. I don't want to be a sadist on this conversation, but however, this is the sad reality of things, and this needs to change. So you need some sort of a radical movement, like the time that we saw at the time of independence. You need that kind of a movement. You need the kind of movement that Kejriwal led before becoming a CM. You need to unite people. Until and unless we don't come at this collectively, and we don't really push people who are really responsible into taking action, into addressing those issues, I don't think things will change. That's the sad reality, but that's also the need of the hour.
Very nice point made, Nagendra. I think the activists are not the man who says that river is dirty. The activists are the man who cleans up the river. So with that, I come to the last question for the panel today. So I would like to ask, if you were given the authority to change, or suppose you had a power of, say, a genie, where you say and things would change, what you at an individual would like to change, and what are your advices for the youth, who are the flag bearers of tomorrow? We'll start in a reverse way. I will take this view from Aryan first. Aryan, suppose you have a genie and you say, do this for me. What do you want to really change? And what are your advices for the youth?
Sure. So the very first thing and the only thing that I would like to, maybe if I have the authority to ban, I would ban plastic bottles. I might sound a bit weird, but let me put a scenario in front of you. You are at a restaurant or at a hotel, and the waiter has an option for you either to have the loose water or the sealed water. And every second person, maybe every first person, like prefers having a sealed water bottle. I was just seeing a documentary and they were like clearly mentioning that it takes thousands and thousands of years to decompose that plastic bottle. Suppose if we have taken our own water bottle and we would have asked the maybe waiter or the restaurant manager to refill it, it would have not ended that plastic bottle in the landfill. So that again brings the question to the habitual change that I have been talking about. I know there is a bit of initial investment that is required by the government agencies to put up some filtered water dispensers within the cities, but in the longer run, it will definitely have a very long impact. Not like coming to the next question of advices. This is a bit interesting question since I'm also a youth and I would try to relate the best possible advices for the youth. The very initial advice is like I often give it to different people. Whatever you plan for your career, or maybe whatever skills you gain, just analyze what societal problems can you solve using that skill set, what change you can bring in the society, what innovative disruption you can bring in the society. Just try to do some analysis on that.
Fantastic.
The next
Yeah,
the
go
next
ahead.
advice can be like, don't run behind social symbol game or maybe societal symbol game. Buying luxuries right now might or might not make you cool, but living in greenery, living in forest area will definitely make you cool. And the last point can be like, understand the difference between being a degree holder and an educated person. These two terms are interrelated but have different meanings. Try
Wonderful.
to being educated, try to learn new things, try the art of learning and unlearning again and again. Advocate for change and like be vocal. Try to lead by example and become a role model for others. So
I'm
that
sure
was
I'm
a
going
quick
to
answer.
continue my energy talks with Ashish again because of speakers like you and the thought process what you carry. I'm very proud that I know you in person and you have such provoking thoughts for the youth. I'll move to Alok Mishra next for your remarks, please.
Yeah. So again, I will go with the ABC concept because it's when we go at the border level, either it is the change, either it is attitude problem, yeah, behavior problem, yeah, culture problem. If we start changing those things, automatically many things will be changed. Like Aryan mentioned correctly, a very good concept, like putting the RO water across the city. If really, in fact, city is different. If you want putting at the panchayat level, ward level, that is also going to make a huge impact to bring down the number of plastic bottles. Like as we know now in the northern India, there is a huge marriage session is going on. Lots of marriage happening. Earlier there was people used to be used that jug of water. Now everywhere they start using a plastic bottle. In the term, I will say that is the cultural shift. Yeah, I would say that is the supremacy they want to show. But because of that, the day marriage got over, there is thousands of plastic bottles across the house. And end of the day, that is going to be a huge impact. Let's suppose in a particular village, if there is 10 marriage in a year, how much plastic we are going to just collect, going to make there. So those type of cultural behavior and attitude we need to be must change. Otherwise, I agree with Ajay Nagendra that either it's 48 hours or 365 days, not going to change until we change our ABC.
Very nice point made and very thought provoking that it is very show status that we start using cans in every marriages, but at the end of the day, next day morning, when you see the docks around those dig outs with thousands of plastic bottles scattered around, and next day it is first into the drain and then into the landfills, right? So I think it's very thought provoking and we should definitely look forward, and I myself will follow that. So I'll move to Dyopan for your views on this point.
So thank you again. So I think in India, 0.3% of its GDP is spent into R&D. So given the first authority, I would really want to increase that amount, and especially into clean tech research, which is extremely important. It's just not the implementation, it's about the new and innovative technology. So apart from this, being a renewable energy student, of course, promoting renewable energy as much as it is possible. Now solar is already pretty developed, but government is already doing a lot of things in terms of VGF, in terms of incentives and PLI schemes. So renewable energy promotion from the government is extremely required, and if not more. Again, going back to schools and universities, strengthening the education around environment and energy. This is primarily should be the start coming forward. And apart from this, which we are already generally discussing, like you can talk about sustainable transport in terms of waste management. And again, India being an agrarian country, the need to deepen more sustainable practices in agriculture. A lot of practices around from farm, and also energy, application of energy into the farm. So broadly this, and I just would want to sort of conclude that I think I understand the difficulties which we are talking about. There's a lot of things to be done, which we are all being a little cynic that this can be done, we should change this and that. But I think a lot of awareness is already spreading. I think the next generation youth is uniting on this cause of climate change. This is a one big factor where people are coming together and trying to be more conscious. Like the people, the generation after us is more conscious than us, and much more than the previous to us. So like the government, in terms of say Swachh Bharat campaign, the amazing campaigning it has done. So more campaigning from the government's end, corporations end, I think can definitely bring in. And similarly, sessions like this, which you are, Ashish, which you are conducting, Ramesh is also there. These sessions might seem as a virtual thing, but I'm sure people who are hearing, there is a little small nudges going to each and every one. Even if we go back and think about changing something in our house, that is also even a minuscule, say possible, even 1 kilowatt change or even 1 watt change in our house. So that also brings in a lot of change in the global picture. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dapan, for your remarks. Nagin Gupta, one thing, what do you want to change? Suppose you become a PM tomorrow.
I'd like to be a cynical PM, as Dapan just
Yeah.
pointed out. So, couple of points. Give me some liberty just to give some closing remarks. Dwapan just mentioned the idea of sustainable agriculture. And I want to go back to my earlier point of getting the government involved. There is a reason behind it. Pre-independence, we were primarily not really dependent on fertilizers, especially fertilizers imported from different countries. So we were really a sort of, as they say, Javik, we were a organic based economy, and production was fairly okay. And then once around liberalization or early, maybe the Green Revolution, this idea of increasing production came, led by probably different famines that occurred across the country, climate change, lack of people who were really invested into agriculture, and also indigo production, and a couple of other factors after the British left. After we adopted fertilizers, the government provided huge subsidies. Till date, annually, there's a budget of millions of dollars that goes into subsidizing fertilizers, which is distributed all across the country. That use of fertilizer, I don't know this very specifics, but I know soil has the ability to sequestrate carbon in large quantities. That's primarily led by bacteria. So there are about 17 minerals that are composite in soil. There are multiple kinds of bacteria that sort of capture different elements from the air, and they capture those elements into the soil, which then helps in vegetation and so the upkeep of soil. So had we followed those notions, had the government not intervened and created this sort of idea of increasing production through these means, we still would be probably one of the cleanest countries around the globe. So when the government comes out with policies and those policies are not really thought through, especially from different perspectives, like the pandemic, they just said that we are closing down 8 hours, 12 hours, go home. The laborers in different parts of the country, we were fortunate to be inside of our houses. These people had to walk thousands of kilometers to their houses. That was a policy failure at the biggest level, of unimaginable scale, which was reported across the world. We suffered severe embarrassment of our handling, especially the government's handling. I'm not critiquing the government, but I'm again saying, probably I might be a cynic, I might be a pessimist. I'd like to be who I am. And I'd really want to say that the government really needs to take conscious sense and responsibility for everything that's happening. They need to come out with policy decisions that are effective and can address these issues, right? Rather than come out with a document, something like the NEP, 70 years after independence, which perhaps will take another decade to implement and another 2 decades to see some results, right? It's just in the talks. They've been talking for it for the last 3 years. I really don't see that progress happening. Now, coming back to the original question, some fun. You said that if I had a genie, what would I like to? So we've been adding a lot of boxes to our lives as the years go by. Earlier, so I'd like to go back to the fundamentals and to our roots. Earlier we had maybe houses made of mud. We had some greenery, we had a tree, we had some sunlight. Now, one box came in, which was the air conditioner, which took care of the environment outside. Then one dishwasher came in. Then one maybe heater came in. One washing machine came in. We are adding these boxes. So we need to go back to our roots. The more convenient and comfortable life becomes for us, it causes 2 problems. Consumes a lot of energy, plus causes a lot of health issues. Restricts movement. People stay indoors much more than earlier times. Otherwise, Netflix, Amazon Prime, YouTube, these things would never be that popular. So it's changing, especially people born after the millennium. So if I would sort of go back to the roots, start afresh, start anew, build a sustainable society. That would be sort of my wish to the G.
That's amazing. That's a food for thought. So closing remarks from Ramesh sir.
So very happy, but the time is very limited. That is a big issue for us.
So we'll quickly close this. Closing, like we say that once upon a time there was a dinosaur. We don't want to say once upon a time there was Earth and human used to live there. So we don't want to get into those situations. So please follow, avoid, minimize, generate, and shift your behavior, your attitude and culture, which is ABC, before you say OBC. I mean OMG. I mean, what has gone wrong? Oh my God, what's wrong? So it's time to change. And thanks to IGEN for coming up with such a innovative programs like this. And we'll ensure that we stick together and we take the first foot forward. Thank you, panelists, for joining me. See you again in the next edition.
Ashish, I would like to have here one point here. When normally I have a mentality that when we do positive thing, automatically people across the globe in the positive will be connect with us.
Right.
See, from morning to evening, how the people across the globe are connecting here with all are for the volunteering.
Right.
There is no other anything is involved in that. So so when like Chetan sir, best example. So how the people are following Chetan sir. Even myself, we are very fan of Chetan sir. So I am very proud to tell. I will tell the school students, college students, be proud to be follow Abdul Kalam sir, follow Chetan sir like that. Don't go for other type of. You can go for other type of followers. That is okay. That is for enjoyment, entertainment. But this also has to be there. So like that, if it is there, and you all pointed out a very good thing, very simple thing. So there always it is possible when it will go like a social movement. anything. For example, we call it as an iron mantra to save 1 unit. Even it is a very simple concept, but it will go like a social movement. That is actually the Chetan sir is initiating. The solar to be go local, like a labor, like a painter, like a electrician, like there will be a solar doctor will be there. Who is a 10th graduate or 8th graduate, whatever it is. That is the idea for the sir. So if that will work out, automatically what will happen? The business model like Alok Mishra company and all will coming out with a lot of plan. What? So very simple example I will tell. One person called a very great man. He done one innovation on LED lamp. So that LED lamp, Kuthambakam Ilango, his LED lamp is last for 200 years. See, each LED has a small holder. His LED lamp will be like that. But the business model is not like that. Use and throw. Then only they will come out with the next level of plan. So that is what the concept, the technology. We have to come out with the concept of the product that will be a never lasting product. We can do some changes, but now it is the last couple of years, maybe 10 years, 12 years, the total world is changing like a use and throw. It will actually damage the society. So we need to go back without use. You see this example, 20 years back, a chapel. If our father or mother bought a chapel, they will use it for certain years by repairing that chapel. That is actually the best model. The same technology also we can go for that, so that in the TV is there, 15 part will be connected. Part 1 got damaged, we will replace that part 1. So the innovation has to be done like that, not like present innovations. Use and throw innovation will always create problem, but business model is use and throw innovation is best business model. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, so that is what my thought process is.
That's fantastic, sir. Thank you for joining us in today's panel, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you again in the next edition of Energy Talks with Ashish. Over to the Secretariat. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. It was an eye-opening session. You have addressed Professor Solanki's that is AMG. We assure you that we will follow AMG principle and ABC principle hereafter, so that we can wish the Mother Nature to be more colorful. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the session. I hand over the session to Lakshmi ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Rania ma'am. Rania ma'am.
Yes, warm greetings from Greece. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Shall we start the session, ma'am?
Yes, okay, perfect. So greetings from Greece. I'm Rania Lampu, a STEM instructor researcher at the Greek Ministry of Education and Greek Astronomy Space Company, and a session organizer and moderator for today. I'm very honored to be a part of IGEN ENERGATHON-2023, organized by the Institute of Green Engineers, and you are all welcome to join the SDG 7 Affordable Energy Towards Sustainability World Record Holder community. Our session now is about technology innovation for sustainable development, and today we have with us, we're very privileged to have eminent speakers and researchers from different countries who will enlighten us on various aspects of this crucial theme. What sustainable innovations will transform the energy sector? With the growth of AI, of additive manufacturing, automation, and other technologies, the transition towards a cleaner future can be easier, as many of the advantages help control and monitor infrastructures and improve the environment by replacing old equipment with newer and better solutions. And within the economy, the technology and business innovation models are at the core of competitive performance. Such models are undergoing radical change and have become a dynamic steam engine for sustainable development. Their mission is to create social value while at the same time appreciate the environment as a condition and keeping the whole system running, vital and successful. The triple helix, actors, government, industry, and university, are clearly presented as key vectors of responsibility for innovating technology and business models and for a sustainable development strategy. So technology and business innovation drive the economy towards achieving sustainable development goals set, and the technology we use in performing business operations impacts the environment, society, and economy, and consequently, technology and business enterprises are perpetrators of potential damage and cause unwanted effects on economy, society, environment. At the same time, these actors are key to finding solutions to these problems by developing sustainable technology for sustainable businesses. So where sustainable business strategies approach through a sustainable business technology innovation model, the emphasis is placed on technology and innovation. So this, when we talk about business model, this encompasses economic, environmental, and social issues. And the business model should be innovated by integrating sustainability in order to build or keep a competitive advantage in an ever-changing economy. So it is evident that the concepts of technology and business innovation are closely linked. A business model, which is this plan that specifies how a new venture can become profitable, is this market device, we could say, an intermediary between different innovation actors such as companies, research institutions, actors who shape innovation networks. So a business model describes these principles according to which an organization creates, distributes, and captures value, and this is a means by which a company strategy is established. So we could say that we need to innovate a business model, not just a technology. A better business model often beats a better technology. Examples in practice, case studies show a rising interest expressed by companies involved in offering an array of innovative technology business solutions in practice. And this shows the necessity for companies to reconcile sustainability aspects while at the same time satisfying all stakeholder needs, ensuring profitability and respecting the diversified demands for the fulfillment of social goals. Of course, the ultimate goal is the overall quality of life improvement. It is a radically revised framework that needs to be elaborated, particularly from a company perspective. This means that traditional technology innovation business models still present in theory and practice need to be reviewed. Technology and business are regarded as instigators of problems, while sustainable technology and business innovation are key to solving these problems. So the key characteristics of organizations that effectively pursue sustainability include management espousing sustainability values, making sustainability a part of firm strategy, and reinforcing sustainability values and strategy through organizational culture. That's why we use another term, the term sustainable entrepreneurship, emphasizing that entrepreneurship is based on innovation, creating new value for economic growth, and enabling the fulfillment of individual and social goals represented by a broad set of quality of life objectives. So social entrepreneurship means utilizing resources in a transactional way. Resources become tools that are used as much as possible for a specific purpose in both economic and social realms. And also social entrepreneurship undertakes social activities for a profit, which is distributed in an effort to create social value. So the rethinking of business models includes efforts to appraise costs and revenues in a broad social environmental perspective, while some solutions introduce into sustainable business model costs and benefits for society and the environment. And going beyond the basic idea of creating economic value from technology, we see that the creation of harmony between strategy, organization, innovation, and firm's business environment is needed. Simplifying the differences also between conventional and sustainable entrepreneurs, here you can see that conventional entrepreneurs have a narrow focus on creating customer value for the sake of making financial profits, and therefore tend to align their business models in first place with the interest of the customers and financial stakeholders. In contrast, sustainable entrepreneurs try to solve ecological social problems through their business activities and aim at value creation for various stakeholders, which adds further complexity to the task of designing business models and aligning them with the conflicting interests of business diverse stakeholders. And also, we should mention that sustainable entrepreneurs often face a lack of complementary assets, resources, competencies to align their business models with existing or new markets and to develop a solid positioning towards competitors. Overcoming these challenges and further barriers requires a thorough understanding of how business models can help mediate between sustainability, innovations, and business success, and therefore allow sustainability entrepreneurship to unfold. Some examples we can mention the case of Fairphone is something that we can mention. Fairphone introduced a special design for the new Fairphone 3 in 2020 to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. So this design can extend a phone's lifetime from an average of 3 years to about 5 years, something which leads to a significant 30% of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions per year of use. So it's a very effective business model. Or we can mention the case of Gramener. Gramener is a design-led data science company that employs all these techniques to help solve complex business problems with compelling data stories using insights and the low-code analytics platforms. So using a wide spectrum of techniques, Gramener can help us solve some of the most pressing societal sustainability disparities through collaborations with public health professionals, with enterprises, with local governments, communities, and technology partners. It's crucial to mention here that we need to embrace the principles of green chemistry. That could be prevent waste rather than treat it after it is formed, or maximize the incorporation of all processed materials into the final product. Generate substances of little or no toxicity, or preserve efficacy or function while reducing toxicity. Eliminate or minimize use or toxicity of substances. Recognize and minimize energy requirements. Use renewable raw material feedstock. And design end product to degrade, not persist. Of course, with all these technological advances, more things can be monitored and measured, creating the opportunity for the whole world to build a more sustainable environment. Some of the trends we can mention is the lithium glass batteries, solar powertrains, bladeless wind energy, or waste power plants, solar energy 3.0. Another interesting trend is artificial photosynthesis, waste power plants, tidal energy, solar roof tiles, carbon nanotube electricity, liquid sunlight, electric tires, and many, many others that are coming. This was my presentation. I'll try to be brief due to lack of time. And I think that we can start with our first 10-minute speaker. First speaker is here, Dr. Chris Sotiropoulos. He's the CEO of Global Opportunities Commercialization in Australia. Dr. Chris has extensive expertise in global commercialization of innovative education, social enterprises, healthcare, renewable energy, and technology. He is the CEO, as I said before, of Global Opportunities Commercialization that deliver rapid growth and funding services as well as their own products internationally. And Dr. Chris is involved in the green renewables energy transition sphere, advising on commercialization of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, the national trading of energy storage products and source materials. Global Opportunities Commercialization, with others, are commercializing, developing novel technology from Singapore. I think this is the topic for today. His topic will be embedding wind product as part of the suite of renewable technologies. So, Dr. Chris, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you. It's my pleasure always to work with you, Rania, as we all have this directive to transition the world from the potential disasters that are before us. So thank you very much, Rania Lampu. Thank you, organizers. Great forum. It was fascinating listening to the speakers prior to our session. They had some wonderful ideas. So I'll share the screen now. and talk about our issues of embedding wind products. So what are we trying to do here? We're trying to communicate. Sorry, let's go back to the first one. So what we can see here is what we are aware of: solar, wind turbines, batteries, and their use in different environments. To a significant extent, elements of these technologies are in use today in different parts. What we want to focus on is embedding, though, these products as part of a suite of technologies, because the suite of technologies is the future, in addition to the new technologies and the sustainable entrepreneurship methodology that Rania Lampu indicated a moment ago. What we need to do, and I keep using the heading technology, innovation, sustainable development, because we have to embed that in our consciousness. The design brief, when people are looking at innovative, what design elements do we need to look at? We know the suitability. We know there are many parts of the world, especially in Southeast Asia and India, Bangladesh, there are tropical storms, there are significant winds, there are disasters that occur regularly, annually, so that as technologies are being considered for development in those areas, they have to pass certain hurdles. And hence the image of the cyclones, typhoons, volcanoes, floods that we've seen in Europe as well in the last week or two. Global sourcing. We have the ability now, through the way the internet works, the way media works, the way connectivity works, to source solutions, to source ideas from different parts of the world. Now, what do we mean by sourcing? It's not just sourcing the end product, but in the design phase, we have the ability. When I say we, I don't mean our organization. We as a collective, including organizers of this conference and participants. We have the ability to source different elements needed for product and services and embedding of technologies. They exist in different parts of the world. We just have to configure them and put them together. Design smarts. What does that mean? That means that one of the issues that I have personally is that I like to see a technology being embedded in a community. That does not mean I buy it, someone comes around, sets up the solar panels, says goodbye, someone services it every year or two, and that's it. That to me is not embedding at all. We need local manufacturing. These new technologies, these new products must have the capacity for an element of manufacturing locally. Servicing must be done locally. The idea that, well, people don't understand or we can't train them is not acceptable. Different sources of materials may be considered in the design, which may be fabricated or machined within the location of where they're going to be set up. Now, the second element is one which is not very popular in some of the Western media, looking at the environmental impact of your solution. We hear about EV cars, wonderful. Tesla, wonderful. How much damage is done to the environment in order to produce the batteries? You've got that image on the screen of children in Africa extracting rare minerals. That's not the case everywhere, of course, but it does exist. And no one in the Western market, when they buy their beautiful car, considers the energy that's been extracted from the planet in order to produce their vehicle. Whereas the vehicle they had from fossil fuels, second-hand vehicle, which was already extracted 15 years ago, where does that go? So what has to come in the future needs to be embedded in local manufacturing and servicing. If there's a training element required, so be it. Care, make sure that when we extract technologies, resources from our planet, we do so in the least damaging way possible. So what I want to give an example of is the technology we're working with in Singapore. So it's a cylindrical, it's the image on the top right, vertical wind turbine. What does that mean? Well, air comes in through the slits on the Coca-Cola can equivalent, and there's a turbine in there. And as that turbine uses the efficiencies of pressurizing the air as it is captured within the cylinder, it generates energy. Okay, what's the big deal? How does that relate to the smarts we talked about in the previous slide? If you look at the table on the bottom left, the speed at which you need of air in order to commence the generation is 1 meter per second compared to a lot higher for the big wind turbines. The speed at which it stops spinning is also a lot higher. The noise pollution, and let's not forget about that, because I didn't know much about this until I realized that. I started analyzing this a lot less. The environmental footprint, that is how much area around the fixture of the turbine you need, is also a lot smaller, and you can stack them up next to each other. Not only that, you can put them on the back of a semi-trailer and move them around. So different times of the year, they can be moved around different areas. You can't do that with the wind turbines. You can't do that with the solar panels. Somebody in the design phase came up with this idea. How clever is that? We were talking about the embedding. Well, what's the reflection here? The actual cylinder and the turbines may be undertaken or prepared locally by local fabricators. They can use different materials, not difficult. The specifications will be provided by the company and us. Fantastic. Now, it can be used in conjunction with batteries, wind turbine, solar, putting back into the energy system. So it's not to the exclusion of the others, but it's just a design thinking. It's also got some fancy pieces of data. So if you look at the carbon dioxide emissions, gram per kilowatt versus that of the solar panel, 4.64 versus 70, big difference. Then there are other formulas, and this is the smarts as well. It's not just saying it generates electricity, but somebody's thought about the carbon dioxide emission. Somebody's thought about the energy balance, the amount of time it takes to generate enough energy to replace the energy it consumed during manufacturing. The ratio of the planet's energy used during the manufacturing process and the renewable energy that it will produce over its lifespan. These are the sorts of creative formulas we have to come up with, the innovators, to say, let's just test it. Again, it's not to criticize what is out there now, but we're talking about the next evolution. So in conclusion, be bold and be human. Now, what does bold mean? Bold means don't necessarily think that an incremental change to the existing technologies is all that's needed. And Rania Lampu, to her credit as always, has highlighted other extremely disruptive innovations that may be in the pipeline. Be human. What does that mean? That's a hard one, because it means that we need to be consciously and spiritually connected to nature, and therefore be concerned about when we're developing and displacing new technologies and new practices, what's the impact to us as humans, to the planet, to our children, to our livelihood? We have to ask those fundamental humanity questions, which a lot of organizations to this date haven't done. But I'm not being negative here. I'm just saying that these are the sorts of roadmaps and stepping stones that need to be engineered into new innovations. So with that, I will stop sharing, and thank you all very much for the opportunity for me to speak, but also to hear about wonderful thoughts from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chris, for this very insightful presentation. What I will want to highlight from your presentation is that we need to embed technology to the local community, because technology, if it is wisely selected, applied, and accepted by the local culture, it can ensure improved economic and social infrastructure. So thank you very much for your contribution today to our marathon, and hope we will see you again here in IGEN.
Fantastic.
And
face to face.
Best wishes to your new ventures on Renewable Blend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think we can move on to our next speaker is Dr. Neila Bekanda from USA. She's a Global Chair Youth Empowerment of G100, Director of European Union Green Consultancy. She believes that there is another need of women in STEM and the entrepreneurship sector also. She's a consultant in renewable energy. She's passionate about energy policy, renewable energy, climate change policies with an extensive knowledge of the European Union, North Africa region, and Asia. She has participated in several projects for Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, and other projects for energy company in Europe, Canada, Middle East, and Asia. So I would like to request Dr. Neila. Her topic will be how technology can help net zero. Dr. Neila, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Rania, for inviting me today. It's an honor for me. So yes, today I will be talking about how technology are going to help to reach the objective of net zero 2050. So the purpose of this talk is to explore the vital task of achieving net zero emissions by the year 2050. This ambitious goal requires the transformative power of technological advancement and innovative solutions. Net zero refers to the balance between the amount of greenhouse gas that is produced and the amount that is removed from the atmosphere. So it can be achieved through a combination of emission reduction and emission removal. So the urgency of a global transition to a net zero economy focuses on solutions that enable the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As both the engine of global economic growth and substantial emissions generator, industry has a unique responsibility and opportunity to lead this process. And while the energy and petrochemical sector have been a central focus of these efforts, decarbonization is essential across all industries. So digital and smart technologies are like the center of the net zero transition. They enable decarbonization with their ability to process more data more effectively, identify problem faster, and test solutions virtually. The data is emerging on the impact of digital technologies on greenhouse gas emissions. And very important, it's clear. So the World Economic Forum and Accenture say that digital technologies can help the energy, materials, and mobility industry to reduce emissions by 4 to 10% by 2030. While PwC, so Pricewaterhouse, that is a famous consultancy firm, they calculate that EI alone can reduce global emissions by 4% by 2030. So we're talking about 2030, not 2050 for this model. And we can see the importance of EI, the way we can reduce the CO, using EI, how we can reduce CO2 emissions. So technologies such as cloud, I think we have heard a lot about the cloud, about AWS, Microsoft, or Google. The cloud is revolutionizing the market because we can store a lot of data. So technologies such as cloud and edge computing, artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things, sensors, and blockchain technology can optimize energy consumption, improve efficiency, and enable predictive maintenance. Smart grids, intelligent energy management systems, and real-time energy monitoring empower consumers to make informed decisions and actively participate in reducing emissions. Embracing innovative solutions like 3D printing, bio-based materials, and green chemistry further contribute to a sustainable and regenerative economy. Beyond electrification, sustainable transport and infrastructure developments are essential for achieving net zero. So we know that mobility is one of the main focus also of the European Union to achieve net zero in 2050. This includes investing in low carbon public transport systems, developing intelligent transportation network, and promoting active transportation modes like cycling and walking. Additionally, adopting sustainable building practices such as energy efficiency, designs, and materials will significantly reduce emissions from the construction and operation of buildings. To ensure the reliable integration of renewable energy sources, we must prioritize the development of advanced energy storage technology. Energy storage systems such as batteries, hydrogen storage, and pumped hydroelectric storage play an important role in balancing intermittent renewable energy generation with demand. Additionally, grid flexibility solutions, including demand response programs and virtual power plants, optimize energy usage and enhance grid stability. So there is a recent study that has been made by MIT. And on the study, by explaining that digital and sustainability leaders are taking a surprisingly conservative approach to technology that fails to address current problems. As justification, they cite immaturity of existing solutions, a need for further study or customization, and challenge ranging from intermittent renewable energy supplies to lack of trust in existing carbon trading schemes. So executives who see potential in a climate technology shouldn't wait for a supportive ecosystem to form. To accelerate deployment, they can step forward, organizing peers and partners, gather engineers and scientists, and establish networks that bring together demand, production, infrastructure, funding, and knowledge. By developing shared plans or roadmaps to commercialize climate technologies, ecosystem can stimulate change, create markets, and prevent effort from being wasted on duplicative projects. So net zero cannot be accomplished in isolation. International collaboration, knowledge sharing, and policy support are crucial to drive the global transition to a sustainable future. Governments, industry leaders, research institutions, and civil society must work together to establish strong policy framework, set ambitious targets, and provide financial incentive for sustainable innovation. Additionally, fostering partnership between developed and developing countries can ensure an inclusive and equitable transition. So as we strive towards achieving net zero 2050, it is evident that technological innovation will play an important role in driving sustainable development by embracing renewable energy, enhancing energy efficiency, implementing carbon capture technologies, promoting sustainable transport and infrastructures, adopting circular economy principles, and leveraging digitalization. We can create a world that is environmentally resilient, socially equitable, and economically prosperous. So the conclusion of Dr. Chris, I liked it. I did not plan to say, but I think that be bold, be human, it is the center. Technologies are important, but at the end, it's how we as human beings, we want to consume, how our consumption is, and how we believe about climate change, because there are many that are skeptic, but the way we believe, and regulations, because when regulations are made and policies, then we are forced to move to the net zero transition. So thank you very much for everything, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neila, for your wonderful presentation. I want to say that, of course, sustainable digitalization can make sustainability improvements, such as reducing environmental impact or increasing resource efficiency. But the implementation of energy transition in specific economies is a complex task, as it affects economic, political, social, and finally technological aspects. So let's see if we can overcome these challenges, and let's see if the European Union can reach its goals about net zero. So thank you very much for your contribution today. I wish you all the best for your future plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rani. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we can move on to our next speaker. It's Dr. Hirok Choudhury. Dr. Hirok Choudhury from India is an associate professor at the Department of Physics, National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. He is also an faculty and joint coordinator of the Center for Research on Environment and Water, the National Institute of Technology. His major research interests include geochemistry for groundwater and surface water, wastewater treatment using nanotechnology, geochemical precursors for earthquakes, geothermal exploration, helium exploration, environmental radioactivity, and non-linear dynamics. His topic will be water pollution treatment using nanotechnology. I think it's very interesting. Dr. Hirok, are you here?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Can you see the PPT? Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for inviting me, giving me the platform to share my ideas with you. Actually, we are working on the degradation of organics from the water, wastewater. Actually, the idea was framed by Russia, China, India, South Africa, and Brazil. That's the BRICS country. And it's a project from the BRICS nations. And we got the responsibility to do this from water resources of China and Russia, mainly. And other countries, we are also doing that. But so far, what we have done, that I am just going to share with you. In the wastewater, we have different kind of elements like organic waste. We have pesticide, herbicide. We have heavy metals. We have different ions. We have phosphate, sulfate. That's are coming from different industrial source, agriculture source. From hospitals, from different sources it is coming. Now the question, though, how we can remove this up to a level so that we can have a fresh water, because just this year, just a few weeks back, this Cape Town city, it is declared as a water shortage is huge. Water shortage is there. So we are going to face similar kind of problem in different countries in the coming years. So we have to be very careful about the sources. So here we are concentrating to remove the organics and heavy metals using different technology developed so far. And we are also trying to do some research on that using different process. So we are mainly concentrated on a process that is called the advanced oxidation process that we are developing using the nanotechnology. If you have some material within the water body, with the help of nanomaterial, how we can remove it, how efficiently we can do that, how fast we can do that, and how much a large volume of water we can remove the contents from the large volume of water that we are basically doing right now. We are focusing on the mainly the organics, which is called a phenol, which is a problem in our city. It's a steel plant, lot of steel plants are there, so phenol is coming from that. And India is also facing a problem of antibiotics. So we are trying to degrade the antibiotics from the water, because China, US, India, these are the three countries which are seriously affected by the antibiotics. And it is also increasing the chances of antibiotic resistance genes. So that's going to be a serious problem in the coming 10, 15 years for the whole world. So we have selected a material that's a very well-known material that is called titanium dioxide, TiO2. That's for basically a metal oxide semiconductor. But people do it with a specific case, that is, it has a different phases, different polymorphs we call. But here in our research, what we have we have selected a mixed phase. Rather, so far people what they have done, they have used a single phase of the TiO2 to remove organics from the water. but we have engineered that material with a mixture of different phases of the TiO2. That is called the rutile, brucite, anatase, the mixture of these three phases, and with a show you. So that's really enhanced photocatalytic activity of the material up to 99%. And within just 80 minutes, we are getting 99% degradation of the antibiotics and the phenol, these kind of organics from the water bodies. This is the basic science or basic physics behind this. That's a semiconductor. So it's a school days knowledge all of us we have. That is a semiconductor. We have a conduction and valence band, conduction band and valence band. In between this band, there's a band gap. And if we somehow create this wedge radical and electron hole pair generation happens within that, that helps you with the help of the photon that is coming from the nature, visible photon or ultraviolet photon. That helps you to create more and more electron and holes within the material, and that helps to degrade your antibiotics, which is organics, or your phenol, ultimately to carbon dioxide and water, which is not going to harmful for human body up to a level. That is the basic physics behind this. I'm not going to the detail of this thing. So this is the X-ray diffraction study in material science. First, we try to detect with the X-ray diffraction. From this here, it is clear that we have different phases of this TiO2 polymers within our sample. This A means the anatase phase, B means the brucite, and R means the rutile. You see the anatase phase, the peaks are very sharp, means these are very distinct presence is there. So what we have done, we have prepared the material in different pH and in different temperature. And ultimately we fix a pH that is the 5.5, where a particular nanostructure is coming out that is actually helping to get all these electron hole recombination. That we have done, that is the results here. That is the surface to volume ratio is very good for this particular kind of thing. And this is the structure with the SEM image. You can see different kind of structure we have prepared, but this particular structure that is called the mesoporous structure, that is actually helping us. And that we have again rechecked with the transmission electron microscopy. Here you can see different kind of nanostructure of the order of up to, for our case, it's vary up to 10 nanometer to 20 nanometer, that scale. Particular this MST 5.5 sample, which was prepared in the pH 5.5 with a temperature of the 150 degree hydrothermal temperature and around 500 degree calcination temperature, that we are getting here, and that's give the excellent results. But the question, the physics behind this, how is happening? It's a random orientation of different crystallographic planes that actually helps you to degrade the organics. I am not going in detail of this, all the physics behind this, because time is not much there. So I'm skipping this. So quickly, I'm coming to the structure. This is the model that you can see. You have the conduction band, you have the valence band, and you in between this, we have favored a oxygen vacancy. That's actually help us to generate more and more hole and electron. That's help us to get more and more OH radical, and this superoxide oxygen that is degrading your antibiotics or phenol or any kind of organics.
Oh, maybe it was technically okay. Are you back, Dr. Hiro? Can you unmute? Can you unmute? Dr. Hiro, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
thank
okay.
you.
You can continue.
Can you see my presentation?
No, presentation is disconnected.
Yeah, that's good. So this is the result, that very good result we are getting that I'm showing here. Yeah. So now after this, all this study, we are trying to build up a system that is the membrane-based system where we are going to use this TiO2. Now just laboratory testing is going on for last 3 months. We are doing this. Hopefully for another 6 months or maybe another year, we are going to get a final one for field trial kind of survey. So once this is achieved, then we'll be able to handle large volume of water. So that is the thing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hirok. First, I would like to congratulate you for the intense research work. I read in your curriculum that you are involved in 7 research projects and 2 social development programs, 9 totally. And yes, nanomaterials offer actually unique solutions to environmental issues. And of course, using nanotechnology in wastewater management, as you said, is very beneficial for countries like India, where there is an issue of antibiotics. So thank you very much for your awesome presentation today and for accepting our invitation. I would like to see you again in another event of IGEN. Best wishes for your research projects. You have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now I would like to request Dr. Mireille Tulkimas. She is an award-winning engineer and energy advisor from Australia. She's educator, entrepreneur, engineer, as I said before, global energy advisor, women empowerment advocate and champion. She's the managing director of the Perth, Australia-based company, MT Energy Resources, co-founder of Women in Energy Global Chair of Energy and Engineering of the eminent and prestigious G100 Club, Southern Africa Regional Ambassador and Energy Expert at the Women Entrepreneurship Organization. She contributes to several leadership technical groups and boards globally. Dr. Mireille, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Her topic will be the role of technology to support the energy transition.
Thank you very much, Rania, again, for inviting me. It's my pleasure. First time with IGEN, and thank you for the opportunity to share on this topic. As we can see, the energy transition is really the topic of the moment, and there's a lot going on, a lot of initiative. And what I really want to show today is to have a global perspective on the energy transition, and our technology can actually help accelerate, but at the same time, our the renewable energy that we are talking about can also not just be the only solution. We might actually just look at more as a mix using what we already have, but with technology helping us to optimize what we have. So that's what I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so I just really wanted to start with setting the scene, because when we talk about climate change and when we're pointing fingers, it's always, and I'm from the oil and gas industry and really in the core exploration and production, we have finger pointed at us. And it's sometimes very difficult to really, come up and bring some, solution as well, even when we are from the sector. And what I really want to say here, it's really, make people understand that we are all in it together, because energy is actually affecting every single level of our life. So it starts with the consumer who create the demand, and obviously the solutions that are coming up are not always optimal. And as the oil and gas industry, especially what we call conventional energy resource sector, there is, obviously it comes with pollution, emission, and at the end of the day, you become the backup. So just looking quickly at the different natural resources that we have at play right now. So obviously, it's been the oil that been around for quite some time to generate electricity, and the electricity goes from the thermal power that we want to create up to the TV that we're watching at home and the light that we are using in our home. Same with coal. Coal also has a big part in everything. So as you see, it starts at the biggest level, but it comes down to our next door or in our homes. So we shouldn't just point fingers. We should do something at our level. And I was not there from the beginning, but I think there were some solution on how, on a day-to-day basis, we can actually help, the cause of the energy transition, and making sure that we also reduce the emission at our level, at the lower level. So that's just giving an idea of what the energy is doing for us every day. So as you see, it's the housing, it's involved in the travel, the eating process, recycling process, the food production, which is what we're eating, the lighting, even the education. So it's everywhere. So we are all in one of those sectors, and we have a role to play. So that's just what I wanted to say from the beginning. And just looking at the picture, I mean, it's those are data from 2021, but I think it has not changed. The percentage has not really greatly changed since then. And as you can see, coal, oil, and natural gas, what we call the fossil fuel, resources are still the dominant resources that we use to generate electricity, to generate power. So it is there. And so the shift to renewable energy is not going to happen just tomorrow. We have to really look at how we want to do this transition. What are the technology? If we want to go faster, really look at what are the technology that are going to help us to really, get this accelerated. But it can take some time, because if we really want to shift from the fossil fuel, we are talking here about more than 80%, 90% of the energy production is still coming from there. So to replace that just in overnight, it's going to be really a very difficult task. So just to give you just the global picture on what's going on. So obviously, like I said, the century of the global industrialization was driven by the fossil fuel that we see. And then in 2019, we started to really, think about, what we could do differently and how we could mix things. So we're really now in the decade of the technology transition, where we trying to reduce our dependency on the conventional, the fossil fuel, but also trying to see how we can capitalize more on renewable energy and generate more power, use more the renewable energy for that. And it's not an easy process, because we see that globally, and I'm showing here the electricity distribution, and the yellow is where basically the access to electricity is quite high, and then you have the more darker and reddish area where there is definitely an issue here. So how do we do this transition when we are dealing with two very different picture in different part of the world? And that's really the challenge that we have right now. And also, as far as renewable energy is concerned, especially the area where it's red, and it's mostly in Africa and then some of the Asian country, there is a challenge for renewable, because if we talk about solar, for example, the renewable sources like solar, the solar panel, the turbine are really difficult to access, in many parts of those regions. So how do you bring all of this? How do you bring the technology? How do you make it available, because the cost is still very, very high for the level of income that we have in those areas. The manufacturing process, nothing is, it's not there's no manufacturing, companies or anything, based on those continents, in those areas. And there's also, how do you make it efficient as well, even when they have, they can access it? How do you make it efficient when there is a problem? And the reliability as well of those energy? How do you make sure that they can actually cover the need? The population, and we know that especially in Africa, the population will keep growing and growing. So how do you use renewable energy and make it efficient to cover the need for those population? And there is also this dilemma for them, because we know that they have the fossil fuel available, and they can start to use it now to create, to cover themselves in terms of electricity, in terms of power. But then, there is this global narrative that push for the renewable energy. So a big dilemma for, for the globe, how we harmonize globally the transition from an economy that is fully dependent on the fossil fuel, and going to fully renewable, because that's really where we want to be. At the same time, we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution, where we have a lot of opportunity to empower individual and empower people locally in their own environment. So that's where I think there is an opportunity to see how this technology and as this revolution that's really pushed to empowering people locally to use it to make sure that this transition is optimal. So talking about the energy sector itself, we've seen, I've seen a lot of change. I mean, from when I started 25 years ago to now, things, technology is making things more and more, accessible and easier for some of the remote areas. In terms of data, for example, gathering data, because most of the time when we go and have operation, it's really remote, in remote areas. So, but with the technology, we can now, have access to the data. We have sensor that we can use. Sensor-based technology has been really, a good, I've made really a difference in a lot of the operation. We have the blockchain as well, which is really going strong, especially as we go and track, the carbon energy and really get, the right certificates and make sure that we get the right numbers and get below what is required. So really, pushing the AI technology has been also really huge, especially as far as, because we deal a lot with things that we don't see because it's in the subsurface. So having AI to be able to simulate, to be able to process data quickly, to be able to create a way to create a model of what we don't see, have been really helpful in the production environment of the energy sector. So lots of technology available that we can capitalize on, but at the same time, it's not simple. It's not simple because yes, there is the technology, yes, there is the flexibility, and there is this will, but things are still, very, very expensive. And for some of the new technology, especially when we talk about wind, solar, the footprint can also be something that can actually have a negative impact in the long run. It might create the clean energy upfront, but we really have to look at the full chain to see, when we've used all of this, when everything is there, what is the cost, in terms of maintenance, the cost in not only in resources, in money, but also how are we going to dispose when we don't need all of this? What's going to be the environmental impact, and where are we going to dispose all of that? So especially when we talk about region where we don't have, we don't have the structure to dispose those high technology, infrastructure. So it is very, very difficult. And as we talk about energy transition, it's really about an integration of different areas. Yes, it is, the energy sector, but it's also looking at what are the regulation, looking at the technology at the front end, but also at the back end, because when we have created this clean energy, what is the outcome, and what is the impact on the environment when all those products and all those infrastructure are not needed anymore, or have reached their end life. So the reliability as well, the quality, and the efficiency, because we've seen, especially with what's happening right now with the war in Ukraine, and the redistribution in terms of the gas supply. A lot of the country have actually gone backward to utilize again coal, to utilize again conventional resources, and which means that we still have a limited impact. The renewable energy still have a limited impact on being able to create a sustainable energy generation. So we really need to think about how do we capitalize on the existing non-existing resources, what we call fossil fuel resources, and how do we transition and build with the technology to renewable energy. And I think that we will have to live with a mix for quite some time before we can fully say that we will switch to the renewable energy. I think from what we see, there's a lot of money that is put, but at the same time, there is, I think the strategy needs to be worked out, thinking about how do we still continue to capitalize on what we have to have an effective transition. So really, that's really what I wanted to share, is that the technology will definitely help the acceleration, but at the same time, we're not, we really have to look at the full supply chain as far as the renewable energy is concerned, because from front end, yes, everything is clean, but what is it going to be clean through the full process? What's going to happen at the back end, and how are we going to deal with that? So, and obviously there is also the element of getting the people ready, because it's really about the people. Where are we going to, what is the strategy that we're going to adopt to develop the skills, to develop the capability and the capacity to make sure that this transition happen. So that's really all I wanted to share today. Thank you again for the opportunity. and really enjoying the forum today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mireille, for presenting the energy issue in a very comprehensive manner. You mentioned also the impact of the war, Russia-Ukraine. You know, here in Greece, the impact is huge. So there is an urgent need for energy technology innovation with high-performing, innovative, low-carbon and cost-effective technologies, so that the energy system of today can transform in order to establish energy sustainability, competitiveness, and security. So innovation, I think innovation is the key for energy technologies to reach adequate cost competitiveness and performance characteristics. So thank you very much once again.
You are welcome. Thank
you. Wish you the best. Thank you. Now, I would like to request Professor Biswajit Roy Chaudhuri from India. He's the chairperson of South Asian Institute for Advanced Research and Development and also chairman of the National Institute of Geospatial Science and Technology. He's involved in the field of environmental science. He has a keen interest in studying the various aspects of urban environment. He has a deep research experience in various fields of geography, especially in transport planning, regional science, GIS. And recently, he's trying to introduce a new dimension in his area, medical geography, and also relate this field with environmental science. His topic will be smart technology versus smart mankind. So I would like to request Professor Biswajit, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So, thank you, Rania, and thank you, the organizers, for organizing such a wonderful event and brainstorming session as well. And I'm delighted to see that there are the two persons, Dr. Rania and Dr. Krish is also associated. We have more than 4 years we are associated since the formation of our SIAR, and my two good friends as well as our advisory members from one Australia and from Greece, they are coordinating. So, and also it is very interesting for me, particularly that in last few years, I have coordinating them as a moderator and to hear their speech. And today, right now, I'm the speaker. So it's not an issue, but really it's fantastic. I really wish the organizers, IGEN particularly, to organize such a wonderful brainstorming session. And the point to which as mentioned, that is the smart technology and smart innovation. Though you know that I'm a faculty in Calcutta University since 15 years under Geography Department of a postgraduate college. And still I am the founder of the two platforms, that is the SIAD and IIGST. Their role is basically different. One, IIGST is basically dealing with such academic training in case of the technology part, that is the GIS, remote sensing, data science, machine learning, IoT based platform. While SIAD is one kind of think tank based platform where we are actually working in case of water, environment, river, disaster, climate change related issues. So, and also today's event, I think the energy which we are talking about in case of the application of geospatial technology or either in case of application of any emerging technologies, it is yes quite relevant in case of application, because we know that without application of technological perspective, we will not go beyond. But definitely the technological application in a smarter way, it will be more convenient for us. And now the geospatial technology, its background through the drone application, either the IoT based platform, AI machine learning based platform is so much huge that if we use it in a proper sense, and not only that, as I think Marilyn ma'am said regarding the three aspects, that is the capacity building is very much important, because the application of technologies is very important, but to develop the manpower for that particular technology, to use that technology, and on that basis we can think about how we can transform that technological implications into the entrepreneurship model. Because as it is very relevant to produce the manpower, it is also very relevant to produce the users of the suppose. And secondly, as you know, that either it may be the green energy every problem has bring some another solution. So today we are talking about the green energy, solar power, and whenever after 15 or 20 years, we have to think about its rejuvenation or replacement and how we can use it. So there the another technological inputs we have to input. And in that way, I think the concept of sustainability which we are apply in case of every seminar or in case of every our teaching learning system or any case of any our activities application based platform. So sustainability is there has some validation of sustainability, and each product which we are looking forward to suppress any problem and to develop another new issues, to develop another to highlight another solution for any problem. Either it may be in case of energy sector or it may be in case of technology sector. I think sustainability, there is also some validation of each and every products. So after that, we have to think how to replace it, how to generate a new technology, how to develop a new technology to minimize that problem. And in that sense, the role of technology in case of the application-based platform, we have to develop, and not only that, the holders, the commuters, those who will actually apply it, they have to be capable to use it. And that's why we need to focus firstly on the capacity building. And if we, as an academician, I am saying, if we think about the capacity building, we have to start from the very beginning level, at least from their academic career, whenever they have started, either through the skill development, and also suppose if we can provide this kind of skill development training program from the very beginning, maybe it will be helpful for them to choose their own entrepreneurship sector. And as I know that Dr. Preach has also throughout his career, he has a tremendous job he has done in case of entrepreneurship development sector in various fields. And I think there is a lots of opportunities until or unless the skill which we have within our platform. Suppose we are also running an institution. Rania is also supporting the STEM program in her country, and also Dr. Priest from Australia, he is doing a lots of work in case of entrepreneurship sector. So until or unless we come into the single table, we come with our expertise into the single table, and then we can think how our expertise can be utilized for the sustainable utilization for technological aspect or the entrepreneurship development model. Because it is very pertinent to see that technology is a very, very delicate issue. Today, this technology is there, tomorrow there will be the better technology. So we have to shift in a faster way. We have to go for the strongest technology, and we have to go in a smarter technology. And everybody right now, last few years, we are using the Google Assistants. Now we are focusing for ChatGPT. So these are the technological transformation will always continue. And in case of energy sector, in case of application sector, I think if we properly use it and in thinking in a serious way, so and also in a sustainable manner, definitely it will bring some opportunities for us to utilize in a largest section, as well as to cope up with this energy with the largest section. We have to think how we can capable them, we can develop their skill through the capacity building mode. And after that, definitely there will be new energy industry can come up, and definitely they can highlight, or they can be our torch bearers for our future generations to generate another employment opportunities. So maybe I'm really sorry, because due to some continuous busy schedule, I will not be able to prepare any PowerPoint presentation. So even today I was also occupied due to some G20 related meeting. So, but still I am very much happy and very much see that, and I'm looking forward to hear from all the delegates and dignitaries, those who have joined regarding their application. And just previous, I saw the Professor Hirav Chaudhary has joined. He is also one of my elder brother from NIT Durgapur here, National Institute of Technology. And really I blessed to be a part of that event. And also I heartily thanks to Rania as well as Naila, Dr. Chris and Merily ma'am for their wonderful speech. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Professor Viswatita. We will continue today. Definitely, we need a strategic energy technology plan as a key stepping stone to boost the transition towards a climate neutral energy system through the development of low carbon technologies in a fast and cost competitive way. So thank you very much. And I hope to see you again here in IGN.
Thank you always. Always.
Thank you. We're going to our last speaker. We have
Dear Rania, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. One small request. I will need to have one announcement for our participants, ma'am. After that, we will continue.
Of course.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Dear participants, those who are watching in the YouTube, due to the policy of YouTube, YouTube having the policy of continuous live only possible 12 hours only. So what we are going to do, the session will continue in the Zoom and the live will end for some 30 seconds in the YouTube. Again, the live will start. In the chat box, we again given the link. You just click that link, join the the same channel. You can join and join the live. Maybe it will take 1 minute delay for you. The session will continue.